Chapter 11, Gamer System. As I glanced up, I noticed a floating button hovering above me. It read, Start. Okay, what the hell? I muttered, my brows furrowed in confusion. Taking a deep breath to steady myself, I exclaimed, alright, I'll say it, what the fuck is going on? After calming down, I rubbed the back of my neck. Alright, so, do I just press it or something? I reached out to touch the button, but no matter how hard I tried, it didn't react. My fingers passed through it like air. Great, I sighed. Do I think about it instead? The moment I focused on the button, a blinding white light enveloped me. Instinctively, I closed my eyes. When the brightness faded and I reopened them, I found myself standing in an unfamiliar room. It was cozy but unfamiliar, a bed with red covers and white sheets, a desk with a computer, a bookshelf filled with books, and walls adorned with anime posters. I frowned. Where the hell am I? Before I could process, a letter fluttered down from above. It landed in front of me. I hesitated for a moment, then picked it up and unfolded it. The letter read, To Shiro, you died in your previous life. When your soul came to me, I realized you were never meant to be in that world. My sincerest apologies for the error. As compensation, I've placed you in the world you were originally supposed to inhabit. Knowing your love for gaming, I've made a few adjustments to suit your tastes. You'll hear from me again soon. Best regards. I stood there, dumbfounded, holding the letter. So, I'm dead? Just like that. Before I could dwell on it, a screen appeared before my eyes, seemingly out of thin air. Quest, look around your room. Rewards, 100 EXP/random skill book $500. Accept, yes/no. Without hesitation, I said, yes. The quest notification vanished instantly. Guess that settles that, I murmured. I began inspecting the room. The bed caught my attention first. The red and white combination was oddly nostalgic. As I observed it, a new screen popped up. Skill unlocked, observe, level 1/100 I muttered. So, I can gain skills just by looking at stuff? Not bad. Curiosity piqued, I thought aloud, I wonder if I can see my stats. Another screen materialized in front of me. Stats screen displayed. I blinked in surprise, then smiled. Stats, I said, and the screen disappeared. Okay, so that works too. I repeated the command, and the screen reappeared. I scanned through the details displayed on it, noting everything seemed to align with the bio information provided in the system. So, instead of 100 EXP, I get 500 because of that boost, I muttered, smirking. This is starting to get interesting. I moved to the desk, my eyes landing on the computer. The setup felt eerily familiar, almost identical to the one I'd had in my previous life. This room? I murmured. It's just like my old one. After thoroughly exploring the rest of the room, a new notification appeared before me. Quest completed, you have received your rewards. I grinned. Ha 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 ha. After thoroughly examining the room, a notification appeared before me. Quest completed, you have received your rewards. I felt a faint surge of energy coursing through me as I leveled up. Glancing at my stats, I noticed I had gained a few levels. However, I didn't see the skill book I was promised. Wait, could it be in my inventory? I muttered. The moment I thought of it, a screen materialized in front of me, displaying a list of items I didn't even know I had. Inventory: 3 minor stamina potions, 3 minor health potions. Cookbook. Scanning through the items, I sighed in realization. So this is the skill book. I selected the cookbook, and another screen appeared. Would you like to learn from this cookbook? Yes/no. Without hesitation, I thought, yes. The book began to glow, dissolving into a bright ball of light that surged into my head. Suddenly, my mind was filled with an array of recipes, as if I'd been cooking for years. Okay, that's pretty useful, I muttered, rubbing my temples as the sensation faded. Curious, I pulled up my stats again. Stats: name, Shiro, age, 15, gender, male, race, human, fame, none, title, none, allies, none, level, 3 HP, 130/130, regen 10 per minute, MP, 350/350, regen 25 per minute, stamina, 120/120, regen 15 per minute, strength, 13, endurance, 13, agility, 13, intelligence, 13, wisdom, 13, luck, 10 points, 15, money, $500. I stared at the screen, debating how to allocate my points. I should probably boost intelligence, but maybe I should save these for later. Shrugging off the decision for now, I turned my attention to the bookshelf. After skimming through several books, one title stood out to me. Skill book, Sparks. I blinked in disbelief. You've got to be kidding me. A notification appeared as I reached for the book. Would you like to learn Sparks? Yes/no. I didn't even hesitate this time. Yes. The book glowed brightly, vanishing into my body just like the cookbook. As I felt the knowledge settle in, another letter suddenly floated down from the ceiling. Unfolding it, I read the handwritten note inside. To Shiro, to use your abilities, simply imagine how a character from an anime might use them. Also, just so you know, you're currently in the universe of one of your favorite anime. I froze, the words sinking in. Wait. I'm in a freaking anime. My heart raced as I processed the information. Following the letter's instructions, I held up my right hand and focused. I imagined electricity sparking across my arm, just like in a classic action scene. Suddenly, crackling energy began to coil up my hand, tiny sparks of electricity dancing along my arm. I grinned in awe. This is going to be fun. Noticing another skill book titled Flames, I wasted no time and learned it the same way I had with sparks. Holding up my hand, I concentrated, and a small ball of fire flickered to life in my palm, glowing faintly against the backdrop of my surroundings. Satisfied, I dismissed the flames and watched as 2 notifications appeared before me. Sparks has leveled up, 1/100 Flames has leveled up, 1/100 Alright, I muttered, grinning. This is starting to get interesting. I decided to explore the rest of the house. As I walked around, I instinctively pulled up my stats again and noticed something surprising. Intelligence has increased by 1. So my stats could improve naturally through certain actions. It seemed I didn't always have to rely on points or leveling up. Eventually, I made my way to the living room, where a sleek game console sat beneath a large TV. Curious, I looked at the pile of games next to it and picked a few up to inspect them. As I did, another notification appeared. Would you like to learn skill books, instant dungeon create an instant dungeon escape? Yes/no instant dungeon. I muttered, intrigued. I immediately chose yes. A new set of screens popped up, explaining the skills I had just acquired. Instant dungeon create allows you to create a random dungeon to gain EXP, money, and loot. Instant dungeon escape enables you to safely exit an instant dungeon. Now this is what I'm talking about, I said, excitement growing as I considered the possibilities. Continuing my exploration, I stepped out into the backyard. It was decently sized, with enough open space to experiment. Chapter 22, First Day. Taking a deep breath, I decided to test out my newly acquired skill. Let's see what this can do, I murmured. Focusing, I activated Instant Dungeon Create. The moment I did, an ominous voice echoed in my head. Dungeon created, difficulty level, easy. As the dungeon materialized around me, I saw a figure shambling toward me, a zombie. Let's test this out, I muttered, raising my hand. Sparks crackled across my palm, and with a flick of my wrist, I unleashed the skill. The electricity surged forward, striking the zombie. It collapsed instantly, smoke rising from its lifeless body. As it hit the ground, several items appeared briefly before disappearing. Opening my inventory, I noticed the loot, a well-crafted katana. Curious, I used Observe on it, and a screen appeared. Observe Class B Katana, a katana capable of channeling magic. It can manipulate elements such as sparks and flames. Now that's useful, I said, gripping the blade tightly. Suddenly, I noticed something else spawning nearby. A figure cloaked in dark robes appeared. I quickly used Observe again. Observe name? Race, which HP, 100/100 MP, 500/500. Before I could finish reading the details, she hurled a fireball at me. I dodged to the side, but the edge of the flame grazed my arm. New skill acquired, Flame Resistance, level 1/100. Alright, I muttered, rolling to my feet. Let's do this. The witch relentlessly launched fireball after fireball, but I kept dodging, circling around her. Finally, I leapt into the air and swung my katana with all my strength. The blade cut cleanly through her neck, and her body collapsed. Her staff glowed briefly before disappearing into my inventory. But before I could catch my breath, more zombies and witches began spawning around me. Pant. Damn it, Pant, I gasped, leaning on my katana for support. Those zombies are easy enough, but those damn witches are on another level. Exhausted, I exited the dungeon. Back in the safety of my home, I collapsed onto the couch and opened my stats screen. Stats name, Shiro H, 15 gender, male race, human fame, none title, none sacred gear, none level, 12 HP, 97/230, regen 10 per minute, MP, 30/900, regen 50 per minute, stamina, 13/300, regen 20 per minute, strength, 22 endurance, 22 agility, 22 intelligence, 24 wisdom, 22 luck, 15 points, 60 money, $3,500. I opened my inventory to organize the mess of items that had accumulated. Everything was randomly scattered, so I sorted it alphabetically to make things easier. Suddenly, a new notification appeared. Quest, find out where you are. Rewards, 2000 EXP/a skill book $1,000/a set of equipment. Accept, yes/no. Without hesitation, I accepted the quest. Just then, another letter fluttered down. I grabbed it and read the message. To Shiro, I left your school uniform in the first drawer of your bedroom dresser. I headed to my room and opened the drawer. My breath caught as I saw the uniform. It was strikingly familiar. Frowning, I opened my stats again and focused on a detail I had overlooked earlier. Sacred gear, none. My eyes widened in realization. No way. I'm in high school DxD. As the truth dawned on me, another notification appeared. Quest completed, your items have been added to your inventory. A rush of energy followed as I leveled up 3 more times. Opening my stats again, I saw the updates. Stats name, Shiro age, 15 gender, male race, human fame, none title, none sacred gear, none level, 15 HP, 137/260, regen 10 per minute, MP, 130/1000, regen 50 per minute, stamina, 120/330, regen 20 per minute, strength, 25 endurance, 25 agility, 25 intelligence, 27 wisdom, 25 luck, 16 points, 75 money, $4,500 exhausted. I flopped onto my bed, only for another letter to fall onto my chest. I sighed and opened it. The letter in my hands carried another message. To Shiro, I've enrolled you in QA Academy. Trust me, you'll love it there. Also, there are going to be a lot of differences from the anime you're familiar with. I sighed, placing the letter aside. Well, this just keeps getting better. With no energy to process more surprises, I let myself drift off to sleep. The next morning, I awoke to the familiar ping of a quest notification. Quest, get to school on time. Rewards, 100 EXP/1 random skill book $500 stretching. I quickly got out of bed, changed into my uniform, and made my way out the door toward QA Academy. When I arrived at the academy, I froze for a moment. The school was massive, far larger than it had seemed in the anime. Students bustled around the entrance, chatting and laughing, and the entire place exuded an air of prestige. As I walked through the gates, a girl passed me. Her sharp gaze felt like it pierced straight into my soul. That's unnerving, I muttered. My instincts kicked in, and I activated Observe. Observe name, Sana Satrai age, 18 gender, female race, pure-blooded devil level, 35. Before I could gather more information, she walked too far away, disappearing into the crowd. Shaking my head, I focused on finding my classroom, but the massive building soon had me wandering aimlessly. I sighed, frustrated. I'm completely lost. Just then, I felt a tap on my shoulder. Turning around, I saw a boy about my age. I instinctively used Observe again. Observe name, Saji Genshiro race, reincarnated devil title, Pawn of Sana Satrai sacred gear, Vritra, the prison dragon gender, male level, 10 HP, 110/110 MP, 200/200 stamina, 100/100 strength, 10 endurance, 10 agility, 10 intelligence, 10 wisdom, 10 luck, 5. I exhaled in relief. Okay, so I'm definitely at the beginning of season 1. Thank God. The boy smiled. You must be the new transfer student. Yes, I admitted. Sorry, I got lost. I'm not familiar with this place at all. Saji chuckled. It's fine. This school is pretty huge. Follow me, I'll take you to the student council room to get your schedule. Grateful, I followed him. Chapter 33, 2 Meetings. When we arrived at the student council room, Saji knocked and opened the door. Inside, Sana Satrai sat at her desk, her presence calm yet commanding. As soon as I stepped in, I used Observe again, curious about her stats. Observe name, Sana Satrai race, pure-blooded devil title, second heir to the Satrai clan fame, student council president sacred gear, none gender, female level, 35 HP, 1100/1100 MP, 1000/1000 stamina, 400/400 strength, 30 endurance, 32 agility, 29 intelligence, 53 wisdom, 50. I raised an eyebrow. Her intelligence and wisdom were incredible, but the rest of her stats seemed underwhelming for someone of her level. Sana looked up from her desk and smiled. You must be the new transfer student from America. Yes, ma'am, I replied politely. Her smile widened slightly. How polite. Here's your class schedule. She handed me a piece of paper and scanned the details. Your first class is, a cooking class. Since you're a first year and new here, I'll have Saji escort you there. I hope you enjoy your time at QA Academy. I nodded, taking the schedule. Thank you, Miss can I ask a question? I asked, his tone polite but curious. Sana adjusted her glasses, tilting her head slightly. Yes, what is it? Do I have to call you senpai, or is that just something in anime? I asked bluntly. For a moment, silence filled the room. Saji struggled to hold back a laugh, his shoulders shaking, while Sana's cheeks flushed ever so slightly. No, just Sana is fine, she replied, her composure slipping for a fraction of a second. I smiled. Okay, thanks. And then I turned to follow Saji, leaving the room. Sana's POV, I watched Shiro leave, but something about him felt off. I couldn't place it. Was it a sacred gear? Or something else entirely? The curiosity gnawed at me. Determined to dig deeper, I opened the records sent by his previous school. My eyes widened as I read the file. Tsubeki, my vice president, noticed my expression. What's wrong? It's the new students' records, I said, scanning the pages. What about them? She asked, stepping closer. It says he sent 7 students to the hospital. In one fight. And it was self-defense, I explained, my voice tinged with disbelief. Tsubeki's eyes widened in shock. 7? By himself? I nodded. Apparently, the students he fought were part of some gang. He rubbed them the wrong way. It also notes that he has a habit of causing trouble just to see what happens. Tsubaki crossed her arms, her expression contemplative. I'll need to keep an eye on him, I said thoughtfully. He might have potential for my peerage. Shiro's POV, as Saji led me to my class, he stopped in front of the door. Alright, this is it. Good luck. Thanks, I said, smirking. Then, with exaggerated sarcasm, I added, thanks, senpai. Saji shuddered at the word, muttering something under his breath as he walked away. I knocked on the door, and a moment later, the teacher opened it. I'm the new transfer student, I explained. The teacher nodded, stepping aside. Come in and introduce yourself. I walked to the front of the classroom, feeling dozens of eyes on me. The girls were already looking at me with sparkling eyes, while the boys glared at me with open hostility. Classic. Hi, I'm Shiro, I began, keeping my tone casual. I just transferred from America. I like fighting, making trouble, training, and sweets. Please take care of me. The teacher sighed, muttering, a troublemaker, huh? Well, at least you're honest. For now, head to Konako's station. She doesn't have a partner yet, so you'll work with her. Konako, raise your hand. I spotted a small girl with short white hair and piercing hazel eyes raising her hand. She was petite, barely coming up to my nose, but her presence was commanding. I made my way over to her as the teacher excused himself, leaving the classroom for a moment. Curious, I used observe. Observe name, Konako Tujao gender, female race, Devil/Nico title, Rook of Rias Gremory fame, mascot of Kua Academy Sacred Gear, Nun level, 27 HP, 400/400 MP, 200/200 stamina, 150/150 strength, 40 endurance, 40 agility, 19 intelligence, 22 wisdom, 22 luck, 10. Her stats were impressive, particularly her strength and endurance. Definitely befitting someone with her title. I sat down next to her, but immediately noticed her intense stare. She was practically boring a hole into my soul. Hi, I'm Shiro, I said, trying to break the tension. Konako, she replied curtly, just as she did in the anime. The silence stretched between us, her golden eyes still fixed on me. Feeling a little uncomfortable, I scratched my cheek. Is there something on my face? Realizing she had been staring, Konako quickly turned away, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. No, she said, her voice barely above a whisper. The teacher returned to the classroom, clapping his hands to get Chiron's attention. Alright, class, he announced. Today, we'll be making vegetable soup. One of you will handle chopping the carrots while the other prepares the pot and water. Decide quickly and get started. I glanced at Konako, who was still eerily quiet but focused. I'll chop the carrots. You handle the pot, I offered. She nodded. Okay. I grabbed the carrots, placed one on the cutting board, and picked up the knife. As confident as I tried to look, I quickly realized cutting carrots was a lot harder than it seemed. My first few cuts were awkward, and I misjudged the angle, nicking my finger. Ah, crap, I muttered under my breath, holding my finger to inspect the small cut. Konako noticed immediately. Without a word, she walked over to the first aid kit, pulled out a bandage, and silently placed it on my finger. You know, it's nothing. Chapter 44, Water Control. You know, it's nothing. I said, trying to sound tough. Her response was swift and unexpected. She flicked me on the forehead. Ow. I whined, rubbing the sore spot. That hurt. Quiet, she said flatly, as if scolding a child. While her back was turned, I stuck my tongue out at her in defiance. Unfortunately for me, she caught the gesture, and before I could react, she flicked me again, this time harder. Ow. I whined louder. Here, Konako said, grabbing my hand. Let me show you. Her small hands guided mine as she demonstrated the proper technique to chop the carrots. Even with her help, it was still surprisingly tricky, but at least I wasn't cutting my fingers anymore. After class, I sat outside, enjoying my 8th chocolate bar of the day. There was something soothing about sweets. They were my way of unwinding. As I tore open another wrapper, a familiar-looking boy walked by. Brown hair, a slightly goofy expression, and a certain air of perversion about him. I decided to use observe. Observe name, Issei Hyudo gender, male race, reincarnated devil title, Pawn of Rias Gremory fame, leader of the perverted trio Sacred Gear, boosted gear level, 7 HP, 110/110 MP, 50/50th stamina, 100/100 strength, 9 endurance, 9 agility, 9 intelligence, 13 wisdom, 13 luck, 4. I wasn't surprised by what I saw. His stats were laughably average, but given the timeline, it made sense. Not feeling particularly motivated to deal with anyone, I decided to skip my next class. Math wasn't exactly my favorite subject, and the thought of sitting through equations made my head hurt. Instead, I made my way to the rooftop, hoping for some peace and quiet. I leaned against the wall of the rooftop staircase, taking care to stay out of sight in case anyone decided to come up. With the breeze gently brushing past me, I unwrapped another chocolate bar, taking a bite as I stared up at the sky. I was halfway through my chocolate bar when I heard the door to the rooftop creak open. Freezing for a moment, I peeked around the corner to see who it was. Konako. She scanned the area, her sharp eyes darting around as though she were looking for something or someone. I ducked back behind the wall, holding my breath. The last thing I wanted was for her to find me. The door eventually closed, and I let out a quiet sigh of relief. Thinking the coast was clear, I leaned back against the wall and resumed munching on my chocolate bar. A sudden tap on my shoulder made me jump. Whipping around, I found myself face to face with Konako. My heart sank. Her blank expression made it impossible to gauge what she was thinking, but I could feel the intensity of her presence. Right now, there was no question I'd lose in a fight against her. She raised her hand, and I instinctively closed my eyes, bracing for a flick or worse. Instead, her soft voice broke the silence. Why are you afraid? I opened my eyes, startled, only to find that Konako had taken half of my chocolate bar. She held it in her hand, looking at me expectantly. Go on, she said in her usual monotone, though her eyes were sharp. Answer me. I hesitated before blurting out, oh, I thought you were going to hit me. That seemed to surprise her. For the first time, I noticed a flicker of emotion cross her face, confusion, maybe even disbelief. Why would I do that, she asked, her tone softer than before. I scratched the back of my head, trying to come up with a reasonable excuse. Because I skipped class. Her expression softened, and she took a small bite of the chocolate. I took your chocolate as punishment. Oh, okay. I nodded, somewhat relieved. She tilted her head slightly, still looking at me. But why would you think I'd hit you for skipping class? Konako sat down beside me, her presence surprisingly calm and non-judgmental. I can't tell her about that. I shook my head. No reason. She stared at me for a moment, as if trying to read my thoughts, then nodded. Okay. Just know, if you ever need someone to talk to, I'm here. Thanks, I muttered, surprised by her sincerity. She glanced at me, her expression unchanging. Are you going back to class? Are you going to make me? I asked cautiously. No. Why not? I hate math too, she said simply. I couldn't help but snicker at her deadpan delivery. And, she continued, there's only a few minutes left until school ends anyway. Cool. After school, I found myself sitting in a quiet park, flipping through my stats. The serene environment helped me focus as I assessed how best to allocate my unused points. Stats: name, Shiro gender, male race, human title, none fame, none sacred gear, none level, 15 HP, 260/360, Regen, 10/min, MP, 1000/1400, Regen, 50/min, stamina, 330/550, Regen, 20/min, strength, 35 endurance, 35 agility, 35 intelligence, 38 wisdom, 35 luck, 20. I studied the numbers for a moment, pleased with how balanced my stats had become. Strength, endurance, and agility were all climbing steadily, while intelligence and wisdom felt well-rounded enough to give me an edge. Alright, I muttered to myself, leaning back on the park bench. This is a good start. As I sat in the park, I suddenly remembered the quest I had completed earlier: get to school on time. It hit me that I hadn't checked my inventory since. Curious, I opened it up and scrolled through the items. My eyes landed on a book titled Water Control. A prompt immediately appeared before me: would you like to learn the skill Water Control? Yes/no power stones, comments, and adding this book to your library will be a very good deal in exchange for more chapters. What do you think? Chapter 5-5, Random Mobs. Would you like to learn the skill Water Control? Yes/no. Without hesitation, I selected yes, and a new notification appeared. New skill learned, Water Control. Water Control/water manipulation. This skill allows you to control existing water by focusing your intent. It does not consume magical power, as you cannot conjure water like a spell. I muttered, reading the description. Why does this feel like water bending from Avatar? When I got home, I decided to experiment with my newfound skill. Entering my instant dungeon, I noticed something had changed. The dungeon's environment was no longer a dark, enclosed space. Instead, it was an open field with a pond nearby. There weren't any monsters in sight, so I approached the pond, eager to test my abilities. I positioned myself at the water's edge, mimicking the movements I remembered from Avatar. With both hands, I pushed and pulled the water, trying to create waves. To my amazement, the surface began to ripple and move in sync with my gestures. Emboldened, I lowered my right hand to my side and swiftly swept my left hand, pulling water from the pond onto the ground. Then, in one fluid motion, I raised my right hand, causing the water to shoot upward and form a solid ice shield. That worked, I said, marveling at the result. I continued experimenting, focusing on the water in front of me. With both hands raised, I lifted a large water ball from the pond. Splitting my arms outward, I divided it into several smaller water balls. Focusing further, I transformed them into icy spears. With a quick motion, I hurled the ice spears into the ground, testing my aim and control. The spears shattered upon impact, sending shards flying. Not bad, I muttered, impressed by my progress. But then, I heard a distinct sound: something spawning nearby. I turned to see a humanoid figure engulfed in flames. Observe name. Race, minor fire elemental HP, 300/300 MP, 1300/1300. The elemental didn't hesitate. It launched a fireball directly at me. I leaped to the side, narrowly dodging the attack. Alright, I said, narrowing my eyes. Let's see how you handle this. Drawing water from the pond, I shaped it into a long tentacle and whipped it at the elemental. The water struck its fiery head, extinguishing it in an instant. The creature disappeared without a sound. Okay, that wasn't so bad, I muttered, catching my breath. But my relief was short-lived. I heard the all-too-familiar sound of multiple enemies spawning. Turning around, I saw an overwhelming number of enemies. 25 zombies, 5 witches, and 10 minor fire elementals surrounded me. I stared at them in horror. Oh, fuck me. As soon as I exited the dungeon, I collapsed face first onto my bed, utterly drained. Groaning, I pulled up my stats to assess the damage from the fight. Stats name, Shiro gender, male race, human title, none fame, none sacred gear, none level, 23 HP, 37/440, regen 10 per minute, MP, 160/1600, regen 50 per minute, stamina, 13/670, regen 20 per minute, strength, 43 endurance, 43 agility, 43 intelligence, 45 wisdom, 43 luck, 23 points, 40 money, $10,000. I sighed and took out a health potion from my inventory. The moment I drank it, I felt a surge of energy flow through me, dulling the aches from my battered body. My health didn't recover completely, but it was enough to make me feel functional again. Rummaging further through my inventory, I noticed something new. It seemed that auto-inventory had been busy. Among the items, I found an intriguing amulet. Curious, I inspected it. Observe item name, Amulet of Regen class, S effect, doubles the wearer's regeneration speed for health, magic power, and stamina. I let out a whistle of appreciation. Well, damn. That's some top-tier loot. Without hesitation, I put on the amulet. Almost instantly, I felt the effects coursing through me. My body felt lighter, and the sluggishness in my limbs faded as my stamina and magic began to recover more quickly. I continued sifting through my inventory, eventually deciding to practice cutting vegetables for tomorrow's cooking class. I still needed the practice, but I wasn't going to start tonight. Instead, I let exhaustion overtake me as I drifted into the welcome embrace of sleep. The next morning, I slipped on a pair of gloves before heading out the door. It wasn't cold outside, but my hands were a mess after last night's attempts at cutting vegetables. Even though my health had recovered thanks to the amulet, the cuts hadn't healed completely. I guessed it would take another 3 days for the wounds to fully close. Arriving at school, I couldn't help but notice the stares I was getting. The girls looked at me with dreamy eyes, while the guys glared at me as if I'd stolen their last slice of cake. Ignoring the attention, I wandered to the back of the school, finding a shady tree to relax under. Unfortunately, my peace didn't last long. 4 boys approached me with expressions that could kill. 2 of them looked like third years, while the other 2 seemed to be second years. They stopped in front of me, their animosity practically radiating off them. One of them stepped forward, his tone dripping with hostility. I hear you've been cozying up to Konako. Is that true? Random boy 1 asked me with some hostility. I blinked, caught off guard. Well, I have classes with her, and we've talked a little, but that's it. TCH, stay away from her. Random boy 2 tried to threaten me with his high-pitched voice. I raised an eyebrow. That's going to be kind of hard considering we share classes, and, you know, I'm her partner in cooking class. Bastard. She's ours. Random boy 3 declared like it was something Eve Chiron knew. Without warning, he lunged at me, his fist swinging wildly. I sidestepped his attack easily, but the other 3 charged at me in unison. Great, I muttered, bracing myself. One of them aimed a punch at my side, but I caught his wrist and kicked him backward, sending him crashing into another guy. The other 2 closed in on me from behind, but I quickly ducked under their swings and shoved them forward, causing them to collide with the first 2. Before things could escalate further, I heard a familiar voice. Hey! What's going on here? Saji asked. He began to come my way. The group froze, and I turned to see Saji approaching with a stern expression. Chapter 66, Rias with Proof. As I brushed off the dust from my clothes, a voice cut through the tense atmosphere. Hey! What's going on here? I turned to see Saji approaching, his expression firm and authoritative. The group of boys froze momentarily before quickly standing and dusting themselves off. Without missing a beat, one of them pointed at me and began to spin his tail. He attacked us out of nowhere, one of them exclaimed. Yeah. We didn't even do anything to him, another chimed in, the feigned innocence dripping from his tone. We were just minding our own business, added a third. And he just started swinging, the fourth finished, as though rehearsed. Saji crossed his arms, narrowing his eyes at me. Alright, you're coming with me to the student council room. Fighting on school grounds is prohibited. Wait, I interrupted, stepping forward, don't I get a say in this? Saji shook his head. There are 4 of them, and only 1 of you. Why would I believe someone who just transferred yesterday over them? Before I could argue further, a calm but firm voice echoed across the yard. Really? Is that how the student council works? The crowd parted slightly, and I turned to see her Rias Gremory. Her crimson hair swayed lightly in the breeze, and her piercing blue eyes locked onto Saji with authority. I immediately used Observe out of instinct. Observe, name, Rias Gremory gender, female race, pure-blooded devil title, president of the Occult Research Club fame, Surtsk's little sister Sacred Gear, Nun HP, 1250/1250 MP, 1000/1000 Stamina, 400/400 Strength, 32 Endurance, 32 Agility, 30 Intelligence, 50 Wisdom, 50 Luck, 20 Saji's stern demeanor faltered slightly at her presence. Miss Gremory, he said, trying to regain his composure, I was just escorting this student to the council for starting a fight. 4 people here confirm he attacked them without reason. Rias tilted her head, her tone calm yet cutting. And in doing so, you didn't think to let him explain his side? That's not exactly fair now, is it? Saji stiffened. I'm inclined to believe the 4 over him. I've known them longer than this transfer student. Rias sighed and crossed her arms. I saw the whole thing. Those 4 attacked him first, ranting about something ridiculous involving Konako. It's not the first time these boys have caused trouble. The color drained from the boys' faces. Saji's eyes widened as he turned to look at me. Shiro, is this true? I nodded. Yes. But since they outnumber me, I assumed I'd still be in trouble. The boys visibly relaxed at my words, thinking they had escaped unscathed. But Saji frowned, clearly conflicted. Rias stepped in again. If you don't believe me, Saji, then check the security footage. It'll show exactly what happened. Saji nodded reluctantly. Alright, let's go to the student council room and review the footage. At the student council room Sana Satrai sat behind her desk, her expression one of mild annoyance as she looked at Saji. Why are we looking at the security cameras, Saji? Rias, standing to the side with her arms crossed, answered instead. Because we need proof that Shiro didn't start the fight. I witnessed it, but apparently, that's not enough. Saji flinched at her words but remained silent as the footage was pulled up. The scene played out exactly as Rias described, the 4 boys confronting me, making their accusations, and throwing the first punch. Sana's gaze shifted back to Saji. Saji, how many times do I have to tell you not to jump to conclusions? Always gather the facts before taking action. Saji bowed his head. I'm sorry, President. It won't happen again. Sana then turned to me, her tone softer. Shiro, I apologize for Saji's mistake. Please forgive him. You're free to go. I nodded. Thanks. As I walked out of the room, I couldn't help but glance back at Rias. She gave me a small, knowing smile before turning back to Sana. After that I made my way to cooking class, I couldn't help but let out a sarcastic yay in my mind. Walking into the classroom, I noticed that the teacher hadn't arrived yet. I headed to the station I shared with Konako, only to see that she was already there. Settling down on one of the stools, I greeted her casually. Morning, she said, her voice as calm as ever. Morning, I replied before adding with a smirk, I ran into your fan club earlier. Her eyes widened slightly at my words. You mean those 4 perverts who are obsessed with lolis? I glanced at her, feeling a mischievous urge bubbling up. I knew I was asking for trouble, but I couldn't resist. So, you're admitting you're a loli? I teased. A faint blush dusted her cheeks, but she didn't let me off easy. Instead, she flicked my forehead with enough force to make me wince. Ow! I whined, rubbing the spot with my hand. As I did, her gaze shifted to the gloves I was wearing. Her brow furrowed in curiosity. Why are you wearing gloves? She asked, her tone tinged with suspicion. My hands get cold easily, I stammered, cursing inwardly at how obvious my lie sounded. Her eyes narrowed, clearly unconvinced. Take them off. But my hands are really cold, I tried again, though even I didn't believe the excuse. Her expression remained unchanged, but her tone carried a warning. Fine. If you won't, I'll take them off myself. If you're not hiding anything, I'll apologize and even give you a chocolate bar. That's not fair. I protested, feeling a growing sense of dread. I'll definitely win. He stutters when he lies. Her thought must have echoed in her mind because she tilted her head slightly, unrelenting. Then you shouldn't have a problem with it. Resigned, I placed my hand on the table, watching as she carefully removed the first glove. Her eyes darkened the moment she saw the cuts on my hand. Her expression shifted, her face dipping slightly so I couldn't see her full reaction. With even more care, she pulled off the second glove, though her rough handling made me wince. Ow! Not so rough, I muttered. Ignoring my complaint, her gaze locked onto the shallow cuts lining my fingers. There was a spark of anger in her eyes as she looked up at me. Did those 4 guys do this to you? She asked, her voice low but brimming with barely contained frustration. No, they didn't, I said quickly, shaking my head. Then how did it happen? She pressed, still suspicious. Avoiding her gaze, I scratched my chin sheepishly and mumbled, well. I tried cutting vegetables like you showed me this morning, and it didn't end well. Her lips curled ever so slightly into a small smile so faint I almost missed it. But just as quickly, her expression returned to one of concern. Without another word, she walked over to the first aid kit, brought it back to our station, and began tending to my hands with surprising gentleness. Though I felt embarrassed, a small part of me appreciated the care she showed. Despite her stoic demeanor, Konako clearly had a soft side, one she wasn't afraid to show when it mattered. Keep Power Stones coming for more chapters. Chapter 77, Don't Zeke. The girls in class were all watching us, their faces lighting up with amused smiles. Ow, that stings. I complained as Konako carefully cleaned one of my cuts. Well, suck it up, you big baby, she retorted, her tone flat but her words sharp. But I don't like bandages. I whined, shifting uncomfortably. I can't punch people properly with them on. Without missing a beat, Konako flicked my forehead again. You shouldn't be punching people anyway, she said sternly. Unless you absolutely have to. But I like causing trouble, I shot back, grinning mischievously. She sighed, exasperated. I've noticed. From behind us, the teacher chuckled, clearly entertained by our back and forth. So, Konako began, her tone shifting to something more serious, what did my so-called fan club want with you? Oh, and nothing, I stammered, suddenly avoiding her gaze. Her eyes narrowed as she leaned closer. Shiro. Truth. Now. I sighed, knowing there was no way out of this. It's nothing, really. They just, sorta tried to beat me up. Her expression darkened with anger, but then something dawned on her. Wait, she said, narrowing her eyes, tried. I grinned, a little proud of myself. Oh, yeah. They were so slow. I dodged the first 2 punches, kicked one into another, and as they fell, I got behind the other 2 and pushed them into the pile. She stared at me for a moment, her face unreadable, before shaking her head. You're more trouble than you're worth. I ain't worth much anyway, I replied with a shrug. Her fingers flicked my forehead again, making me flinch. It was supposed to be a joke, idiot, she said, her voice carrying a faint hint of amusement. I tilted my head, confused. Really? Konako's POV, I had just received a text from Rias asking me to come to the club room. When I arrived, she was already there, seated gracefully at her desk. Good, Konako, you're here, Rias said, looking up from some papers. There's someone I'd like you to keep an eye on, the new transfer student from America, Shiro. My eyes widened slightly at her words. I've noticed you've taken an interest in him, she continued. I'm not sure if he's someone we can trust or if he might even have the potential to become a peerage member. For now, my focus is on training Issei, but... She paused, her crimson eyes darkening with thought. There's something about him, something deep, something powerful. I don't know what it is, but I need you to find out. I nodded. I understand. I'll keep an eye on him and see what I can uncover. I clenched my fists briefly, conflicted. Shiro was my friend, or at least, that's how I saw him. But even so, it was our responsibility to ensure he wasn't a threat. Shiro's POV, as I walked through the park, I couldn't help but notice that Konako was following me. Her stealth wasn't bad, but I was starting to get used to her presence. I stopped at the fountain where Issei had been killed, letting the faint trickle of water fill the silence. Then I felt it, a darker, more sinister aura heading straight for me. Moments later, a man wearing a hat stepped into view. His aura practically screamed danger, and my instincts kicked in. I used Observe to assess him. Observe activated: name, Donaseek, gender, male, race, fallen angel, title, none, fame, none, level, 30 strength, 25 endurance, 25 agility, 25 intelligence, 25 wisdom, 25 luck, 10. The man's lips curled into a predatory smirk as he locked eyes with me. Looks like I found my prey, Donaseek said, his voice dripping with malice. I clenched my fists, readying myself. This wasn't going to be easy. As the enemy spread his wings, he hurled a light spear straight at me with deadly precision. Without hesitation, I summoned my sword, its blade gleaming in the dim light. I could hear the sound of footsteps behind me but couldn't afford to look. With a swift slash, I shattered the light spear into a cascade of glowing fragments, scattering in all directions like falling stars. I dismissed my sword momentarily, conjuring a burst of flames that roared from my hands. The flames surged toward him, and his expression twisted in surprise. He couldn't react in time, and the fire engulfed him. With a pained cry, he fell to the ground, motionless. Knowing what I had to do, I resummoned my sword. Walking over to his fallen form, I aimed for his heart. One clean strike was all it took to end his suffering. The sword pierced through, and with a final exhale, it was over. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath as I dismissed my weapon again. But when I turned around, I froze. Konako. I stammered, my voice cracking as I caught sight of her. She was standing there, her wide eyes locked on me. Shock and anger painted her face, creating a storm of emotions I wasn't ready to deal with. Shiro, she said, her voice low and laced with frustration. Oh. Shock and anger, definitely not a great combo, especially coming from a girl like Konako. Bye. I blurted out, panic overtaking my senses as I spun on my heel and bolted. Shiro, she shouted, her voice full of both anger and confusion as she sprinted after me. Fuck. I yelled, my voice trailing off as I ran for my life. I ducked into a dark alley, leaning against the wall to catch my breath. My heart pounded in my chest as I scanned the shadows. Hopefully, I'd lost her. Spotting a nearby bench, I slumped onto it, letting out a relieved sigh. A tap on my shoulder made me nearly jump out of my skin. Whipping around, I saw Konako standing there, arms crossed, her expression a mix of irritation and concern. How does she do that? I thought, panicking internally. Konako. Before I could react, she stepped closer, pinning me against the wall with her hands on either side of me. Her glare was enough to make me shrink under her gaze. Shiro, she said, her voice low but firm, do you know about the supernatural? I swallowed hard and nodded. Why yes, I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. Her eyes softened just a little, and she released me, gesturing toward the bench. Come on. Sit. I hesitated for a moment but obeyed, sitting beside her. She took a deep breath before speaking again. I'm sorry for getting mad earlier, she began, her tone calmer now. But you had me worried. You killed a fallen angel right in front of me like it was nothing. I am sorry, I mumbled, staring at the ground. Konako shook her head. That's not it, Shiro. Why are you always so scared when you think you're in trouble? You act like you're afraid someone's going to hurt you. Her words hit me harder than I expected, and I looked away, unable to meet her gaze. She reached out and gently took my hand, her touch soft but firm. I know what you're thinking, she said, her voice quieter now. That I can't help you. But I can. I'm a devil, Shiro. I can help you, at least ease the pain. Please. I'm worried about you. About my friend. Her words caught me off guard. I turned to look at her, the concern in her golden eyes unmistakable. Really? I asked hesitantly, unsure if I could believe her. Instead of answering, Konako leaned forward and hugged me. I froze, completely unused to such a gesture of kindness. When she finally pulled away, she gave me a small, reassuring smile. See, can I tell you some other time? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. Konako sighed but nodded. Fine. But you have to promise me that you will. I swallowed hard and nodded. I promise. Chapter 88, Zombie Dungeon. I returned home after my conversation with Konako. She had insisted she needed to inform Rias about what she'd seen, which I understood but still felt uneasy about. The next day, Konako's POV, I stood in Rias's office, explaining everything from last night. Her expression remained calm, but I could see the wheels turning in her head. So, you're saying that Shiro did all of this? Rias asked, her tone measured. I nodded. Yes. But he told me he doesn't want to become a devil. He said he'll help us if we ever need him, though. Rias leaned back in her chair, her crimson hair cascading over her shoulders. I see. Well, I suppose we should formally introduce ourselves to him. Is he at school today? I shook my head, frowning. No, he didn't come. It worries me. He always acts like he's expecting to get hit for the smallest things. And I just have a bad feeling. Rias's thoughtful expression softened slightly as she motioned for me to sit beside her on the couch. I obeyed, unsure of what she was about to say. You're worried about him, she observed. What do you think is going on? I hesitated, gathering my thoughts. I think he might be getting abused. I don't have any real proof, but the way he reacts it's like he's bracing himself for punishment. The first time I caught him doing something wrong, he closed his eyes and waited, as if expecting me to hit him. When I asked why he was afraid, he said he thought I was going to hurt him. Later, I joked that he wasn't worth the trouble he gets into, and he said, I'm not worth shit. I clenched my fists, frustration and concern bubbling to the surface. I can't prove it, but I just feel like something's wrong. Rias sighed, her gaze thoughtful but understanding. Konako, I know you're worried about him. And I trust your instincts. But if you don't have proof, it's best to wait for him to come to you. He said he'd tell you when he's ready, didn't he? I nodded reluctantly. Yeah. Then trust him for now, Rias said gently. But listen, the student council should have more information about him by Friday. That's 2 days from now. If you want, we can go together to look into his records. I won't force you to come, but I'll be going. Her offer reassured me somewhat. Okay, I agreed quietly. Shiro's POV, I lay under my covers, staring blankly at the ceiling. Sleep had been far from restful last night. I had dreamt of them again, the ones who left scars on me, not just physically but deep in my mind. I couldn't bring myself to go to school today. No matter how strong I get, I know the truth. I'm weak, a disgrace. That thought echoed in my head like a cruel mantra, refusing to fade. Later that day, feeling slightly better, I decided to distract myself with training. I accessed my instant dungeon ability, hoping to push myself further. System notification, new dungeon options available. The interface now displayed multiple new options, each with intriguing descriptions. One caught my eye immediately, Vampire's Castle, a daunting dungeon where players can face powerful vampire enemies. Rewards include, Rare Ring, Class B, S, Rare Amulet, Class B, S, Vampire's Ring, Class S, Vampire's Crown, Class S. My gaze lingered on the description. An S-Class ring and crown? Those rewards could be a game changer. Curiosity got the better of me, and I scrolled to examine the other dungeon options, eager to see what challenges awaited me next. Zombies Castle, dungeon description: this castle is overrun with hordes of zombies. Beware of zombie archers lurking in the shadows. Possible rewards include, Rare Bow, Class B, S, Rare Sword, Class B, S, Rare Materials from the dungeon's hidden beast. Without hesitation, I selected the Zombies Castle dungeon. Inside the dungeon I stood amidst a sea of fallen undead, panting slightly. Every zombie in the castle had been eradicated, their bodies strewn across the crumbling stone floors. The last archer had been particularly annoying, but I managed to cut it down without a scratch. Finally, I muttered, pulling out a stamina potion. Despite not using any magic or taking any damage, the relentless wave of enemies had left me drained. I tilted the bottle back, the cool liquid revitalizing me instantly. Just as I lowered the bottle, a blood-red message flashed before my eyes, warning, boss approaching. My stomach sank as the room darkened, an oppressive energy filling the air. Great, just what I needed, I grumbled, gripping my sword tightly. A massive black magic circle appeared on the ground before me, pulsating with malevolent energy. From its depths emerged a towering dragon, its skeletal frame wreathed in dark flames. This is just ridiculous, I muttered, staring up at the creature. A dragon? Really? The undead dragon let out a deafening roar that shook the very foundation of the castle. Observe activated. Name? Race, Undead Dragon. Title, Dungeon Boss Level, 60 HP, 10,000/10,000 MP, 10,000/10,000 Stamina, 2,500/2,500. I barely had time to finish reading the stats before the dragon launched a massive wave of black flames in my direction. Crap! I dove to the side, narrowly avoiding the attack. Summoning my sword, I darted forward and slashed at its tail with all my strength, severing it cleanly. The dragon screeched in pain, swinging its massive claw at me. The impact sent me skidding across the room, slamming into the wall. Not fair! I shouted, struggling to my feet. I activated sparks, sending a surge of lightning coursing toward the dragon. The magic struck its skeletal frame, causing it to writhe in agony. Dragon HP, 5,317/10,000. Encouraged by the result, I alternated between sparks and flames, keeping the pressure on. The combination seemed effective, but my confidence faltered when I felt something sharp pierce my back. I turned to see a lone zombie, one I had somehow missed during my initial sweep. Damn it! I growled, driving my sword through its head. The zombie crumpled to the ground, but the brief distraction was enough for the dragon to prepare another attack. A massive fireball, far larger than any of its previous attacks, hurtled toward me. I had no time to dodge. The blast struck me directly, sending me crashing into the far wall. A crater formed behind me as I slumped to the ground, my body screaming in pain. All right, I muttered, forcing myself to my feet. Time to end this. Summoning every ounce of magical power I had left, I channeled it into my sword. Flames erupted along the blade, the heat so intense that it turned blue. The air shimmered as the temperature rose, and I could feel my magic reserves rapidly depleting. The dragon roared, charging toward me, its hollow eyes burning with fury. Raising my sword above my head, I unleashed all my energy into one final attack. Supernova Slash! I roared, bringing the blade down in a wide arc. A wave of brilliant blue flames surged from the sword, cutting through the dragon with devastating force. The creature froze mid-step, its body split cleanly in two. For a moment, silence filled the room. Then, the dragon's remains erupted in a fiery explosion, consuming the battlefield in a brilliant blaze. Exhausted, I activated instant dungeon escape, collapsing onto my bed as soon as I returned home. For the first time in a long while, I fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. Hey guys, even though we didn't cross 100 power stones, but here is the chapter, enjoy. Chapter 99, Letter. Friday morning, Shiro's POV. I hadn't gone to school all week, but it was Friday now. I planned to return on Sunday for my next dungeon challenge, the Vampire's Castle. As I lay on my bed, a faint rustling sound drew my attention. A letter floated down onto me. Frowning, I picked it up and read the neat handwriting. I sent all your records to your new school. Your friends will see them. I know it's not my place, but you need help. Good luck. My heart froze, the letter slipping from my fingers. Student Council Room, Konako's POV. The air in the Student Council Room was heavy with tension. Sana had called Rias and me here, saying Shiro's records had finally arrived. I couldn't shake the worry that had been gnawing at me. Shiro hadn't been at school for 3 days, and something felt wrong. When Sana returned, she held a thick envelope in her hands. She took a seat at the table, setting the envelope down with a solemn expression. Are you ready? She asked quietly. Rias and I nodded. With careful hands, Sana opened the envelope, pulling out the documents. Her eyes scanned the first page, but then she froze. What is it? Rias asked. Sana hesitated, glancing at both of us. Are you sure you want to hear this? Yes, I said firmly. My chest felt tight, but I needed to know. Shiro hasn't been to school in 3 days. I'm worried. Sana nodded reluctantly. All right. She took a deep breath before reading aloud. Shiro. Age, 15. Gender, male. Has difficulty forming friendships. She stopped, her eyes wavering. What's wrong? Rias pressed, her tone more urgent. Sana looked at me before continuing. He was taken away from his family due to severe physical and emotional abuse. Her words hit me like a punch to the gut. I felt a tear slide down my cheek, but I didn't care. Sana hesitated again before adding, there's more. I have reports from the foster system as well. Should I continue? Rias and I exchanged a glance before nodding. The reports state that when Shiro was removed from his family, he had 3 broken ribs, a fractured leg, and a broken arm. He also had self-inflicted wounds, though they weren't deep enough to leave scars. When staff tried to tell him he didn't deserve such treatment, he reportedly said, "I'm a failure. I deserve this." My hands balled into fists as Sana's voice began to crack. At the age of 10, Shiro attempted suicide. He tried again at 13. He eventually became stable enough to pursue his education in Japan, hoping to escape the memories of his parents. The foster system still checks on him monthly to ensure his well-being. Sana's voice fell silent, and for a moment, the room was filled only with the sound of quiet, restrained sobs. I wiped at my tears hastily, standing abruptly. Konako Rias began, but I didn't wait. I ran for the door, my mind racing. I remembered the reports. He'd tried to take his own life before. He hadn't been to school in 3 days. And now, all I could think was, what if he tries again? Rias's POV. I watched as Konako bolted out of the room, her footsteps echoing in the hallway. Turning to Sana, I couldn't hide the tremble in my voice. "Sana, you don't think?" Sana's gaze met mine, her expression grim. "I don't know. We have no right to go over there," Sana said, her tone steady despite the unease she felt. "Konako does. I know it sounds harsh, but think about it. If strangers barged into your house, asking if you were okay, would you feel safe enough to tell them the truth? Or would you just say you're fine to make them leave?" Rias frowned but nodded reluctantly. "You're right. This has to be Konako." Shiro POV. I was trembling, curled up beneath the covers in the corner of my closet with the door shut tight. My breathing was shallow, and I couldn't stop shaking. Suddenly, I heard the sound of the front door slamming open. "Shiro!" Konako's voice echoed through the house, loud and frantic. Konako's POV. He had to be here. He just had to be. The idea of him being gone, of finding him too late, was too painful to imagine. "Shiro!" I called again as I rushed through the house, searching every room. The kitchen, the living room, the bathroom, nothing. I moved to the downstairs bedroom, hoping I'd find him there, but it was empty too. Panic clawed at me as I raced upstairs. One by one, I checked each bedroom until I reached the master bedroom. "Shiro!" My eyes scanned the room desperately. The bed was a mess, with the covers tossed onto the floor. I dropped to my knees and looked underneath, but he wasn't there. That's when I noticed the walk-in closet. I stood and opened the door. My heart clenched. There he was, huddled in the corner, shaking uncontrollably. "Shiro!" I ran to him without hesitation, wrapping my arms around him and pulling him into a tight hug. Shiro's POV. I flinched when something collided with me, but then I realized it was Konako. Her arms were wrapped around me, holding me close. I looked up at her, my vision blurry from tears, and saw that she was crying too. "You're okay," she whispered, her voice breaking as she clung to me. She pulled me closer, pressing my head against her chest as if shielding me from the world. Her warmth felt foreign, almost unreal, but I couldn't stop the memories from flooding back: the pain, the fear, the despair. Tears spilled from my eyes, and before I knew it, I was sobbing into her arms. "It's okay," she whispered, her voice steady despite her own tears. "I'm here. No one will ever hurt you again. I promise." I cried until I couldn't cry anymore, my body heavy with exhaustion. Konako's POV. I held Shiro as he wept, each sob breaking my heart a little more. Eventually, his breathing evened out, and I realized he'd cried himself to sleep. Carefully, I scooped him up and carried him to the bed. He was so light, so fragile, and it made me want to protect him even more. I laid him down gently and pulled the covers over him before lying down beside him. He needed to know he wasn't alone anymore. "I'm here for you," I whispered, brushing a strand of hair from his face. "Always." Chapter 1010, Word Count, No Chapter, Bonus Chapter at 150. This is not a chapter, it is a mixture of previous chapters. I repeat, this is not a chapter but just words for word count on the FIC. Chapter is already uploaded 5 hours ago for today. If you want a bonus chapter it will be at 150 Power Stones or on 10 5-star reviews. Time limit is 24 hours. Tick tock alarm clock mantelpiece clock. Good night. Girls in class were all watching us, their faces lighting up with amused smiles. "Ow, that stings," I complained as Konako carefully cleaned one of my cuts. "Well, suck it up, you big baby," she retorted, her tone flat but her words sharp. "But I don't like bandages," I whined, shifting uncomfortably. "I can't punch people properly with them on." Without missing a beat, Konako flicked my forehead again. "You shouldn't be punching people anyway," she said sternly. "Unless you absolutely have to." "But I like causing trouble," I shot back, grinning mischievously. She sighed, exasperated. "I've noticed." From behind us, the teacher chuckled, clearly entertained by our back and forth. "So," Konako began, her tone shifting to something more serious, "what did my so-called fan club want with you?" "Oh, and nothing," I stammered, suddenly avoiding her gaze. Her eyes narrowed as she leaned closer. "Shiro. Truth. Now." I sighed, knowing there was no way out of this. "It's nothing, really. They just, sorta tried to beat me up." Her expression darkened with anger, but then something dawned on her. "Wait," she said, narrowing her eyes, "tried." I grinned, a little proud of myself. "Oh, yeah. They were so slow. I dodged the first 2 punches, kicked one into another, and as they fell, I got behind the other 2 and pushed them into the pile." She stared at me for a moment, her face unreadable, before shaking her head. You're more trouble than you're worth. I ain't worth much anyway, I replied with a shrug. Her fingers flicked my forehead again, making me flinch. It was supposed to be a joke, idiot, she said, her voice carrying a faint hint of amusement. I tilted my head, confused. Really? Konako's POV, I had just received a text from Rias asking me to come to the club room. When I arrived, she was already there, seated gracefully at her desk. Good, Konako, you're here, Rias said, looking up from some papers. There's someone I'd like you to keep an eye on, the new transfer student from America, Shiro. My eyes widened slightly at her words. I've noticed you've taken an interest in him, she continued. I'm not sure if he's someone we can trust or if he might even have the potential to become a peerage member. For now, my focus is on training Issei, but... She paused, her crimson eyes darkening with thought. There's something about him, something deep, something powerful. I don't know what it is, but I need you to find out. I nodded. I understand. I'll keep an eye on him and see what I can uncover. I clenched my fists briefly, conflicted. Shiro was my friend, or at least, that's how I saw him. But even so, it was our responsibility to ensure he wasn't a threat. Shiro's POV, as I walked through the park, I couldn't help but notice that Konako was following me. Her stealth wasn't bad, but I was starting to get used to her presence. I stopped at the fountain where Issei had been killed, letting the faint trickle of water fill the silence. Then I felt it, a darker, more sinister aura heading straight for me. Moments later, a man wearing a hat stepped into view. His aura practically screamed danger, and my instincts kicked in. I used Observe to assess him. Observe activated: name, Donaseek, gender, male, race, fallen angel, title, none, fame, none, level, 30 strength, 25 endurance, 25 agility, 25 intelligence, 25 wisdom, 25 luck, 10. The man's lips curled into a predatory smirk as he locked eyes with me. Looks like I've found my prey, Donaseek said, his voice dripping with malice. I clenched my fists, readying myself. This wasn't going to be easy. As the enemy spread his wings, he hurled a light spear straight at me with deadly precision. Without hesitation, I summoned my sword, its blade gleaming in the dim light. I could hear the sound of footsteps behind me but couldn't afford to look. With a swift slash, I shattered the light spear into a cascade of glowing fragments, scattering in all directions like falling stars. I dismissed my sword momentarily, conjuring a burst of flames that roared from my hands. The flames surged toward him, and his expression twisted in surprise. He couldn't react in time, and the fire engulfed him. With a pained cry, he fell to the ground, motionless. Knowing what I had to do, I resummoned my sword. Walking over to his fallen form, I aimed for his heart. One clean strike was all it took to end his suffering. The sword pierced through, and with a final exhale, it was over. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath as I dismissed my weapon again. But when I turned around, I froze. Konako. I stammered, my voice cracking as I caught sight of her. She was standing there, her wide eyes locked on me. Shock and anger painted her face, creating a storm of emotions I wasn't ready to deal with. Shiro, she said, her voice low and laced with frustration. Oh. Shock and anger, definitely not a great combo, especially coming from a girl like Konako. Bye. I blurted out, panic overtaking my senses as I spun on my heel and bolted. Shiro, she shouted, her voice full of both anger and confusion as she sprinted after me. Fuck. I yelled, my voice trailing off as I ran for my life. I ducked into a dark alley, leaning against the wall to catch my breath. My heart pounded in my chest as I scanned the shadows. Hopefully, I'd lost her. Spotting a nearby bench, I slumped onto it, letting out a relieved sigh. A tap on my shoulder made me nearly jump out of my skin. Whipping around, I saw Konako standing there, arms crossed, her expression a mix of irritation and concern. How does she do that? I thought, panicking internally. Konako. Before I could react, she stepped closer, pinning me against the wall with her hands on either side of me. Her glare was enough to make me shrink under her gaze. Shiro, she said, her voice low but firm, do you know about the supernatural? I swallowed hard and nodded. Why yes, I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. Her eyes softened just a little, and she released me, gesturing toward the bench. Come on. Sit. I hesitated for a moment but obeyed, sitting beside her. She took a deep breath before speaking again. I'm sorry for getting mad earlier, she began, her tone calmer now. But you had me worried. You killed a fallen angel right in front of me like it was nothing. I am sorry, I mumbled, staring at the ground. Konako shook her head. That's not it, Shiro. Why are you always so scared when you think you're in trouble? You act like you're afraid someone's going to hurt you. Her words hit me harder than I expected, and I looked away, unable to meet her gaze. She reached out and gently took my hand, her touch soft but firm. I know what you're thinking, she said, her voice quieter now. That I can't help you. But I can. I'm a devil, Shiro. I can help you, at least ease the pain. Please. I'm worried about you. About my friend. Her words caught me off guard. I turned to look at her, the concern in her golden eyes unmistakable. Really? I asked hesitantly, unsure if I could believe her. Instead of answering, Konako leaned forward and hugged me. I froze, completely unused to such a gesture of kindness. When she finally pulled away, she gave me a small, reassuring smile. "See, can I tell you some other time?" I asked, my voice trembling slightly. The girls in class were all watching us, their faces lighting up with amused smiles. "Ow, that stings," I complained as Konako carefully cleaned one of my cuts. "Well, suck it up, you big baby," she retorted, her tone flat but her words sharp. "But I don't like bandages," I whined, shifting uncomfortably. "I can't punch people properly with them on." Without missing a beat, Konako flicked my forehead again. "You shouldn't be punching people anyway," she said sternly. "Unless you absolutely have to." "But I like causing trouble," I shot back, grinning mischievously. She sighed, exasperated. "I've noticed." From behind us, the teacher chuckled, clearly entertained by our back and forth. "So," Konako began, her tone shifting to something more serious, "what did my so-called fan club want with you?" "Oh, and nothing," I stammered, suddenly avoiding her gaze. Her eyes narrowed as she leaned closer. "Shiro. Truth. Now." I sighed, knowing there was no way out of this. "It's nothing, really. They just, sorta tried to beat me up." Her expression darkened with anger, but then something dawned on her. "Wait," she said, narrowing her eyes, "tried." I grinned, a little proud of myself. "Oh, yeah. They were so slow." I dodged the first two punches, kicked one into another, and as they fell, I got behind the other two and pushed them into the pile. She stared at me for a moment, her face unreadable, before shaking her head. "You're more trouble than you're worth." "I ain't worth much anyway," I replied with a shrug. Her fingers flicked my forehead again, making me flinch. "It was supposed to be a joke, idiot," she said, her voice carrying a faint hint of amusement. I tilted my head, confused. "Really?" Konako's POV, I had just received a text from Rias asking me to come to the club room. When I arrived, she was already there, seated gracefully at her desk. "Good, Konako, you're here," Rias said, looking up from some papers. "There's someone I'd like you to keep an eye on, the new transfer student from America, Shiro." My eyes widened slightly at her words. "I've noticed you've taken an interest in him," she continued. "I'm not sure if he's someone we can trust or if he might even have the potential to become a peerage member. For now, my focus is on training Issei, but..." She paused, her crimson eyes darkening with thought. "There's something about him, something deep, something powerful. I don't know what it is, but I need you to find out." I nodded. "I understand. I'll keep an eye on him and see what I can uncover." I clenched my fists briefly, conflicted. Shiro was my friend, or at least, that's how I saw him. But even so, it was our responsibility to ensure he wasn't a threat. Shiro's POV, as I walked through the park, I couldn't help but notice that Konako was following me. Her stealth wasn't bad, but I was starting to get used to her presence. I stopped at the fountain where Issei had been killed, letting the faint trickle of water fill the silence. Then I felt it, a darker, more sinister aura heading straight for me. Moments later, a man wearing a hat stepped into view. His aura practically screamed danger, and my instincts kicked in. I used Observe to assess him. Observe activated: name, Donaseek, gender, male, race, fallen angel, title, none, fame, none, level, 30 strength, 25 endurance, 25 agility, 25 intelligence, 25 wisdom, 25 luck, 10. The man's lips curled into a predatory smirk as he locked eyes with me. "Looks like I've found my prey," Donaseek said, his voice dripping with malice. I clenched my fists, readying myself. This wasn't going to be easy. As the enemy spread his wings, he hurled a light spear straight at me with deadly precision. Without hesitation, I summoned my sword, its blade gleaming in the dim light. I could hear the sound of footsteps behind me but couldn't afford to look. With a swift slash, I shattered the light spear into a cascade of glowing fragments, scattering in all directions like falling stars. I dismissed my sword momentarily, conjuring a burst of flames that roared from my hands. The flames surged toward him, and his expression twisted in surprise. He couldn't react in time, and the fire engulfed him. With a pained cry, he fell to the ground, motionless. Knowing what I had to do, I resummoned my sword. Walking over to his fallen form, I aimed for his heart. One clean strike was all it took to end his suffering. The sword pierced through, and with a final exhale, it was over. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath as I dismissed my weapon again. But when I turned around, I froze. Konako. I stammered, my voice cracking as I caught sight of her. She was standing there, her wide eyes locked on me. Shock and anger painted her face, creating a storm of emotions I wasn't ready to deal with. "Shiro," she said, her voice low and laced with frustration. "Oh. Shock and anger, definitely not a great combo, especially coming from a girl like Konako." Bye." I blurted out, panic overtaking my senses as I spun on my heel and bolted. "Shiro," she shouted, her voice full of both anger and confusion as she sprinted after me. "Phew-you-you-uck." I yelled, my voice trailing off as I ran for my life. I ducked into a dark alley, leaning against the wall to catch my breath. My heart pounded in my chest as I scanned the shadows. Hopefully, I'd lost her. Spotting a nearby bench, I slumped onto it, letting out a relieved sigh. A tap on my shoulder made me nearly jump out of my skin. Whipping around, I saw Konako standing there, arms crossed, her expression a mix of irritation and concern. "How does she do that?" I thought, panicking internally. Konako. Before I could react, she stepped closer, pinning me against the wall with her hands on either side of me. Her glare was enough to make me shrink under her gaze. Shiro, she said, her voice low but firm, do you know about the supernatural? I swallowed hard and nodded. Why yes, I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. Her eyes softened just a little, and she released me, gesturing toward the bench. Come on. Sit. I hesitated for a moment but obeyed, sitting beside her. She took a deep breath before speaking again. I'm sorry for getting mad earlier, she began, her tone calmer now. But you had me worried. You killed a fallen angel right in front of me like it was nothing. I am sorry, I mumbled, staring at the ground. Konako shook her head. That's not it, Shiro. Why are you always so scared when you think you're in trouble? You act like you're afraid someone's going to hurt you. Her words hit me harder than I expected, and I looked away, unable to meet her gaze. She reached out and gently took my hand, her touch soft but firm. I know what you're thinking, she said, her voice quieter now. That I can't help you. But I can. I'm a devil, Shiro. I can help you, at least ease the pain. Please. I'm worried about you. About my friend. Her words caught me off guard. I turned to look at her, the concern in her golden eyes unmistakable. Really? I asked hesitantly, unsure if I could believe her. Instead of answering, Konako leaned forward and hugged me. I froze, completely unused to such a gesture of kindness. When she finally pulled away, she gave me a small, reassuring smile. See, can I tell you some other time? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. Konako sighed, but the girls in class were all watching us, their faces lighting up with amused smiles. Ow, that stings. I complained as Konako carefully cleaned one of my cuts. Well, suck it up, you big baby, she retorted, her tone flat but her words sharp. But I don't like bandages. I whined, shifting uncomfortably. I can't punch people properly with them on. Without missing a beat, Konako flicked my forehead again. You shouldn't be punching people anyway, she said sternly. Unless you absolutely have to. But I like causing trouble, I shot back, grinning mischievously. She sighed, exasperated. I've noticed. From behind us, the teacher chuckled, clearly entertained by our back and forth. So, Konako began, her tone shifting to something more serious, what did my so-called fan club want with you? Oh, and nothing, I stammered, suddenly avoiding her gaze. Her eyes narrowed as she leaned closer. Shiro. Truth. Now. I sighed, knowing there was no way out of this. It's nothing, really. They just, sorta tried to beat me up. Her expression darkened with anger, but then something dawned on her. Wait, she said, narrowing her eyes, tried. I grinned, a little proud of myself. Oh, yeah. They were so slow. I dodged the first two punches, kicked one into another, and as they fell, I got behind the other two and pushed them into the pile. She stared at me for a moment, her face unreadable, before shaking her head. You're more trouble than you're worth. I ain't worth much anyway, I replied with a shrug. Her fingers flicked my forehead again, making me flinch. It was supposed to be a joke, idiot, she said, her voice carrying a faint hint of amusement. I tilted my head, confused. Really? Konako's POV, I had just received a text from Rias asking me to come to the club room. When I arrived, she was already there, seated gracefully at her desk. Good, Konako, you're here, Rias said, looking up from some papers. There's someone I'd like you to keep an eye on, the new transfer student from America, Shiro. My eyes widened slightly at her words. I've noticed you've taken an interest in him, she continued. I'm not sure if he's someone we can trust or if he might even have the potential to become a peerage member. For now, my focus is on training Issei, but... She paused, her crimson eyes darkening with thought. There's something about him, something deep, something powerful. I don't know what it is, but I need you to find out. I nodded. I understand. I'll keep an eye on him and see what I can uncover. I clenched my fists briefly, conflicted. Shiro was my friend, or at least, that's how I saw him. But even so, it was our responsibility to ensure he wasn't a threat. Shiro's POV, as I walked through the park, I couldn't help but notice that Konako was following me. Her stealth wasn't bad, but I was starting to get used to her presence. I stopped at the fountain where Issei had been killed, letting the faint trickle of water fill the silence. Then I felt it, a darker, more sinister aura heading straight for me. Moments later, a man wearing a hat stepped into view. His aura practically screamed danger, and my instincts kicked in. I used Observe to assess him. Observe activated: name, Donaseek, gender, male, race, fallen angel, title, none, fame, none, level, 30 strength, 25 endurance, 25 agility, 25 intelligence, 25 wisdom, 25 luck, 10. The man's lips curled into a predatory smirk as he locked eyes with me. Looks like I found my prey, Donaseek said, his voice dripping with malice. I clenched my fists, readying myself. This wasn't going to be easy. As the enemy spread his wings, he hurled a light spear straight at me with deadly precision. Without hesitation, I summoned my sword, its blade gleaming in the dim light. I could hear the sound of footsteps behind me but couldn't afford to look. With a swift slash, I shattered the light spear into a cascade of glowing fragments, scattering in all directions like falling stars. I dismissed my sword momentarily, conjuring a burst of flames that roared from my hands. The flames surged toward him, and his expression twisted in surprise. He couldn't react in time, and the fire engulfed him. With a pained cry, he fell to the ground, motionless. Knowing what I had to do, I resummoned my sword. Walking over to his fallen form, I aimed for his heart. One clean strike was all it took to end his suffering. The sword pierced through, and with a final exhale, it was over. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath as I dismissed my weapon again. But when I turned around, I froze. Konako. I stammered, my voice cracking as I caught sight of her. She was standing there, her wide eyes locked on me. Shock and anger painted her face, creating a storm of emotions I wasn't ready to deal with. Shiro, she said, her voice low and laced with frustration. Oh. Shock and anger definitely not a great combo, especially coming from a girl like Konako. Bye. I blurted out, panic overtaking my senses as I spun on my heel and bolted. Shiro, she shouted, her voice full of both anger and confusion as she sprinted after me. Fuck. I yelled, my voice trailing off as I ran for my life. I ducked into a dark alley, leaning against the wall to catch my breath. My heart pounded in my chest as I scanned the shadows. Hopefully, I'd lost her. Spotting a nearby bench, I slumped onto it, letting out a relieved sigh. A tap on my shoulder made me nearly jump out of my skin. Whipping around, I saw Konako standing there, arms crossed, her expression a mix of irritation and concern. How does she do that? I thought, panicking internally. Konako. Before I could react, she stepped closer, pinning me against the wall with her hands on either side of me. Her glare was enough to make me shrink under her gaze. Shiro, she said, her voice low but firm, do you know about the supernatural? I swallowed hard and nodded. Why yes, I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. Her eyes softened just a little, and she released me, gesturing toward the bench. Come on. Sit. I hesitated for a moment but obeyed, sitting beside her. She took a deep breath before speaking again. I'm sorry for getting mad earlier, she began, her tone calmer now. But you had me worried. You killed a fallen angel right in front of me like it was nothing. I am sorry, I mumbled, staring at the ground. Konako shook her head. That's not it, Shiro. Why are you always so scared when you think you're in trouble? You act like you're afraid someone's going to hurt you. Her words hit me harder than I expected, and I looked away, unable to meet her gaze. She reached out and gently took my hand, her touch soft but firm. I know what you're thinking, she said, her voice quieter now. That I can't help you. But I can. I'm a devil, Shiro. I can help you, at least ease the pain. Please. I'm worried about you. About my friend. Her words caught me off guard. I turned to look at her, the concern in her golden eyes unmistakable. Really? I asked hesitantly, unsure if I could believe her. Instead of answering, Konako leaned forward and hugged me. I froze, completely unused to such a gesture of kindness. When she finally pulled away, she gave me a small, reassuring smile. See, can I tell you some other time? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. Konako sighed, but the girls in class were all watching us, their faces lighting up with amused smiles. Ow, that stings. I complained as Konako carefully cleaned one of my cuts. Well, suck it up, you big baby, she retorted, her tone flat but her words sharp. But I don't like bandages. I whined, shifting uncomfortably. I can't punch people properly with them on. Without missing a beat, Konako flicked my forehead again. You shouldn't be punching people anyway, she said sternly. Unless you absolutely have to. But I like causing trouble, I shot back, grinning mischievously. She sighed, exasperated. I've noticed. From behind us, the teacher chuckled, clearly entertained by our back and forth. So, Konako began, her tone shifting to something more serious, what did my so-called fan club want with you? Oh, and nothing, I stammered, suddenly avoiding her gaze. Her eyes narrowed as she leaned closer. Shiro. Truth. Now. I sighed, knowing there was no way out of this. It's nothing, really. They just, sorta tried to beat me up. Her expression darkened with anger, but then something dawned on her. Wait, she said, narrowing her eyes, tried. I grinned, a little proud of myself. Oh, yeah. They were so slow. I dodged the first two punches, kicked one into another, and as they fell, I got behind the other two and pushed them into the pile. She stared at me for a moment, her face unreadable, before shaking her head. You're more trouble than you're worth. I ain't worth much anyway, I replied with a shrug. Her fingers flicked my forehead again, making me flinch. It was supposed to be a joke, idiot, she said, her voice carrying a faint hint of amusement. I tilted my head, confused. Really? Konako's POV, I had just received a text from Rias asking me to come to the club room. When I arrived, she was already there, seated gracefully at her desk. Good, Konako, you're here, Rias said, looking up from some papers. There's someone I'd like you to keep an eye on, the new transfer student from America, Shiro. My eyes widened slightly at her words. I've noticed you've taken an interest in him, she continued. I'm not sure if he's someone we can trust or if he might even have the potential to become a peerage member. For now, my focus is on training Issei, but... She paused, her crimson eyes darkening with thought. There's something about him, something deep, something powerful. I don't know what it is, but I need you to find out. I nodded. I understand. I'll keep an eye on him and see what I can uncover. I clenched my fists briefly, conflicted. Shiro was my friend, or at least, that's how I saw him. But even so, it was our responsibility to ensure he wasn't a threat. Shiro's POV, as I walked through the park, I couldn't help but notice that Konako was following me. Her stealth wasn't bad, but I was starting to get used to her presence. I stopped at the fountain where Issei had been killed, letting the faint trickle of water fill the silence. Then I felt it, a darker, more sinister aura heading straight for me. Moments later, a man wearing a hat stepped into view. His aura practically screamed danger, and my instincts kicked in. I used Observe to assess him. Observe activated: name, Donaseek, gender, male, race, fallen angel, title, none, fame, none, level, 30 strength, 25 endurance, 25 agility, 25 intelligence, 25 wisdom, 25 luck, 10. The man's lips curled into a predatory smirk as he locked eyes with me. Looks like I've found my prey, Donaseek said, his voice dripping with malice. I clenched my fists, readying myself. This wasn't going to be easy. As the enemy spread his wings, he hurled a light spear straight at me with deadly precision. Without hesitation, I summoned my sword, its blade gleaming in the dim light. I could hear the sound of footsteps behind me but couldn't afford to look. With a swift slash, I shattered the light spear into a cascade of glowing fragments, scattering in all directions like falling stars. I dismissed my sword momentarily, conjuring a burst of flames that roared from my hands. The flames surged toward him, and his expression twisted in surprise. He couldn't react in time, and the fire engulfed him. With a pained cry, he fell to the ground, motionless. Knowing what I had to do, I resummoned my sword. Walking over to his fallen form, I aimed for his heart. One clean strike was all it took to end his suffering. The sword pierced through, and with a final exhale, it was over. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath as I dismissed my weapon again. But when I turned around, I froze. Konako. I stammered, my voice cracking as I caught sight of her. She was standing there, her wide eyes locked on me. Shock and anger painted her face, creating a storm of emotions I wasn't ready to deal with. Shiro, she said, her voice low and laced with frustration. Oh. Shock and anger, definitely not a great combo, especially coming from a girl like Konako. Bye. I blurted out, panic overtaking my senses as I spun on my heel and bolted. Shiro, she shouted, her voice full of both anger and confusion as she sprinted after me. Fuck. I yelled, my voice trailing off as I ran for my life. I ducked into a dark alley, leaning against the wall to catch my breath. My heart pounded in my chest as I scanned the shadows. Hopefully, I'd lost her. Spotting a nearby bench, I slumped onto it, letting out a relieved sigh. A tap on my shoulder made me nearly jump out of my skin. Whipping around, I saw Konako standing there, arms crossed, her expression a mix of irritation and concern. How does she do that? I thought, panicking internally. Konako. Before I could react, she stepped closer, pinning me against the wall with her hands on either side of me. Her glare was enough to make me shrink under her gaze. Shiro, she said, her voice low but firm, do you know about the supernatural? I swallowed hard and nodded. Why yes, I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. Her eyes softened just a little, and she released me, gesturing toward the bench. Come on. Sit. I hesitated for a moment but obeyed, sitting beside her. She took a deep breath before speaking again. I'm sorry for getting mad earlier, she began, her tone calmer now. But you had me worried. You killed a fallen angel right in front of me like it was nothing. I am sorry, I mumbled, staring at the ground. Konako shook her head. That's not it, Shiro. Why are you always so scared when you think you're in trouble? You act like you're afraid someone's going to hurt you. Her words hit me harder than I expected, and I looked away, unable to meet her gaze. She reached out and gently took my hand, her touch soft but firm. I know what you're thinking, she said, her voice quieter now. That I can't help you. But I can. I'm a devil, Shiro. I can help you, at least ease the pain. Please. I'm worried about you. About my friend. Her words caught me off guard. I turned to look at her, the concern in her golden eyes unmistakable. Really? I asked hesitantly, unsure if I could believe her. Instead of answering, Konako leaned forward and hugged me. I froze, completely unused to such a gesture of kindness. When she finally pulled away, she gave me a small, reassuring smile. See, can I tell you some other time? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. Konako sighed, but the girls in class were all watching us, their faces lighting up with amused smiles. Ow, that stings. I complained as Konako carefully cleaned one of my cuts. Well, suck it up, you big baby, she retorted, her tone flat but her words sharp. But I don't like bandages. I whined, shifting uncomfortably. I can't punch people properly with them on. Without missing a beat, Konako flicked my forehead again. You shouldn't be punching people anyway, she said sternly. Unless you absolutely have to. But I like causing trouble, I shot back, grinning mischievously. She sighed, exasperated. I've noticed. From behind us, the teacher chuckled, clearly entertained by our back and forth. So, Konako began, her tone shifting to something more serious, what did my so-called fan club want with you? Oh, and nothing, I stammered, suddenly avoiding her gaze. Her eyes narrowed as she leaned closer. Shiro. Truth. Now. I sighed, knowing there was no way out of this. It's nothing, really. They just, sorta tried to beat me up. Her expression darkened with anger, but then something dawned on her. Wait, she said, narrowing her eyes, tried. I grinned, a little proud of myself. Oh, yeah. They were so slow. I dodged the first 2 punches, kicked one into another, and as they fell, I got behind the other 2 and pushed them into the pile. She stared at me for a moment, her face unreadable, before shaking her head. You're more trouble than you're worth. I ain't worth much anyway, I replied with a shrug. Her fingers flicked my forehead again, making me flinch. It was supposed to be a joke, idiot, she said, her voice carrying a faint hint of amusement. I tilted my head, confused. Really? Konako's POV, I had just received a text from Rias asking me to come to the club room. When I arrived, she was already there, seated gracefully at her desk. Good, Konako, you're here, Rias said, looking up from some papers. There's someone I'd like you to keep an eye on, the new transfer student from America, Shiro. My eyes widened slightly at her words. I've noticed you've taken an interest in him, she continued. I'm not sure if he's someone we can trust or if he might even have the potential to become a peerage member. For now, my focus is on training Issei, but... She paused, her crimson eyes darkening with thought. There's something about him, something deep, something powerful. I don't know what it is, but I need you to find out. I nodded. I understand. I'll keep an eye on him and see what I can uncover. I clenched my fists briefly, conflicted. Shiro was my friend, or at least, that's how I saw him. But even so, it was our responsibility to ensure he wasn't a threat. Shiro's POV, as I walked through the park, I couldn't help but notice that Konako was following me. Her stealth wasn't bad, but I was starting to get used to her presence. I stopped at the fountain where Issei had been killed, letting the faint trickle of water fill the silence. Then I felt it, a darker, more sinister aura heading straight for me. Moments later, a man wearing a hat stepped into view. His aura practically screamed danger, and my instincts kicked in. I used Observe to assess him. Observe activated: name, Donaseek, gender, male, race, fallen angel, title, none, fame, none, level, 30 strength, 25 endurance, 25 agility, 25 intelligence, 25 wisdom, 25 luck, 10. The man's lips curled into a predatory smirk as he locked eyes with me. Looks like I've found my prey, Donaseek said, his voice dripping with malice. I clenched my fists, readying myself. This wasn't going to be easy. As the enemy spread his wings, he hurled a light spear straight at me with deadly precision. Without hesitation, I summoned my sword, its blade gleaming in the dim light. I could hear the sound of footsteps behind me but couldn't afford to look. With a swift slash, I shattered the light spear into a cascade of glowing fragments, scattering in all directions like falling stars. I dismissed my sword momentarily, conjuring a burst of flames that roared from my hands. The flames surged toward him, and his expression twisted in surprise. He couldn't react in time, and the fire engulfed him. With a pained cry, he fell to the ground, motionless. Knowing what I had to do, I resummoned my sword. Walking over to his fallen form, I aimed for his heart. One clean strike was all it took to end his suffering. The sword pierced through, and with a final exhale, it was over. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath as I dismissed my weapon again. But when I turned around, I froze. Konako. I stammered, my voice cracking as I caught sight of her. She was standing there, her wide eyes locked on me. Shock and anger painted her face, creating a storm of emotions I wasn't ready to deal with. Shiro, she said, her voice low and laced with frustration. Oh. Shock and anger, definitely not a great combo, especially coming from a girl like Konako. Bye. I blurted out, panic overtaking my senses as I spun on my heel and bolted. Shiro, she shouted, her voice full of both anger and confusion as she sprinted after me. Fuck. I yelled, my voice trailing off as I ran for my life. I ducked into a dark alley, leaning against the wall to catch my breath. My heart pounded in my chest as I scanned the shadows. Hopefully, I'd lost her. Spotting a nearby bench, I slumped onto it, letting out a relieved sigh. A tap on my shoulder made me nearly jump out of my skin. Whipping around, I saw Konako standing there, arms crossed, her expression a mix of irritation and concern. How does she do that? I thought, panicking internally. Konako. Before I could react, she stepped closer, pinning me against the wall with her hands on either side of me. Her glare was enough to make me shrink under her gaze. Shiro, she said, her voice low but firm, do you know about the supernatural? I swallowed hard and nodded. Why yes, I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. Her eyes softened just a little, and she released me, gesturing toward the bench. Come on. Sit. I hesitated for a moment but obeyed, sitting beside her. She took a deep breath before speaking again. I'm sorry for getting mad earlier, she began, her tone calmer now. But you had me worried. You killed a fallen angel right in front of me like it was nothing. I am sorry, I mumbled, staring at the ground. Konako shook her head. That's not it, Shiro. Why are you always so scared when you think you're in trouble? You act like you're afraid someone's going to hurt you. Her words hit me harder than I expected, and I looked away, unable to meet her gaze. She reached out and gently took my hand, her touch soft but firm. I know what you're thinking, she said, her voice quieter now. That I can't help you. But I can. I'm a devil, Shiro. I can help you, at least ease the pain. Please. I'm worried about you. About my friend. Her words caught me off guard. I turned to look at her, the concern in her golden eyes unmistakable. Ah really? I asked hesitantly, unsure if I could believe her. Instead of answering, Konako leaned forward and hugged me. I froze, completely unused to such a gesture of kindness. When she finally pulled away, she gave me a small, reassuring smile. See, can I tell you some other time? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. Konako sighed, but the girls in class were all watching us, their faces lighting up with amused smiles. Ow, that stings. I complained as Konako carefully cleaned one of my cuts. Well, suck it up, you big baby, she retorted, her tone flat but her words sharp. But I don't like bandages. I whined, shifting uncomfortably. I can't punch people properly with them on. Without missing a beat, Konako flicked my forehead again. You shouldn't be punching people anyway, she said sternly. Unless you absolutely have to. But I like causing trouble, I shot back, grinning mischievously. She sighed, exasperated. I've noticed. From behind us, the teacher chuckled, clearly entertained by our back and forth. So, Konako began, her tone shifting to something more serious, what did my so-called fan club want with you? Oh, and nothing, I stammered, suddenly avoiding her gaze. Her eyes narrowed as she leaned closer. Shiro. Truth. Now. I sighed, knowing there was no way out of this. It's nothing, really. They just, sorta tried to beat me up. Her expression darkened with anger, but then something dawned on her. Wait, she said, narrowing her eyes, tried. I grinned, a little proud of myself. Oh, yeah. They were so slow. I dodged the first two punches, kicked one into another, and as they fell, I got behind the other two and pushed them into the pile. She stared at me for a moment, her face unreadable, before shaking her head. You're more trouble than you're worth. I ain't worth much anyway, I replied with a shrug. Her fingers flicked my forehead again, making me flinch. It was supposed to be a joke, idiot, she said, her voice carrying a faint hint of amusement. I tilted my head, confused. Really? Konako's POV, I had just received a text from Rias asking me to come to the club room. When I arrived, she was already there, seated gracefully at her desk. Good, Konako, you're here, Rias said, looking up from some papers. There's someone I'd like you to keep an eye on, the new transfer student from America, Shiro. My eyes widened slightly at her words. I've noticed you've taken an interest in him, she continued. I'm not sure if he's someone we can trust or if he might even have the potential to become a peerage member. For now, my focus is on training Issei, but... She paused, her crimson eyes darkening with thought. There's something about him, something deep, something powerful. I don't know what it is, but I need you to find out. I nodded. I understand. I'll keep an eye on him and see what I can uncover. I clenched my fists briefly, conflicted. Shiro was my friend, or at least, that's how I saw him. But even so, it was our responsibility to ensure he wasn't a threat. Shiro's POV, as I walked through the park, I couldn't help but notice that Konako was following me. Her stealth wasn't bad, but I was starting to get used to her presence. I stopped at the fountain where Issei had been killed, letting the faint trickle of water fill the silence. Then I felt it, a darker, more sinister aura heading straight for me. Moments later, a man wearing a hat stepped into view. His aura practically screamed danger, and my instincts kicked in. I used Observe to assess him. Observe activated: name, Donaseek, gender, male, race, fallen angel, title, none, fame, none, level, 30 strength, 25 endurance, 25 agility, 25 intelligence, 25 wisdom, 25 luck, 10. The man's lips curled into a predatory smirk as he locked eyes with me. Looks like I've found my prey, Donaseek said, his voice dripping with malice. I clenched my fists, readying myself. This wasn't going to be easy. As the enemy spread his wings, he hurled a light spear straight at me with deadly precision. Without hesitation, I summoned my sword, its blade gleaming in the dim light. I could hear the sound of footsteps behind me but couldn't afford to look. With a swift slash, I shattered the light spear into a cascade of glowing fragments, scattering in all directions like falling stars. I dismissed my sword momentarily, conjuring a burst of flames that roared from my hands. The flames surged toward him, and his expression twisted in surprise. He couldn't react in time, and the fire engulfed him. With a pained cry, he fell to the ground, motionless. Knowing what I had to do, I resummoned my sword. Walking over to his fallen form, I aimed for his heart. One clean strike was all it took to end his suffering. The sword pierced through, and with a final exhale, it was over. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath as I dismissed my weapon again. But when I turned around, I froze. Konako. I stammered, my voice cracking as I caught sight of her. She was standing there, her wide eyes locked on me. Shock and anger painted her face, creating a storm of emotions I wasn't ready to deal with. Shiro, she said, her voice low and laced with frustration. Oh. Shock and anger definitely not a great combo, especially coming from a girl like Konako. Bye. I blurted out, panic overtaking my senses as I spun on my heel and bolted. Shiro, she shouted, her voice full of both anger and confusion as she sprinted after me. Phew. I yelled, my voice trailing off as I ran for my life. I ducked into a dark alley, leaning against the wall to catch my breath. My heart pounded in my chest as I scanned the shadows. Hopefully, I'd lost her. Spotting a nearby bench, I slumped onto it, letting out a relieved sigh. A tap on my shoulder made me nearly jump out of my skin. Whipping around, I saw Konako standing there, arms crossed, her expression a mix of irritation and concern. How does she do that? I thought, panicking internally. Konako. Before I could react, she stepped closer, pinning me against the wall with her hands on either side of me. Her glare was enough to make me shrink under her gaze. Shiro, she said, her voice low but firm, do you know about the supernatural? I swallowed hard and nodded. Why yes, I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. Her eyes softened just a little, and she released me, gesturing toward the bench. Come on. Sit. I hesitated for a moment but obeyed, sitting beside her. She took a deep breath before speaking again. I'm sorry for getting mad earlier, she began, her tone calmer now. But you had me worried. You killed a fallen angel right in front of me like it was nothing. I am sorry, I mumbled, staring at the ground. Konako shook her head. That's not it, Shiro. Why are you always so scared when you think you're in trouble? You act like you're afraid someone's going to hurt you. Her words hit me harder than I expected, and I looked away, unable to meet her gaze. She reached out and gently took my hand, her touch soft but firm. I know what you're thinking, she said, her voice quieter now. That I can't help you. But I can. I'm a devil, Shiro. I can help you, at least ease the pain. Please. I'm worried about you. About my friend. Her words caught me off guard. I turned to look at her, the concern in her golden eyes unmistakable. Really? I asked hesitantly, unsure if I could believe her. Instead of answering, Konako leaned forward and hugged me. I froze, completely unused to such a gesture of kindness. When she finally pulled away, she gave me a small, reassuring smile. See, can I tell you some other time? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. Konako sighed, but the girls in class were all watching us, their faces lighting up with amused smiles. Ow, that stings. I complained as Konako carefully cleaned one of my cuts. Well, suck it up, you big baby, she retorted, her tone flat but her words sharp. But I don't like bandages. I whined, shifting uncomfortably. I can't punch people properly with them on. Without missing a beat, Konako flicked my forehead again. You shouldn't be punching people anyway, she said sternly. Unless you absolutely have to. But I like causing trouble, I shot back, grinning mischievously. She sighed, exasperated. I've noticed. From behind us, the teacher chuckled, clearly entertained by our back and forth. So, Konako began, her tone shifting to something more serious, what did my so-called fan club want with you? Oh, and nothing, I stammered, suddenly avoiding her gaze. Her eyes narrowed as she leaned closer. Shiro. Truth. Now. I sighed, knowing there was no way out of this. It's nothing, really. They just, sorta tried to beat me up. Her expression darkened with anger, but then something dawned on her. Wait, she said, narrowing her eyes, tried. I grinned, a little proud of myself. Oh, yeah. They were so slow. I dodged the first two punches, kicked one into another, and as they fell, I got behind the other two and pushed them into the pile. She stared at me for a moment, her face unreadable, before shaking her head. You're more trouble than you're worth. I ain't worth much anyway, I replied with a shrug. Her fingers flicked my forehead again, making me flinch. It was supposed to be a joke, idiot, she said, her voice carrying a faint hint of amusement. I tilted my head, confused. Really? Konako's POV, I had just received a text from Rias asking me to come to the club room. When I arrived, she was already there, seated gracefully at her desk. Good, Konako, you're here, Rias said, looking up from some papers. There's someone I'd like you to keep an eye on, the new transfer student from America, Shiro. My eyes widened slightly at her words. I've noticed you've taken an interest in him, she continued. I'm not sure if he's someone we can trust or if he might even have the potential to become a peerage member. For now, my focus is on training Issei, but... She paused, her crimson eyes darkening with thought. There's something about him, something deep, something powerful. I don't know what it is, but I need you to find out. I nodded. I understand. I'll keep an eye on him and see what I can uncover. I clenched my fists briefly, conflicted. Shiro was my friend, or at least, that's how I saw him. But even so, it was our responsibility to ensure he wasn't a threat. Shiro's POV, as I walked through the park, I couldn't help but notice that Konako was following me. Her stealth wasn't bad, but I was starting to get used to her presence. I stopped at the fountain where Issei had been killed, letting the faint trickle of water fill the silence. Then I felt it a darker, more sinister aura heading straight for me. Moments later, a man wearing a hat stepped into view. His aura practically screamed danger, and my instincts kicked in. I used Observe to assess him. Observe activated name, Donaseek gender, male race, fallen angel title, none fame, none level, 30 strength, 25 endurance, 25 agility, 25 intelligence, 25 wisdom, 25 luck, 10. The man's lips curled into a predatory smirk as he locked eyes with me. Looks like I've found my prey, Donaseek said, his voice dripping with malice. I clenched my fists, readying myself. This wasn't going to be easy. As the enemy spread his wings, he hurled a light spear straight at me with deadly precision. Without hesitation, I summoned my sword, its blade gleaming in the dim light. I could hear the sound of footsteps behind me but couldn't afford to look. With a swift slash, I shattered the light spear into a cascade of glowing fragments, scattering in all directions like falling stars. I dismissed my sword momentarily, conjuring a burst of flames that roared from my hands. The flames surged toward him, and his expression twisted in surprise. He couldn't react in time, and the fire engulfed him. With a pained cry, he fell to the ground, motionless. Knowing what I had to do, I resummoned my sword. Walking over to his fallen form, I aimed for his heart. One clean strike was all it took to end his suffering. The sword pierced through, and with a final exhale, it was over. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath as I dismissed my weapon again. But when I turned around, I froze. Konako. I stammered, my voice cracking as I caught sight of her. She was standing there, her wide eyes locked on me. Shock and anger painted her face, creating a storm of emotions I wasn't ready to deal with. Shiro, she said, her voice low and laced with frustration. Oh. Shock and anger definitely not a great combo, especially coming from a girl like Konako. Bye. I blurted out, panic overtaking my senses as I spun on my heel and bolted. Shiro, she shouted, her voice full of both anger and confusion as she sprinted after me. Fuck. I yelled, my voice trailing off as I ran for my life. I ducked into a dark alley, leaning against the wall to catch my breath. My heart pounded in my chest as I scanned the shadows. Hopefully, I'd lost her. Spotting a nearby bench, I slumped onto it, letting out a relieved sigh. A tap on my shoulder made me nearly jump out of my skin. Whipping around, I saw Konako standing there, arms crossed, her expression a mix of irritation and concern. How does she do that? I thought, panicking internally. Konako. Before I could react, she stepped closer, pinning me against the wall with her hands on either side of me. Her glare was enough to make me shrink under her gaze. Shiro, she said, her voice low but firm, do you know about the supernatural? I swallowed hard and nodded. Why yes, I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. Her eyes softened just a little, and she released me, gesturing toward the bench. Come on. Sit. I hesitated for a moment but obeyed, sitting beside her. She took a deep breath before speaking again. I'm sorry for getting mad earlier, she began, her tone calmer now. But you had me worried. You killed a fallen angel right in front of me like it was nothing. I am sorry, I mumbled, staring at the ground. Konako shook her head. That's not it, Shiro. Why are you always so scared when you think you're in trouble? You act like you're afraid someone's going to hurt you. Her words hit me harder than I expected, and I looked away, unable to meet her gaze. She reached out and gently took my hand, her touch soft but firm. I know what you're thinking, she said, her voice quieter now. That I can't help you. But I can. I'm a devil, Shiro. I can help you, at least ease the pain. Please. I'm worried about you. About my friend. Her words caught me off guard. I turned to look at her, the concern in her golden eyes unmistakable. Really? I asked hesitantly, unsure if I could believe her. Instead of answering, Konako leaned forward and hugged me. I froze, completely unused to such a gesture of kindness. When she finally pulled away, she gave me a small, reassuring smile. See, can I tell you some other time? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. Konako sighed, but the girls in class were all watching us, their faces lighting up with amused smiles. Ow, that stings. I complained as Konako carefully cleaned one of my cuts. Well, suck it up, you big baby, she retorted, her tone flat but her words sharp. But I don't like bandages. I whined, shifting uncomfortably. I can't punch people properly with them on. Without missing a beat, Konako flicked my forehead again. You shouldn't be punching people anyway, she said sternly. Unless you absolutely have to. But I like causing trouble, I shot back, grinning mischievously. She sighed, exasperated. I've noticed. From behind us, the teacher chuckled, clearly entertained by our back and forth. So, Konako began, her tone shifting to something more serious, what did my so-called fan club want with you? Oh, and nothing, I stammered, suddenly avoiding her gaze. Her eyes narrowed as she leaned closer. Shiro. Truth. Now. I sighed, knowing there was no way out of this. It's nothing, really. They just, sorta tried to beat me up. Her expression darkened with anger, but then something dawned on her. Wait, she said, narrowing her eyes, tried. I grinned, a little proud of myself. Oh, yeah. They were so slow. I dodged the first 2 punches, kicked one into another, and as they fell, I got behind the other 2 and pushed them into the pile. She stared at me for a moment, her face unreadable, before shaking her head. You're more trouble than you're worth. I ain't worth much anyway, I replied with a shrug. Her fingers flicked my forehead again, making me flinch. It was supposed to be a joke, idiot, she said, her voice carrying a faint hint of amusement. I tilted my head, confused. Really? Konako's POV, I had just received a text from Rias asking me to come to the club room. When I arrived, she was already there, seated gracefully at her desk. Good, Konako, you're here, Rias said, looking up from some papers. There's someone I'd like you to keep an eye on, the new transfer student from America, Shiro. My eyes widened slightly at her words. I've noticed you've taken an interest in him, she continued. I'm not sure if he's someone we can trust or if he might even have the potential to become a peerage member. For now, my focus is on training Issei, but... She paused, her crimson eyes darkening with thought. There's something about him, something deep, something powerful. I don't know what it is, but I need you to find out. I nodded. I understand. I'll keep an eye on him and see what I can uncover. I clenched my fists briefly, conflicted. Shiro was my friend, or at least, that's how I saw him. But even so, it was our responsibility to ensure he wasn't a threat. Shiro's POV, as I walked through the park, I couldn't help but notice that Konako was following me. Her stealth wasn't bad, but I was starting to get used to her presence. I stopped at the fountain where Issei had been killed, letting the faint trickle of water fill the silence. Then I felt it, a darker, more sinister aura heading straight for me. Moments later, a man wearing a hat stepped into view. His aura practically screamed danger, and my instincts kicked in. I used Observe to assess him. Observe activated: name, Donaseek, gender, male, race, fallen angel, title, none, fame, none, level, 30 strength, 25 endurance, 25 agility, 25 intelligence, 25 wisdom, 25 luck, 10. The man's lips curled into a predatory smirk as he locked eyes with me. Looks like I've found my prey, Donaseek said, his voice dripping with malice. I clenched my fists, readying myself. This wasn't going to be easy. As the enemy spread his wings, he hurled a light spear straight at me with deadly precision. Without hesitation, I summoned my sword, its blade gleaming in the dim light. I could hear the sound of footsteps behind me but couldn't afford to look. With a swift slash, I shattered the light spear into a cascade of glowing fragments, scattering in all directions like falling stars. I dismissed my sword momentarily, conjuring a burst of flames that roared from my hands. The flames surged toward him, and his expression twisted in surprise. He couldn't react in time, and the fire engulfed him. With a pained cry, he fell to the ground, motionless. Knowing what I had to do, I resummoned my sword. Walking over to his fallen form, I aimed for his heart. One clean strike was all it took to end his suffering. The sword pierced through, and with a final exhale, it was over. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath as I dismissed my weapon again. But when I turned around, I froze. Konako. I stammered, my voice cracking as I caught sight of her. She was standing there, her wide eyes locked on me. Shock and anger painted her face, creating a storm of emotions I wasn't ready to deal with. Shiro, she said, her voice low and laced with frustration. Oh. Shock and anger, definitely not a great combo, especially coming from a girl like Konako. Bye. I blurted out, panic overtaking my senses as I spun on my heel and bolted. Shiro, she shouted, her voice full of both anger and confusion as she sprinted after me. Phew. I yelled, my voice trailing off as I ran for my life. I ducked into a dark alley, leaning against the wall to catch my breath. My heart pounded in my chest as I scanned the shadows. Hopefully, I'd lost her. Spotting a nearby bench, I slumped onto it, letting out a relieved sigh. A tap on my shoulder made me nearly jump out of my skin. Whipping around, I saw Konako standing there, arms crossed, her expression a mix of irritation and concern. How does she do that? I thought, panicking internally. Konako. Before I could react, she stepped closer, pinning me against the wall with her hands on either side of me. Her glare was enough to make me shrink under her gaze. Shiro, she said, her voice low but firm, do you know about the supernatural? I swallowed hard and nodded. Why yes, I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. Her eyes softened just a little, and she released me, gesturing toward the bench. Come on. Sit. I hesitated for a moment but obeyed, sitting beside her. She took a deep breath before speaking again. I'm sorry for getting mad earlier, she began, her tone calmer now. But you had me worried. You killed a fallen angel right in front of me like it was nothing. I am sorry, I mumbled, staring at the ground. Konako shook her head. That's not it, Shiro. Why are you always so scared when you think you're in trouble? You act like you're afraid someone's going to hurt you. Her words hit me harder than I expected, and I looked away, unable to meet her gaze. She reached out and gently took my hand, her touch soft but firm. I know what you're thinking, she said, her voice quieter now. That I can't help you. But I can. I'm a devil, Shiro. I can help you, at least ease the pain. Please. I'm worried about you. About my friend. Her words caught me off guard. I turned to look at her, the concern in her golden eyes unmistakable. Ah really? I asked hesitantly, unsure if I could believe her. Instead of answering, Konako leaned forward and hugged me. I froze, completely unused to such a gesture of kindness. When she finally pulled away, she gave me a small, reassuring smile. See, can I tell you some other time? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. Konako sighed, but the girls in class were all watching us, their faces lighting up with amused smiles. Ow, that stings. I complained as Konako carefully cleaned one of my cuts. Well, suck it up, you big baby, she retorted, her tone flat but her words sharp. But I don't like bandages. I whined, shifting uncomfortably. I can't punch people properly with them on. Without missing a beat, Konako flicked my forehead again. You shouldn't be punching people anyway, she said sternly. Unless you absolutely have to. But I like causing trouble, I shot back, grinning mischievously. She sighed, exasperated. I've noticed. From behind us, the teacher chuckled, clearly entertained by our back and forth. So, Konako began, her tone shifting to something more serious, what did my so-called fan club want with you? Oh, and nothing, I stammered, suddenly avoiding her gaze. Her eyes narrowed as she leaned closer. Shiro. Truth. Now. I sighed, knowing there was no way out of this. It's nothing, really. They just, sorta tried to beat me up. Her expression darkened with anger, but then something dawned on her. Wait, she said, narrowing her eyes, tried. I grinned, a little proud of myself. Oh, yeah. They were so slow. I dodged the first two punches, kicked one into another, and as they fell, I got behind the other two and pushed them into the pile. She stared at me for a moment, her face unreadable, before shaking her head. You're more trouble than you're worth. I ain't worth much anyway, I replied with a shrug. Her fingers flicked my forehead again, making me flinch. It was supposed to be a joke, idiot, she said, her voice carrying a faint hint of amusement. I tilted my head, confused. Really? Konako's POV, I had just received a text from Rias asking me to come to the club room. When I arrived, she was already there, seated gracefully at her desk. Good, Konako, you're here, Rias said, looking up from some papers. There's someone I'd like you to keep an eye on, the new transfer student from America, Shiro. My eyes widened slightly at her words. I've noticed you've taken an interest in him, she continued. I'm not sure if he's someone we can trust or if he might even have the potential to become a peerage member. For now, my focus is on training Issei, but... She paused, her crimson eyes darkening with thought. There's something about him, something deep, something powerful. I don't know what it is, but I need you to find out. I nodded. I understand. I'll keep an eye on him and see what I can uncover. I clenched my fists briefly, conflicted. Shiro was my friend, or at least, that's how I saw him. But even so, it was our responsibility to ensure he wasn't a threat. Shiro's POV, as I walked through the park, I couldn't help but notice that Konako was following me. Her stealth wasn't bad, but I was starting to get used to her presence. I stopped at the fountain where Issei had been killed, letting the faint trickle of water fill the silence. Then I felt it, a darker, more sinister aura heading straight for me. Moments later, a man wearing a hat stepped into view. His aura practically screamed danger, and my instincts kicked in. I used Observe to assess him. Observe activated: name, Donaseek, gender, male, race, fallen angel, title, none, fame, none, level, 30 strength, 25 endurance, 25 agility, 25 intelligence, 25 wisdom, 25 luck, 10. The man's lips curled into a predatory smirk as he locked eyes with me. Looks like I've found my prey, Donaseek said, his voice dripping with malice. I clenched my fists, readying myself. This wasn't going to be easy. As the enemy spread his wings, he hurled a light spear straight at me with deadly precision. Without hesitation, I summoned my sword, its blade gleaming in the dim light. I could hear the sound of footsteps behind me but couldn't afford to look. With a swift slash, I shattered the light spear into a cascade of glowing fragments, scattering in all directions like falling stars. I dismissed my sword momentarily, conjuring a burst of flames that roared from my hands. The flames surged toward him, and his expression twisted in surprise. He couldn't react in time, and the fire engulfed him. With a pained cry, he fell to the ground, motionless. Knowing what I had to do, I resummoned my sword. Walking over to his fallen form, I aimed for his heart. One clean strike was all it took to end his suffering. The sword pierced through, and with a final exhale, it was over. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath as I dismissed my weapon again. But when I turned around, I froze. Konako. I stammered, my voice cracking as I caught sight of her. She was standing there, her wide eyes locked on me. Shock and anger painted her face, creating a storm of emotions I wasn't ready to deal with. Shiro, she said, her voice low and laced with frustration. Oh. Shock and anger, definitely not a great combo, especially coming from a girl like Konako. Bye. I blurted out, panic overtaking my senses as I spun on my heel and bolted. Shiro, she shouted, her voice full of both anger and confusion as she sprinted after me. Fuck. I yelled, my voice trailing off as I ran for my life. I ducked into a dark alley, leaning against the wall to catch my breath. My heart pounded in my chest as I scanned the shadows. Hopefully, I'd lost her. Spotting a nearby bench, I slumped onto it, letting out a relieved sigh. A tap on my shoulder made me nearly jump out of my skin. Whipping around, I saw Konako standing there, arms crossed, her expression a mix of irritation and concern. How does she do that? I thought, panicking internally. Konako. Before I could react, she stepped closer, pinning me against the wall with her hands on either side of me. Her glare was enough to make me shrink under her gaze. Shiro, she said, her voice low but firm, do you know about the supernatural? I swallowed hard and nodded. Why yes, I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. Her eyes softened just a little, and she released me, gesturing toward the bench. Come on. Sit. I hesitated for a moment but obeyed, sitting beside her. She took a deep breath before speaking again. I'm sorry for getting mad earlier, she began, her tone calmer now. But you had me worried. You killed a fallen angel right in front of me like it was nothing. I am sorry, I mumbled, staring at the ground. Konako shook her head. That's not it, Shiro. Why are you always so scared when you think you're in trouble? You act like you're afraid someone's going to hurt you. Her words hit me harder than I expected, and I looked away, unable to meet her gaze. She reached out and gently took my hand, her touch soft but firm. I know what you're thinking, she said, her voice quieter now. That I can't help you. But I can. I'm a devil, Shiro. I can help you, at least ease the pain. Please. I'm worried about you. About my friend. Her words caught me off guard. I turned to look at her, the concern in her golden eyes unmistakable. Really? I asked hesitantly, unsure if I could believe her. Instead of answering, Konako leaned forward and hugged me. I froze, completely unused to such a gesture of kindness. When she finally pulled away, she gave me a small, reassuring smile. See, can I tell you some other time? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. Konako sighed, but the girls in class were all watching us, their faces lighting up with amused smiles. Ow, that stings. I complained as Konako carefully cleaned one of my cuts. Well, suck it up, you big baby, she retorted, her tone flat but her words sharp. But I don't like bandages. I whined, shifting uncomfortably. I can't punch people properly with them on. Without missing a beat, Konako flicked my forehead again. You shouldn't be punching people anyway, she said sternly. Unless you absolutely have to. But I like causing trouble, I shot back, grinning mischievously. She sighed, exasperated. I've noticed. From behind us, the teacher chuckled, clearly entertained by our back and forth. So, Konako began, her tone shifting to something more serious, what did my so-called fan club want with you? Oh, and nothing, I stammered, suddenly avoiding her gaze. Her eyes narrowed as she leaned closer. Shiro. Truth. Now. I sighed, knowing there was no way out of this. It's nothing, really. They just, sorta tried to beat me up. Her expression darkened with anger, but then something dawned on her. Wait, she said, narrowing her eyes, tried. I grinned, a little proud of myself. Oh, yeah. They were so slow. I dodged the first two punches, kicked one into another, and as they fell, I got behind the other two and pushed them into the pile. She stared at me for a moment, her face unreadable, before shaking her head. You're more trouble than you're worth. I ain't worth much anyway, I replied with a shrug. Her fingers flicked my forehead again, making me flinch. It was supposed to be a joke, idiot, she said, her voice carrying a faint hint of amusement. I tilted my head, confused. Really? Konako's POV, I had just received a text from Rias asking me to come to the club room. When I arrived, she was already there, seated gracefully at her desk. Good, Konako, you're here, Rias said, looking up from some papers. There's someone I'd like you to keep an eye on, the new transfer student from America, Shiro. My eyes widened slightly at her words. I've noticed you've taken an interest in him, she continued. I'm not sure if he's someone we can trust or if he might even have the potential to become a peerage member. For now, my focus is on training Issei, but... She paused, her crimson eyes darkening with thought. There's something about him, something deep, something powerful. I don't know what it is, but I need you to find out. I nodded. I understand. I'll keep an eye on him and see what I can uncover. I clenched my fists briefly, conflicted. Shiro was my friend, or at least, that's how I saw him. But even so, it was our responsibility to ensure he wasn't a threat. Shiro's POV, as I walked through the park, I couldn't help but notice that Konako was following me. Her stealth wasn't bad, but I was starting to get used to her presence. I stopped at the fountain where Issei had been killed, letting the faint trickle of water fill the silence. Then I felt it, a darker, more sinister aura heading straight for me. Moments later, a man wearing a hat stepped into view. His aura practically screamed danger, and my instincts kicked in. I used Observe to assess him. Observe activated: name, Dona Seek, gender, male, race, fallen angel, title, none, fame, none, level, 30 strength, 25 endurance, 25 agility, 25 intelligence, 25 wisdom, 25 luck, 10. The man's lips curled into a predatory smirk as he locked eyes with me. Looks like I've found my prey, Dona Seek said, his voice dripping with malice. I clenched my fists, readying myself. This wasn't going to be easy. As the enemy spread his wings, he hurled a light spear straight at me with deadly precision. Without hesitation, I summoned my sword, its blade gleaming in the dim light. I could hear the sound of footsteps behind me but couldn't afford to look. With a swift slash, I shattered the light spear into a cascade of glowing fragments, scattering in all directions like falling stars. I dismissed my sword momentarily, conjuring a burst of flames that roared from my hands. The flames surged toward him, and his expression twisted in surprise. He couldn't react in time, and the fire engulfed him. With a pained cry, he fell to the ground, motionless. Knowing what I had to do, I resummoned my sword. Walking over to his fallen form, I aimed for his heart. One clean strike was all it took to end his suffering. The sword pierced through, and with a final exhale, it was over. I stood there for a moment, catching my breath as I dismissed my weapon again. But when I turned around, I froze. Konako. I stammered, my voice cracking as I caught sight of her. She was standing there, her wide eyes locked on me. Shock and anger painted her face, creating a storm of emotions I wasn't ready to deal with. Shiro, she said, her voice low and laced with frustration. Oh. Shock and anger definitely not a great combo, especially coming from a girl like Konako. Bye. I blurted out, panic overtaking my senses as I spun on my heel and bolted. Shiro, she shouted, her voice full of both anger and confusion as she sprinted after me. Fuck. I yelled, my voice trailing off as I ran for my life. I ducked into a dark alley, leaning against the wall to catch my breath. My heart pounded in my chest as I scanned the shadows. Hopefully, I'd lost her. Spotting a nearby bench, I slumped onto it, letting out a relieved sigh. A tap on my shoulder made me nearly jump out of my skin. Whipping around, I saw Konako standing there, arms crossed, her expression a mix of irritation and concern. How does she do that? I thought, panicking internally. Konako. Before I could react, she stepped closer, pinning me against the wall with her hands on either side of me. Her glare was enough to make me shrink under her gaze. Shiro, she said, her voice low but firm, do you know about the supernatural? I swallowed hard and nodded. Why yes, I admitted, my voice barely above a whisper. Her eyes softened just a little, and she released me, gesturing toward the bench. Come on. Sit. I hesitated for a moment but obeyed, sitting beside her. She took a deep breath before speaking again. I'm sorry for getting mad earlier, she began, her tone calmer now. But you had me worried. You killed a fallen angel right in front of me like it was nothing. I am sorry, I mumbled, staring at the ground. Konako shook her head. That's not it, Shiro. Why are you always so scared when you think you're in trouble? You act like you're afraid someone's going to hurt you. Her words hit me harder than I expected, and I looked away, unable to meet her gaze. She reached out and gently took my hand, her touch soft but firm. I know what you're thinking, she said, her voice quieter now. That I can't help you. But I can. I'm a devil, Shiro. I can help you, at least ease the pain. Please. I'm worried about you. About my friend. Her words caught me off guard. I turned to look at her, the concern in her golden eyes unmistakable. Really? I asked hesitantly, unsure if I could believe her. Instead of answering, Konako leaned forward and hugged me. I froze, completely unused to such a gesture of kindness. When she finally pulled away, she gave me a small, reassuring smile. See, can I tell you some other time? I asked, my voice trembling slightly. Konako sighed but nodded. Fine. But you have to promise me that you will. I swallowed hard and nodded. I promise. Fine. But you have to promise me that you will. I swallowed hard and nodded. I promise. Fine. But you have to promise me that you will. I swallowed hard and nodded. I promise. Fine. But you have to promise me that you will. I swallowed hard and nodded. I promise. Fine. But you have to promise me that you will. I swallowed hard and nodded. I promise. Fine. But you have to promise me that you will. I swallowed hard and nodded. I promise. Fine. But you have to promise me that you will. I swallowed hard and nodded. I promise. Fine. But you have to promise me that you will. I swallowed hard and nodded. I promise. Fine. But you have to promise me that you will. I swallowed hard and nodded. I promise. Konako sighed but nodded. Fine. But you have to promise me that you will. I swallowed hard and nodded. I promise. Chapter 11:10, Vampire Quest. When I woke up, I noticed Konako lying beside me in my bed. My face turned red as the memory of what had happened the day before came rushing back. Quietly, I pulled the blanket over her to keep her warm and slipped out of bed, careful not to wake her. Once I made it to the living room, an idea struck me. I should make her breakfast as a thank you for coming to check on me. Konako's POV. I woke up to the smell of something burning. Alarmed, I sat up and noticed that Shiro wasn't in bed. Following the trail of smoke, I hurried to the kitchen, only to find Shiro coughing as a small cloud of smoke hovered above him. He turned to me sheepishly. How long are you supposed to cook eggs and bacon for? Shiro's POV. I sat on the couch, sulking. Konako had banned me from the kitchen until she finished cleaning up the disaster I'd made. A few minutes later, she walked out, her expression less than amused. Without warning, she flicked me on the forehead. Ow! I whined, rubbing the spot. How have you even been eating if you can't cook? She asked, scanning the room. Her eyes landed on the pile of wrappers scattered across the living room. McDonald's, Wendy's, Taco Bell, instant ramen packets. I scratched my chin, avoiding her gaze. Gotta love Grubhub. I muttered sheepishly. Another flick to the forehead. Ow! I protested again, pouting. Once we finished cleaning up, I flopped onto the couch beside Konako. She turned to me, her gaze steady as she stared directly at me. Shiro, she began, her voice soft but firm, I know you've been through a lot in America. But I want you to understand that I'm here for you. Her words caught me off guard. Really? Even though I'm a disgrace? I said, my voice barely above a whisper. She grabbed my shoulders and made me face her, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. You are not a disgrace, she said, her voice trembling with emotion. A disgrace couldn't have killed a fallen angel like it was nothing. A disgrace wouldn't have fought so hard to survive. A disgrace wouldn't have stolen my heart. I froze, shocked by her words. Her cheeks turned bright red as she realized what she'd just admitted. Before she could say anything else, I hugged her tightly, surprising her this time. Thank you, I murmured, my voice breaking. I needed that. I love you too. She pulled back slightly, her eyes wide. Then, with a soft smile, she leaned in and kissed me on the cheek. My face burned even brighter as she grinned at my reaction. You're not allowed in the kitchen anymore, she teased. But I kind of like almost burning down the house, I replied, smirking. Another flick to the forehead. Ow! I whined for the third time, but this time, we both laughed. I crossed my arms, pouting. That's not fair. Konako gave me a pointed look. Life's not fair. Where did you put my candy stash? I demanded. It's gone, she said firmly, until you eat all of your food. I gasped, utterly betrayed. But I have candy with everything. And that's exactly why it's gone, she shot back. You need to eat properly. You eat a lot of sweets too, I argued, trying to shift the blame. I limit myself to 4 chocolate bars a day. How many do you eat? About 20, but that's beside the point. Her expression didn't budge. No, the point is that you're eating this without sweets. You need a balanced diet. I don't want to be on a diet. I'm not a schoolgirl trying to watch her weight so she doesn't look fat. I protested dramatically. Konako's eyes narrowed at me, a flicker of irritation crossing her face. Then came another flick to my forehead. Ow! I whined, rubbing the spot. Does that apply to me? She asked with an icy edge to her voice. I blinked, realizing my mistake. I didn't know lolis watched their weight. Flick. Ow! I yelped again, wincing as she crossed her arms and smirked triumphantly. I stretched out on the couch, watching Konako doze off nearby. Her peaceful expression brought a small smile to my face. As her breathing evened out, I decided to close my eyes and enter my instant dungeon. When I opened my interface, I noticed there were more options than before. A notification popped up, catching my attention. Quest, defeat the Vampire King rewards, $10,000 3000 EXP 3 random skill books 2 mystery items without hesitation. I hit yes and entered the vampire castle early. The castle was massive, much larger than I had expected. The dark, looming walls cast eerie shadows, and a massive outer wall surrounded the structure. At the center was a gate, which stood wide open. With a deep breath, I stepped through, my sword in hand. No sooner had I entered than I was greeted by the sight of 30 vampires standing before me. They all turned their crimson eyes toward me, their predatory gazes locking on like I was fresh prey. I quickly activated Observe, name, race, vampire HP, 500 MP, 2000/2000 well, crap, I muttered under my breath. They've got some serious magical power. The vampires charged toward me in unison. Not wasting any time, I activated sparks, sending arcs of electricity through the air toward them. With my free hand, I summoned my sword and ignited it with flames. The moment the fiery blade roared to life, the vampires hesitated, their movements faltering. That's when I remembered they were afraid of sunlight, and my flames mimicked its destructive properties. A grin spread across my face. Perfect. I lunged forward, sword blazing, cutting through their ranks. After clearing the area, I collapsed onto one knee, panting heavily. I reached into my inventory and pulled out 3 stamina potions and 2 mana potions, quickly downing them to recover. Before I could fully catch my breath, loud footsteps echoed from deeper within the castle. The ground seemed to tremble with each step. I gripped my sword tightly, the flames reigniting as I prepared myself. From the shadows, something emerged. My eyes widened as I saw it. Chapter 1211, Alucard. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://Marin_Kitawega. The air grew colder as he stepped out of the shadows, a tall, imposing figure with long white hair that had a faint pinkish tint, shimmering faintly in the dim light. His sharp features and piercing gaze gave him an ethereal yet menacing presence. Dressed in a regal robe of dark green and black, adorned with gold accents and a fur-lined collar, he radiated authority and cruelty. The intricate designs of his outfit, coupled with shoulder armor and a decorative belt, hinted at both nobility and readiness for battle. He exuded power, sophistication, and a sense of otherworldly dominance. Who dares enter my castle uninvited? His deep, commanding voice reverberated through the grand hall. His crimson eyes locked onto me, narrowing as he assessed me. So, you're the one who managed to take down all my minions. I stood tall, gripping my sword tightly. Yes. That would be me. He tilted his head slightly, his expression shifting to one of mild amusement. A young one, I see. You show potential, but if you think you can defeat me, you're severely mistaken. You still have much to learn. Without warning, his form dissolved into a swarm of bats, darting toward me. I instinctively unleashed sparks, the crackling arcs of electricity scattering the bats into nothingness. But then, I felt a presence behind me. My name is Alucard. I am the Vampire King, said the imposing figure, finally revealing its name. I whirled around, summoning Observe to learn more about my adversary. Observe, name, Alucard, race, vampire, title, King of all vampires, fame, King of all vampires, level, 75 HP, 20,000/20,000 MP, 39,500/40,000 stamina, 2,000/2,000 strength, 70 endurance, 70 agility, 70 intelligence, 70 wisdom, 70 luck, 40. My heart sank as I read his stats. Are you kidding me right now? Still, I steadied myself and spoke with as much confidence as I could muster. My name is Shiro. I wish for a duel. Alucard raised an eyebrow, clearly intrigued. A duel? Not to kill me. I hesitated for a moment, deciding to be honest. Not really. You don't seem like a bad guy. I just wanted to test my strength. The corner of his mouth twitched, as if he was suppressing a laugh. Son of a... Did my guards even try to speak to you before attacking? No, I said flatly. All I got was hiss and them trying to claw my face off. Alucard groaned, pinching the bridge of his nose. This is the 5th time this has happened. I'll have to discipline them later. Regardless, I accept your duel. He stepped forward, his regal demeanor replaced with one of readiness. Impress me. We assumed our positions, and the fight began. I leapt into the air, aiming to slice him in half. My blade came down with force, only for him to catch it effortlessly with one hand. The impact caused the ground beneath him to crack and form a crater, but he remained unfazed. Alucard glanced at his hand, impressed. You've already impressed me, and we've barely started. I channeled flames into my sword, the intense heat forcing him to release it. Without hesitation, I followed up with sparks, though the attack barely seemed to faze him. Desperate, I used my flames again and rushed at him, slashing furiously. But he dodged each attack with ease, a smile never leaving his face. Then, in a blur of motion, he stopped my blade with just 2 fingers. He looked me in the eye and said, "How about this? You train, get stronger, and come back when you're ready. Because right now, we both know how this will end." I clenched my fists, frustrated but unable to argue. His words stung because they were true. With a deep sigh, I lowered my sword. Fine. But next time, I will be stronger. Alucard's smile widened slightly. I look forward to it, Shiro. With that, I activated instant dungeon escape, vanishing from the castle. When I opened my eyes, I was back in my room. Konako wasn't there anymore, but before I could dwell on it, a notification appeared in front of me. Secret quest completed. Quest, get spared by the Vampire King. Rewards, 5 random skill books, $5,000, 2,000 EXP. I stared at the notification, utterly dumbfounded. Okay, what the hell? As I sat on the couch, Konako walked into the room, her expression calm yet determined. Hey, Konako. Just curious, when are you leaving? I asked, not like I wanted her to leave or anything, but a question that's been on my mind. Never. She answered almost instantly. I blinked, confused. Hi. She crossed her arms, a faint blush dusting her cheeks. You said you loved me, and I love you too. So, I'm staying here with my boyfriend. Her words caught me off guard. Wait, we're boyfriend and girlfriend now. Her gaze lowered slightly as her voice grew quieter. Well, not if you don't want us to be. Hearing the sadness in her tone, I couldn't stop myself from leaning forward and kissing her gently on the cheek before looking away, my face burning. Like I'd ever throw my cute girlfriend out. Her face turned crimson, but her expression quickly shifted as she puffed her cheeks out in annoyance. I'm not a loli. And yet, you have a loli fan club, I teased. Her response came swiftly as her finger flicked me hard on the forehead. Ow. Why do you keep doing that? Rias wants you to meet her peerage, she said, ignoring my complaint. Fine, but I'm not becoming a devil. I know. We walked through the dimly lit halls of the old school building until we reached a set of large double doors. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10+ chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 1312 Meeting with Rias. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10+ chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega Konako pushed them open, and I immediately noticed a group of people waiting inside. Ria sat elegantly on a couch, her demeanor calm and commanding. Beside her was Akeno, who wore a teasing smile, her aura both graceful and dangerous. Kiba stood nearby, his hand resting lightly on the hilt of his sword. Issei, the only one I didn't recognize as a devil right away, looked at me curiously. Rias greeted us warmly. Ah, hello, Shiro. Welcome, Konako. The others turned their attention to us. Rias, who's this? Issei asked, his tone curious but casual. Kiba, on the other hand, seemed more cautious, his stance shifting subtly as he tightened his grip on his sword. Intrigued, I used observe. Observe, name, Kiba Ueto race, reincarnated devil title, Knight of Rias Grammary Sacred Gear, sword birth level, 30 stats, strength, 22 endurance, 22 agility, 40 intelligence, 30 wisdom, 30. At this point nothing surprises me anymore. I let out a small sigh before addressing the group. Hi, I'm Shiro. Rias nodded, her tone calm yet proud. Yes, he's the one I mentioned, the one who killed Done Zeke. Kiba's sharp eyes remained locked on me. I heard you killed him with a sword. I nodded. Yeah, but I caught him off guard by using magic. It wasn't pure skill. Issei's jaw dropped. Wait, you're still human. Last I checked, I replied dryly. Kiba took a step forward, his hand loosening on his sword. I'd like to spar with you sometime. A small smile tugged at my lips. I look forward to it. Akeno's voice broke through, her tone dripping with playful malice. Someone so strong. Her lips curled into a teasing smile as she licked them slightly. The sadistic gleam in her eyes made me tense, and I could feel the blood drain from my face. Just as I was about to back away, Konako stepped in front of me, her arms outstretched in a protective stance. Mine, she said firmly. Kiba blinked, looking genuinely surprised. Well, that's unexpected. Ria smiled faintly, her tone amused. Agreed. It seems Shiro has stolen her heart. Issei smirked, leaning in. Oh, is there love in the air? Before he could finish, Konako's fist slammed into his stomach, cutting him off mid-sentence. Akeno laughed softly. It seems our little Konako is growing up. Konako's cheeks flushed at the comment, but she didn't say a word. Instead, I reached out and gently patted her head, causing her blush to deepen. Her flustered expression brought a small smile to my face. Rias gestured toward the couch, her voice soft yet inviting. Would you like to sit down? Sure, I replied, settling into the plush seat. Akeno leaned forward, her signature teasing smile on full display. Would you like some tea? No, thank you, I said politely. Her eyes sparkled with amusement. How about some hot chocolate? Yes, please, I answered a little too quickly, the excitement clear in my voice. The room fell silent for a beat before everyone broke into smiles, making my face heat up in embarrassment. Akeno's voice turned even more playful. Would you like a candy bar too? Stars practically lit up in my eyes. Yes. Konako's tone was quick and firm. Only one. I slumped slightly, pouting. Konako, you're no fun. A short while later, I was sitting with Rias, engaged in conversation. Her demeanor remained calm yet perceptive, her crimson eyes watching me closely. I understand that you don't wish to become a devil, she said, her tone respectful. I'll honor your decision. However, if you ever encounter anyone from the supernatural world, please inform me immediately. It could be dangerous. I nodded. I will. Thank you for understanding. A faint smile curved her lips, and I could swear there was a teasing undertone in her voice as she added, feel free to stay here anytime with your girlfriend. Later, I was sitting alone, sorting through my inventory. The translucent menu hovered before me as I reviewed the items I had accumulated. Inventory, 27 minor health potions, 27 minor MP potions, 27 minor stamina potions, 13 large health potions, 13 large MP potions, 13 large stamina potions, 3 Class B katanas, 7 Class A gauntlets, 6 Class C bows, 1 ring of skeletons, 1 ring of bats, 147 normal arrows, 1 pair of dual short swords. Curious, I took out the ring of skeletons and focused on it, activating my observe skill. Observe, ring of skeletons effect, summons up to 20 skeletons. Recharge time, 5 minutes. Additional effect, does not drain the wearer's magic power. Summoned skeletons are a quarter as strong as the wearer. Bonus, increases the wearer's health by 100. Class, Legendary. The ring was crafted from polished silver, with a striking skeleton head as its centerpiece. 2 yellow gems served as the skeleton's eyes, and an orange gem rested in its mouth. I slipped it onto the index finger of my left hand, noting how perfectly it fit. Next, I retrieved the ring of bats and used observe on it. Observe, ring of bats effect, summons a swarm of bats. Recharge time, 5 minutes. Additional effect, the summoned bats are a quarter as strong as the wearer. Bonus, increases the wearer's health by 100. This ring was similarly crafted from silver but bore a blood-red gem in its center, surrounded by intricate, unreadable inscriptions. It exuded an aura of mystery and power. I slid it onto the index finger of my right hand, where it settled comfortably. Admiring the craftsmanship of both rings, I flexed my fingers. These weren't just accessories, they were tools of power. And with them, I felt one step closer to the strength to live in this world. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://Marin_Kitawega chapter 1413, Holy Maiden. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://Marin_Kitawega. I turned to Rias, curiosity sparking a question. Hey, Rias senpai. Rias, mid-sip of water, choked in surprise. Akeno immediately broke into giggles, Kiba fought to stifle his laughter, and Issei bit his lip to hold back a snicker. Konako, as always, remained completely unbothered. Rias cleared her throat, giving me an exasperated look. What is it, Shiro? Also, please don't call me that. That's just an anime thing. Oh, I know, I replied with a smirk. I just wanted to see your reaction. Rias sighed and shook her head. You're unbelievable. So, what did you need? I was wondering if you had any magic books lying around that you don't need. If so, could I buy them off you? Rias raised an eyebrow but smiled. I do have a few, but there's no need for payment. Are you sure? I don't mind paying, I offered. She waved the idea off. I'm sure. Rising from her seat, Rias walked to the bookshelf behind her, scanning its contents. After a moment, she pulled down 3 books and handed them to me. Thank you, Rias, I said sincerely. It's no problem, she replied, taking her seat again. I looked at the titles, excitement bubbling up as I read them: Icicle Lance, Chain Lightning, and Metal Control. These weren't just basic spells, they were advanced magic. Akeno leaned in close to Rias and whispered something I couldn't quite catch. Whatever she said made Rias's eyes widen slightly, and my curiosity was piqued. I used Observe on Akeno. Observe, name, Akeno Heimjima race, Devil/Fallen Angel gender, female fame, Queen of Rias Grammary title, Lightning Priestess Shrine Maiden Sacred Gear, None HP, 1350/1350 MP, 1500/1500 Stamina, 800/800 Strength, 45 Endurance, 45 Agility, 45 Intelligence, 40 Wisdom, 40 Luck, 20 Unsurprising, but impressive stats nonetheless. Just then, a notification popped up. Observe has leveled up. 37/100. I didn't pay much attention to it and instead returned to my inventory to continue where I had left off. Inventory, 147 arrows, 89 vampire fangs, 237 black dragon scales, 367 dragon bones, 110 dragon teeth. Before I could dive deeper into my inventory, Rias interrupted. I've just received information about a stray devil hiding out in a warehouse, she announced, her tone calm but serious. Shiro, would you like to join us? Sure, I replied without hesitation. We arrived at the warehouse, the air heavy with an ominous presence. Rias led the group inside, her commanding aura keeping everyone focused. Issei, stay behind me, she instructed. Watch carefully and learn. You're not ready to fight yet. Issei nodded, falling in line behind her. Meanwhile, I wandered off a little, my curiosity getting the better of me. The dimly lit warehouse echoed with faint shuffling sounds, putting me on edge. I returned to the group just as the stray devil appeared, strutting forward with an unsettling smirk. She was tall, with twisted features that barely resembled her former human self. Despite her grotesque appearance, she rubbed her chest seductively as she addressed Rias. I glanced away, thoroughly uncomfortable, but the stray's eyes landed on me, and her grin widened. Oh, what's this? A shy one? Her voice was sickly sweet, laced with mockery. Don't worry, little boy. I'll make you into a real man. My face heated up instantly as I turned away, blushing furiously. Akeno giggled softly behind me. My, Shiro. You're too innocent for this. I gritted my teeth, trying to focus. This is going to be a long mission. I heard the unmistakable sound of a brutal beatdown. Turning around, I saw Konako absolutely pummeling the stray devil with relentless fury. Her small fists struck with a force that belied her petite frame, each punch emphasizing her anger. Don't punch, mess, punch with punch, my punch boyfriend. With one final uppercut, the stray devil was sent sprawling, only for Akeno to step in, her signature sadistic smile in place. A crackle of lightning danced around her fingers before she unleashed a bolt of electricity, leaving the stray battered and twitching. Rias stepped forward, her gaze cold and commanding. Anything to say before your end? The stray devil coughed and spat blood, her voice hoarse. Kill me. Rias's expression didn't change as she extended her hand. Wish granted. With a burst of crimson energy, her destruction magic consumed the stray, leaving nothing behind. Konako walked over to me, her usual stoic expression softening. She got on her tiptoes and patted my head, catching me completely off guard. Good boy, she said simply. I blinked in confusion, unsure of how to respond. Konako noticed my expression and elaborated. You looked away when she, well, you know, she explained, a faint blush dusting her cheeks. Unlike a certain perv over there. I glanced at Issei, who was desperately trying to hide his disappointment at missing the action. On the way back to my house, I turned to Konako. So, should you bring your stuff here or what? I'll do that Monday, she replied. Want me to help? I offered. You know you'll miss school, she said, narrowing her eyes slightly. That's the point, I teased with a grin. She flicked my forehead. No skipping. Ow, I whined, rubbing the spot as she smirked. It was Sunday, and I was walking through the park, enjoying the calm atmosphere. Suddenly, I heard a startled cry. AHH. I turned in time to catch sight of a girl tumbling to the ground, her skirt flipping up slightly. I averted my gaze immediately, catching a glimpse of blue and white striped panties before I focused on the ground instead. The girl scrambled to her feet, covering herself with an embarrassed flush. She had long blonde hair, bright green eyes, and a childlike innocence to her expression. Curious, I used observe on her. Observe, name, Asia Argento gender, female age, 16 title, Holy Maiden fame, ex-Holy Maiden sacred gear, Twilight healing level, 15 HP, 350/350 MP, 2000/2000 stamina, 400/400 strength, 10 endurance, 10 agility, 10 intelligence, 20 wisdom, 20 luck, 15. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://Marin_Kitawega chapter 1514, Asia Argento. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://Marin_Kitawega. Observe, name, Asia Argento gender, female age, 16 title, Holy Maiden fame, ex-Holy Maiden sacred gear, Twilight healing level, 15 HP, 350/350 MP, 2000/2000 stamina, 400/400 strength, 10 endurance, 10 agility, 10 intelligence, 20 wisdom, 20 luck, 15. I extended a hand to help her up. She hesitated for a moment before taking it, her grip soft yet warm. Thank you very much, she said, her voice gentle and sincere. It's no problem, I replied with a small smile. I'm Asia Argento, she introduced herself, bowing slightly. I'm Shiro. Nice to meet you, I said in return. As I looked at her, I realized who she was and what awaited her if she reached the church. I felt a pang of guilt knowing I was about to lie, but if it meant sparing her from what I knew was coming, it was worth it. You're from the church, right? I asked cautiously. Her expression faltered, sadness flickering in her eyes. Well, no, not exactly. I've been thrown out of the church I was staying at. I'm heading to a new one now. I leaned in slightly and whispered, my tone serious. Asia, I know this might be hard to believe, but the church you're going to, it's a trap. The fallen angels are planning to use you. I know we just met, but you have to trust me. I overheard everything when I passed by the church. Her eyes widened, confusion and fear mingling in her expression. A trap? But why would they want your sacred gear? I interrupted gently. It's too valuable. Please, Asia, don't go to them. She hesitated, uncertainty written all over her face. But I placed a reassuring hand on her shoulder. Stay with me for now. I'll explain everything and keep you safe. I smiled at her kindly, fully reassuring her. Asia's eyes widened like dinner plates, the shock clear on her face. Are you sure? She stammered. Yes, I said firmly. Her voice trembled with hesitation. I'm sorry that I have to ask, but are you a devil? I shook my head. No, I'm not a devil. If you want proof, let me hold your cross necklace. If I were a devil, it would burn me, right? She hesitated but eventually took off her necklace and handed it to me. I held it in my hand without issue. See? Nothing, I said, showing her my unscorched palm. I'm not lying to you. Asia looked at the necklace in my hand, her eyes widening even further. The color, it changed. I glanced at the necklace, noticing its color had shifted to blue. This necklace changes color to reveal lies, she explained, her voice trembling. Blue means the person is telling the truth. Red means they're lying. I can't believe it. I can't believe they would do this to me. Her voice cracked, and tears began to stream down her face. Without thinking, I pulled her into a comforting hug. After Asia had calmed down and stopped crying, I handed her necklace back. As we made our way to my house, a thought nagged at the back of my mind. Konako's going to kill me. We arrived at my home to find Konako lounging on the couch. Her sharp gaze shifted to us as we entered. She looked at Asia, then at me. Her eyes narrowed slightly as she took in my nervous expression. Shiro, Konako said flatly, explain who this is. How about we let her explain instead? I suggested, hoping to deflect some of the tension. Asia stepped forward, her voice soft but steady. Hi, I'm Asia Argento. Shiro saved me from being sent into the hands of fallen angels. Konako's expression didn't waver. You're from the church? Asia nodded, her tone tinged with sadness. I was thrown out of the church because I healed a devil. Oh, before I forget, I interjected, Asia, Konako here is my girlfriend. And a devil, Konako added bluntly. Asia's eyes widened at the revelation. You're a devil. Asia, are you okay? I asked, noticing her startled expression. Asia smiled faintly, her green eyes softening. I'm fine. You seem like a good person, Konako. She really is, I said with a warm smile. I love her very much. Konako's cheeks turned a faint shade of pink, and she looked away slightly. I continued, you see, I was walking by an old, run-down church when I overheard a group of fallen angels talking about their plan to take twilight healing from Asia. Taking someone's sacred gear would kill them. I couldn't let that happen, so I brought her here. Konako nodded thoughtfully. Okay. I'll inform Rias about what you saw. Oh, by the way, your candy stash is on the table. Wait, what? I blinked, momentarily distracted. Asia tilted her head curiously. Who is Rias? Rias is Konako's boss, I explained. Anything supernatural that happens in this town falls under her jurisdiction. Even angels have to get her permission to walk around here. She's very kind but can be a bit commanding at times. Still, she has a good heart. I understand, Asia said softly, nodding. So where do I stay? I hesitated for a moment, glancing at Konako, who raised an eyebrow. This was going to be tricky. After showing Asia to her room, I returned to mine and put on some music to relax. The familiar rhythm filled the air, helping me focus as I entered my instant dungeon. The dark, ominous vampire castle was still there in the distance, but my attention shifted to something more pressing: the skill books I hadn't yet used. I opened my inventory and took a closer look at their titles: Icicle Lance, Chain Lightning, Metal Control, Holy Break, Hell Flare, Mist of Death, Water Slicers, Dragon Lightning. A prompt appeared in front of me. Would you like to learn these skills? Yes/no. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://Marin_Kitawega Chapter 1615, Dragon Boss. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://Marin_Kitawega. A prompt appeared in front of me. Would you like to learn these skills? Yes/no. Without hesitation, I selected yes. As knowledge of each spell flooded into my mind, I felt a small surge of excitement. With my new skills ready to test, I decided to head into a different dungeon, choosing one at random. The dungeon materialized as a vast grassland stretching endlessly under a bright blue sky. A refreshing change from the oppressive atmosphere of the vampire castle. I figured this was the perfect setting to test my abilities. I started with metal control, but as I concentrated on bending and manipulating the elements, I realized it was far from easy. Sweat dripped down my forehead as I focused harder, my muscles tensed in frustration. This better be worth it, I thought, finally taking a break. Wiping my brow, I decided to switch tactics and test my magic instead. I extended my hand, focusing on the icy energy I could feel pulsing within me. Icicle Lance. A brilliant, ice-blue magic circle appeared before me, and from it, a lance of pure ice shot forward, piercing the ground with precision. Checking my MP, I noted that it only consumed 20 points. Not bad, I muttered, a small smile forming. Next, I tried water slicers. Water slicers. 10 sharp blades of water erupted from a deep blue magic circle, slicing through the air with incredible speed. Encouraged by my progress, I moved on to something more powerful. Dragon Lightning. This time, a pale blue magic circle materialized, crackling with energy. A torrent of lightning shot forth, its shape forming into the head of a roaring dragon before it blasted into the distance. I checked my MP gauge. 200 points gone. Yeah, that looks powerful, I said, impressed. Curious about Hell Flare, I conjured a small orb of crimson fire in my palm. It looked unassuming but radiated an intense heat. A zombie spawned nearby, and I hurled the flame at it. The second it made contact, the zombie disintegrated into ash, obliterated completely. Surprisingly, it only cost 10 MP. The dungeon then spawned 5 more zombies, shambling toward me in a loose formation. I decided to test Mist of Death. Mist of Death. A purple magic circle appeared beneath the zombies, and a dark mist began to envelop them. Their energy drained rapidly, and to my surprise, I felt my own stamina and magic replenishing in real time. Now that's useful, I remarked, grinning. But my moment of satisfaction was cut short as the system gave a sudden warning. Boss incoming. The notification flashed ominously before my eyes. A cold breeze swept through the dungeon, and I prepared myself for whatever was coming next. A massive green magic circle appeared before me, and from it emerged a dragon clad in shimmering green scales. Its presence was overwhelming, radiating an aura of raw power that shook the very ground beneath me. Without hesitation, I activated Observe. Observe, name? Race, Nature Dragon. Title, Dungeon Boss. Fame, Dungeon Boss. HP, 10,000/10,000 MP, 20,000/20,000 Stamina, 1,000/1,000 Strength, 50 Endurance, 50 Agility, 50 Intelligence, 10 Wisdom, 10 Luck, 20 Alright, I can do this, I thought to myself. I had defeated a dragon before barely, but I had learned from the experience. I wasted no time, summoning sparks of lightning and launching them at the dragon. The bolts hit their mark, but the creature merely shrugged them off as though they were nothing. Guess lightning won't cut it, I muttered, shifting strategies. Conjuring crimson flames in my hands, I hurled them at the beast. The moment the fire engulfed its scales, the dragon let out an ear-splitting roar of pain. So, fire hurts it. Hell flare! I shouted, releasing a surge of fire toward the dragon. The flames immobilized the massive creature, wrapping it in a relentless inferno that chipped away at its health. I quickly used Observe again to check its status. Observe, name, race, nature dragon title, dungeon boss fame, dungeon boss HP, 3,478/10,000 not bad. Hell flare is doing its job. Just then, a notification popped up. Observe has leveled up, 40/100. You can now see what is most effective against an opponent. Finally, some good news, I thought, a small smirk forming. Realizing the dragon was still vulnerable, I decided to end this quickly. Calling upon my holy magic, I clasped my hands together, focusing my energy into a single point. A glowing sphere of radiant light began to form between my palms, pulsating with immense power. Holy break! I yelled, thrusting my hands forward. The sphere exploded into countless beams of holy energy, scattering in all directions before converging on the dragon. Each beam struck true, tearing through its massive frame as it let out a final, deafening roar. The mighty creature dissolved into dust, its colossal form disintegrating before my eyes. As the battlefield fell silent, I opened my inventory, eager to see the spoils of victory. The defeat of the dungeon boss had earned me more than just relief, it had brought new treasures, and I couldn't wait to see what more it'd have for me. After the fight with the nature dragon, I checked my inventory, feeling a sense of accomplishment as I reviewed the loot. Inventory, 237 nature dragon scales, 220 dragon teeth, 720 dragon bones. Next, I pulled up my stats, eager to see how I had progressed. Stats: name, Shiro H, 15 race, human title, none fame, none sacred gear, none level, 33 HP, 497/770, regen 10 per minute, MP, 990/2300, regen 50 per minute, stamina, 580/760, regen 20 per minute, strength, 53. Endurance, 53 agility, 53 intelligence, 55 wisdom, 53 luck, 25 points, 90 with 90 unused stat points. I decided it was time for an upgrade. I carefully distributed the points across my stats, making sure to balance my growth. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 1716 Blacksmith. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega with 90 unused stat points. I decided it was time for an upgrade. I carefully distributed the points across my stats, making sure to balance my growth. After spending the points, I checked my updated stats. Updated stats: name, Shiro H, 15 gender, male race, human title, none fame, none sacred gear, none HP, 560/900, regen 10 per minute, MP, 1200/2700, regen 50 per minute, stamina, 620/900, regen 20 per minute, strength, 65 endurance, 65 agility, 65 intelligence, 65 wisdom, 65 luck, 25 points, 0 money, $25,000. Looking at my improved stats, I couldn't help but grin. I'm getting closer to being ready for Alucard, I thought, considering paying him a visit. Exiting the dungeon, I flopped onto my bed, exhausted but satisfied. As I scrolled through my inventory, something caught my eye, an item I'd completely overlooked. Blacksmith set. This set can only be placed in a large open area. When activated, it will transform into a fully equipped blacksmith station. Comes in capsule form. Press the button and toss it where you want. You will have 10 seconds to do so. Curious, I grabbed the small capsule, reminiscent of something out of Dragon Ball. Deciding to try it out, I left my room. Walking into the living room, I saw Asia and Konako chatting. When they noticed me, they smiled. Suspicious. Very suspicious. Hey, girls. Wanna see a magic trick? I asked with a grin. Konako crossed her arms. I'm a devil. I've seen magic before. Asia tilted her head. And I use healing magic daily. I rolled my eyes. Just humor me, okay? They exchanged glances, then followed me outside to the backyard. There was a barren patch of grass, a perfect spot for what I had in mind. Holding up the capsule, I pressed the button. What's that? Asia asked, curious. You'll see, I replied with a smirk, tossing it into the middle of the dead grass. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a faint beep, the capsule exploded into a puff of smoke, revealing a fully equipped blacksmith station. The anvil gleamed under the sunlight, a forge roared to life, and a variety of tools hung neatly on the station's racks. Konako blinked. Wait for it, I said with a smirk, turning to Asia and Konako. As the girls watched, a cloud of thick smoke erupted from the capsule. Once it cleared, what stood before us was nothing short of impressive, a fully equipped blacksmith's garage. An anvil gleamed in the center, racks of tools lined the walls, and a roaring forge radiated heat. Everything a blacksmith could ever need to create weapons, armor, or anything else. I turned to look at Asia and Konako. Their eyes were as wide as plates, their expressions a mix of awe and disbelief. I couldn't help but laugh, especially at Konako's reaction. It was rare to see her show emotion, and the sight of her genuinely surprised face was priceless. Of course, she quickly noticed me laughing and blushed furiously before flicking me on the forehead hard. Ow! I whined, rubbing the spot. How did you even do that? Konako asked, crossing her arms. Magic, I said with a grin. But how? Asia chimed in, her curiosity shining through. Science and magic, I replied cryptically, enjoying the mix of intrigue and exasperation on their faces. Konako sighed. Of course. Just then, a notification popped up in my vision, new skill acquired. Blacksmithing, level 1/100. I smiled at the notification, eager to try my hand at the craft. Alright, girls, I'm going to start working in here. Let me know if you need me. Knowing the forge would get hot, I pulled off my shirt, revealing a black tank top underneath. As I moved to set up my workspace, I noticed my muscles had become more defined, an unintentional benefit of my training and leveling up. I glanced back to see Asia and Konako staring at me, their faces bright red. I couldn't resist teasing them. What's wrong? I said, smirking. Like what you see. To push it further, I struck a flexing pose just to mess with them. Their blushes deepened, and I knew I'd crossed a line when flick. Ow! I whined again, rubbing my forehead. Konako glared at me, cheeks still tinted pink. Serves you right. Hours later, I'd made some solid progress in my craft. My blacksmithing skill had leveled up significantly, blacksmithing, level 17/100. Using the materials in my inventory, I forged a pair of gauntlets for myself and another pair for Konako. I reinforced them with dragon bones, and when I finished, I decided to inspect them using Observe. Dragon Gauntlets class, S effect, enhances strength, endurance, and agility by +10 each. I grinned, impressed with my handiwork. These would definitely come in handy. Satisfied, I headed into the kitchen to find Konako. She was focused on cooking, her movements precise and deliberate. A mischievous idea popped into my head. Quietly, I crept up behind her and boo! I shouted. AHH! Konako yelped in surprise, spinning around and instinctively punching me square in the face. I stumbled back, quickly glancing at my health bar. She'd done 60 damage with that punch, not bad for her size. I rubbed my jaw and gave her a sheepish grin. Oh no, Shiro. Are you okay? She asked, rushing over to me with genuine concern. I waved her off, trying to downplay it. I'm fine. A weak punch like that won't hurt me. Her expression shifted, and I immediately knew I'd messed up. Flick. Ow. I whined for what felt like the 100th time that day. Konako huffed, crossing her arms. So, what did you want? Still grinning, I reached behind me and revealed the gauntlets I'd made. To give you these. Her eyes widened as she stared at the gloves, then back at me. For a moment, she seemed at a loss for words. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10+ chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 1817, Dungeon Training. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10+ chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega. Her eyes widened as she stared at the gloves, then back at me. For a moment, she seemed at a loss for words. They're for you, I said softly, holding them out. Wait, did you make these? Konako asked, her tone laced with genuine surprise as she held up the gauntlets. I grinned, pleased with her reaction. Yep. These are dragon gauntlets. They'll boost your strength, endurance, and agility a bit. I figured you'd appreciate something custom made. They're lightweight too, about a pound each, so they shouldn't slow you down. I handed the gauntlets to her, and her eyes widened as she examined them more closely. Wait, are these really made of dragon bones? I gave her a look that clearly said duh. Well, yeah. Of course, they are, I replied casually. Her shock quickly morphed into disbelief as she sputtered, where in the 9 hells did you even get dragon bones? From the dead dragon I killed, I said nonchalantly, turning to walk away. I'd barely taken a step before I felt her hand grab my shoulder and spin me around. Her amber eyes locked onto mine, filled with confusion and just a hint of disbelief. Did you just say you killed a dragon? She asked, her voice a mix of incredulity and curiosity. Yeah, I said, trying to play it cool but internally cursing myself. Shit, maybe I shouldn't have mentioned that. Her expression hardened as she demanded, how? I sighed, knowing there was no way out of this. Alright, fine. I'll show you. Without waiting for a reply, I stepped closer, wrapped an arm around her, and activated a dungeon. I chose an easy one this time, nothing too overwhelming but enough to prove my point. When the scenery shifted around us, Konako pulled away, her wide eyes scanning the strange, artificial landscape. How, she murmured, her voice filled with wonder. This, I began, gesturing around us, is one of my dungeons. I have the ability to create them. 1 hour in here is equal to just 1 minute in the real world. This place isn't real, but it can kill you if you're not careful, so stay alert. Konako's initial astonishment quickly melted into a determined smile. This means I can get stronger here, doesn't it? Exactly, I said, nodding. It's how I train, level up, and get materials like dragon bones. She clenched her fists, excitement flickering in her usually stoic expression. Let's do this. I couldn't help but smile at her enthusiasm. Konako was tough, but seeing her this fired up was a rare treat. All right, I said, let's get started. Time passed, and Konako dropped to her knees, panting heavily. Her exhaustion was obvious. Hell, she managed to say between breaths. Yeah, that's why I said to be careful. These dungeons can throw a handful of enemies at you or flood you with an entire army, I said, watching her closely. Noticing her stamina was nearly depleted, I reached into my inventory and pulled out a stamina potion. Handing it to her, I gestured for her to drink it. She eyed the green liquid suspiciously. What's this? It'll help replenish your stamina. Trust me. Without hesitation, she uncorked it and drank. Almost immediately, her breathing steadied, and her energy seemed to return. I gave her a reassuring nod before moving closer and placing a hand on her shoulder. With a quick activation of Escape Dungeon, the landscape around us shifted. Moments later, we were back in the living room. Konako blinked, looking around as if she couldn't believe it. Whoa. Check the time, I said with a sly smile, leaning against the couch as she scrambled for her phone. Her eyes widened. We were only gone for 5 minutes. Yup. 5 hours of training crammed into 5 minutes. Not bad, right? She stared at me, astonished. How many times do you use this ability? I shrugged. Quite a few. I only discovered I could do it when I got to Japan. So, you know, I've been making the most of it. She nodded, the wheels in her head clearly turning. All right. I'll finish dinner. You should rest for now. I nodded, heading toward the couch. But as I sat down, a thought crossed my mind. Maybe it was time to challenge Alucard again. Settling into the cushions, I activated Instant Dungeon. The world around me shifted, and I found myself standing in the familiar courtyard of Alucard's castle. Without hesitation, I marched up to the towering double doors and knocked loudly. It took 5 minutes, but eventually, the heavy doors creaked open, revealing Alucard's smirking face. So, you've returned for another battle, he said, stepping out to meet me. His tone was calm, but his crimson eyes gleamed with excitement. Yep, I replied simply. We walked 50 feet apart, standing opposite each other in the courtyard. As Alucard prepared himself, I activated Observe to assess his weaknesses. A notification popped up. Alucard's weakness, Holy Magic. This type of magic is highly effective against vampires and devils. Perfect. A smile crept onto my face as he called out. Ready. Ready. As he braced himself, I sprinted toward him. But when I was just 20 feet away, I skidded to a halt, raising both hands. Icicle Lance. 2 shimmering lances of ice shot out, hurtling toward him. With a swift motion, he swatted them away, shattering them into countless shards that scattered around him. Humph. Is that all? I smirked. Not even close. Hell Flare. A burst of crimson flame erupted from my hand, engulfing Alucard in an inferno. He flinched, clearly struggling to extinguish the relentless flames. Eventually, his magic dispersed the hellfire, leaving him singed but standing. He dusted himself off, his crimson cloak smoldering slightly. Impressive. But you'll have to do better than that. Oh, don't worry. I already have. Look down. His gaze shifted to the ground beneath him, his expression turning puzzled. Water? From the ice lance. It melted. Why does that? This is why. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 1918, Volt Eris. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega. This is why. I raised my hands, commanding the water to surge upward in jagged spikes. 5 lethal points of liquid shot through his body, piercing him. He coughed up blood, his form disintegrating into a swarm of bats. The bats scattered, darting in every direction before reforming into his human shape a few feet away. Not bad, he admitted, wiping the blood from his mouth. I'm not done yet, I said, raising my hand. Chain lightning. A crackling bolt of electricity erupted, zipping through the air and striking him directly. The lightning coursed through his body, chaining in and out as he convulsed under its power. I activated Observe to check his status. HP, 12,000/20,000. I grinned, wasting no time. Charging forward, I landed several heavy strikes against him, each blow forcing his health lower. With a final uppercut, I launched him into the air. But Alucard wasn't done. As he ascended, his voice echoed across the battlefield. Blades of blood. Blood-red blades materialized around him, slicing through the air toward me. I dodged most of them, but a few grazed me, leaving shallow cuts. Before I could counter, Alucard landed on the ground, rushing forward with startling speed. He leapt high into the air, bringing his leg down in a powerful axe kick. I raised my arms to block it, but the sheer force of the attack created a crater beneath my feet. Grimacing, I retaliated with a swift kick to his chest, sending him skidding backward. Glancing at my health bar, I saw I still had over 300 HP left. Time to end this. Raising my hands, I focused all my remaining magical power. Holy break! A burst of radiant energy erupted, engulfing Alucard completely. His crimson eyes widened in shock as the holy magic overwhelmed him. When the light faded, he was on his knees, breathing heavily. Clever, he muttered between gasps. You wore me down with lesser skills, just to finish me off with that one. Panting just as hard, I smiled. Yeah. Guess it worked. He chuckled, his voice faint but amused. I used observe again. HP, 897/20,000. You're tough, Alucard, I admitted, sheathing my weapon. I'll give you that. Thank you, he replied, his tone sincere. An idea struck me then, one that I couldn't shake. Hey, I've got a proposition for you. Alucard raised a curious brow. What kind of proposition? I bring you with me, I said, standing straight. You'd make an excellent training partner. And besides, I bet you've already figured out that this place isn't real. His expression shifted slightly. I've had my suspicions. Then it's settled. What do you say? Although, we'd need to figure out how you deal with the sun in the real world. He chuckled softly. The sun won't be an issue. I carry Daywalker blood, it doesn't affect me. Perfect. So, are you in? Alucard smiled, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. I accept. I look forward to seeing how much stronger you can become. Grinning, I offered him my hand and helped him to his feet. From my inventory, I retrieved a few HP potions, handing 2 to him. He stared at the red liquid curiously. It's not blood, I explained, but it works just as well. He smirked and drank the potion. I did the same, feeling my energy return. Placing a hand on his shoulder, I activated Escape Dungeon. The familiar surroundings of the living room materialized around us. Alucard looked around, taking in his new environment with quiet interest. Konako, I called out. Make extra. We've got a house guest. A voice called back from the kitchen, sounding suspicious. What do you mean? Konako entered the room, her eyes locking on Alucard. Her confusion was palpable. Okay, what the hell? After explaining the situation, a sudden notification appeared in my vision. Sacred gear acquired. The moment I read it, an overwhelming wave of exhaustion washed over me. My legs gave out, and I collapsed into Konako's arms before everything went dark. I opened my eyes to find myself standing on a mountain peak, surrounded by clouds. The crisp air bit at my skin, and I turned to take in the breathtaking view. A deep, resonating voice echoed from behind me. I choose you. Spinning around, I froze as a massive dragon loomed over me. Its scales shimmered with a chaotic mix of purple and gold, and its glowing yellow eyes bore into mine. What? I managed, still trying to process what was happening. I choose you to be my wielder, the dragon declared, its voice shaking the very air around us. Who are you? I am Voltaris, the lightning god of chaos and the third heavenly dragon. My jaw dropped. A heavenly dragon? The sheer weight of the revelation hit me like a truck. After a moment, I straightened up, nodding firmly. I accept. As soon as the words left my mouth, a surge of power coursed through my body. 2 gauntlets formed on my hands, glowing with a brilliant purple hue and adorned with yellow gems. Voltaris's voice thundered once more. Use my power wisely, wielder. Chaos and lightning now belong to you. So, what's your name? The massive dragon asked, his golden eyes narrowing as he studied me. Shiro, I replied simply, still trying to wrap my head around the enormous presence before me. I hesitated before asking, I thought there were only 2 heavenly dragons. The dragon snorted, a low rumble that echoed like distant thunder. That's what history would have you believe. I was erased from all records because I am the most powerful of the 3 heavenly dragons, even though I am the youngest. That's interesting. I tried to sound casual, though the weight of his words settled on me. Well, there's also the small matter of killing a few prominent figures during the Great War, he added, his tone almost playful. Prominent figures. I raised an eyebrow. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10+ chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 2019 absorb. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10+ chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega prominent figures. I raised an eyebrow. Leaders, he clarified, nonchalantly. From the fallen angel and devil factions. What about heaven? He paused, his glowing eyes flickering with something akin to amusement. I'll get to that part in a moment. But let's just say I didn't know they were leaders at the time. One thing led to another, and poof, I was suddenly a very unpopular dragon. Sounds like a mess, I said, shaking my head. Indeed. To make matters worse, I ended up crossing paths with God. Yes, the one who died. You mean the god? You already knew he's dead. The dragon tilted his head, clearly surprised. Yeah, I know, I said with a shrug. Interesting. Well, back to my story. After that little mishap, I went into hiding. Eventually, I met God in person. Surprisingly, he didn't smite me on the spot. Instead, he granted me sanctuary in heaven. He let out a deep sigh, his tone softening as he continued. Heaven was beautiful, a lot like Earth, but without all the unpleasantness. There was even a mountain God gifted to me, my own personal retreat. It was a paradise. But one day, God came to me with a request. He needed my help to weaken the 666 beast so he could seal it away. I frowned. You fought the 666 beast? Not at full strength, the dragon admitted. I'd just finished recovering from a battle against Great Red and Off-Eyes, and I wasn't in top shape. But I agreed to help. Together, we managed to seal the beast. However, after the battle, it was clear God wouldn't survive. And you? I wasn't in much better condition, the dragon said, his voice tinged with amusement. But my problem wasn't entirely the battle. Let's just say, I accidentally ate poison. A lot of it. Poison. Yes, he grumbled. There were these red berries, looked like cherries. Turned out they weren't. Too sour for my liking anyway. I couldn't help but laugh. So, you're telling me the mighty third heavenly dragon nearly died from eating the wrong berries? He sighed, a mix of exasperation and resignation. Yes, laugh it up. We heavenly dragons all have our, less than glorious moments. Anyway, as I lay dying, I made a request to God. I asked him to turn me into a sacred gear. Why? I asked, curious. So my power wouldn't die with me, he said simply. God chuckled at my clumsiness but granted my wish. He gave me the ability to choose who would wield me. And you, Shiro, you're the first. His words struck me, but I pushed aside my awe for the moment. Alright, so what powers do you grant? The dragon chuckled deeply, his massive frame shaking with mirth. Eager, are we? Very well. My primary magic is lightning raw, unrelenting power. But unlike Drake or Albion, I didn't just train my body. I trained my mind as well. A strong body may falter, but a sharp mind endures. He leaned closer, his glowing gaze locking onto mine. In addition to my lightning magic, I wield all forms of magic. However, like Drake's boost and Albion's divide, I also have a unique ability: absorb. Absorb? I asked, intrigued. Indeed. When an enemy strikes you with their power, I can absorb it, converting it into strength for you. Once the battle is over, they will regain their power but you will keep the additional strength you gained. With each fight, your power will grow exponentially. That's a lot to take in, I admitted, trying to process everything. He laughed again. It is, but you'll understand it better with experience. So, basically, I can get stronger by letting people hit me? Their strength gets absorbed into mine, but it doesn't permanently affect them after the battle. Shiro tilted his head, seeking clarification. That's correct, Voltaris rumbled, his deep voice reverberating like distant thunder. But it does weaken their power during the fight. Their next hit will be noticeably less effective. Oh, I get it now, Shiro said, nodding thoughtfully. Good. Now, onto the more interesting part, Voltaris continued, his glowing eyes narrowing slightly. My power is immense, so immense that my user becomes roughly 70% dragon. Don't worry, there won't be any physical changes to your body. However, you'll gain the ability to activate dragon eyes at will, and you'll even be able to sharpen your teeth whenever you feel like it. That's so cool. Shiro's face lit up with excitement. Voltaris blinked, clearly surprised. I thought you'd be upset about something like that. Upset? Not at all. This means I can play amazing pranks now. So you're the type who enjoys being a pain to people. Only to the ones I love, Shiro replied with a grin. Fair enough, Voltaris said, shaking his massive head. One more thing, you can summon your sacred gear at any time. Just focus on your hands. My sacred gear is called Chaos Lightning. You play games, right? Yep, all the time, Shiro replied confidently. Good. Let me explain it like this. Let's say you currently have 10 points in strength. When you summon me, I'll add 30 more points to that. That number will increase as you grow stronger. So, basically, I'm a badass with a badass sacred gear, Shiro said, smirking. Correct, Voltaris chuckled, clearly amused. So, Drake is the Red Dragon Emperor, Albion is the White Dragon Emperor, and we're the Lightning Dragon Emperor, Voltaris finished, his voice swelling with pride. Thank God, Shiro sighed in relief. I would have hated being called the Purple Dragon Emperor. You and me both, Voltaris replied with a short laugh. Shiro's mind raced with questions, but one stood out. Just curious, how long do you think it'll take for me to unlock my balance breaker? Voltaris hummed thoughtfully. At the rate you're training, I'd say a month, maybe 2 if you're consistent. Shiro's excitement surged. Alright, I'll keep it. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 2120 ears and tail. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega. Alright, I'll keep it. After a moment of silence, Voltaris added, oh, and if you ever get lonely, I can manifest in a smaller form, something like sitting on your shoulder. A bit more manageable. Shiro's grin widened. That's awesome. You're surprisingly childish, Voltaris observed, his voice tinged with amusement. Hey, I'm 15, that's basically an adult. Shiro shot back, puffing his chest out. Whatever you say, Voltaris said, chuckling deeply. But keep this in mind, to truly wield my power, you'll need to push your body to its absolute limits and beyond. You'll also need the right weapons and a place to store them. Shiro waved a hand dismissively. I've got that covered. I already own a blacksmith shop. Really? Who's the blacksmith? Voltaris asked, tilting his massive head. You're looking at him, Shiro said with a smug grin. Voltaris let out a booming laugh. You're full of surprises, Shiro. We're going to need to go over everything you can do at some point. But for now, what skills have you mastered so far? Well, basically, I have this skill that lets me see my level and other people's levels. I've got another one that helps me grow stronger faster, and, I forget the rest. Voltaris sighed. Looks like you're waking up. If you ever want to talk, just imagine me there. Got it. Bye, Voltaris. Goodbye, Shiro, Voltaris said as his voice faded. As I slowly opened my eyes, I saw Konako leaning over me, her face filled with worry. Shiro, she exclaimed before pulling me into a tight hug. Air. I gasped, flailing my arms. She quickly let go, her cheeks flushing red as she turned away. Looks like someone missed me, I teased, smirking. Flick. Ow. I whined, rubbing my forehead. Don't push your luck, Konako muttered, clearly embarrassed. Now explain what happened. What do you mean? I asked, playing dumb. You've been asleep for over an hour, she said firmly, crossing her arms. Are you sure? Flick. Okay. Sheesh. I raised my hands in surrender. I focused for a moment, and suddenly, Voltaris's voice echoed in my mind. You called. Before I could respond, Konako's eyes widened. Okay, what the hell is that? I felt Voltaris settle on my shoulder in his small form. I'm the third heavenly dragon, Voltaris the lightning dragon of chaos, he introduced himself with a tone of pride. Konako shot me a confused look. Alright, so here's the deal, I began, scratching the back of my head. I have a sacred gear, but I didn't know about it until recently. This is Voltaris. He wanted to talk to me, so he, made me fall asleep. Konako blinked, taking a moment to process this. Okay. Hey, Alucard, no need to get Asia, she called out. From another room, Alucard's voice echoed back, understood. Konako sighed. We were about to go get her. Where was she? I asked. Taking a shower, Konako replied flatly. Curiosity got the better of me. Alright, I have to ask, why do girls take so long in the bathroom? That's something you'll only know if you're a girl. And you're not a girl, Konako said, flicking her tail in annoyance. Voltaris chuckled. In all my travels, I've never encountered a stranger being than a female. Flick. Damn it. Voltaris yelped. Ow. I winced, holding my forehead. Forehead flicks are awful, Voltaris grumbled. Welcome to my life, I muttered. I get them daily. I'm not surprised, Voltaris said, shaking his tiny head. Just then, Asia entered the room, looking concerned. I heard what happened. Are you okay? Yeah, it was just Voltaris, I reassured her. After a quick explanation to Asia, Alucard appeared in the doorway. I see you're awake, he said, his crimson eyes studying me. Yep, I replied, giving him a thumbs up. Satisfied, they all eventually left, leaving me alone in the room. Suddenly, I remembered my rewards for defeating Alucard. Opening my inventory, I saw a list appear before me. Inventory, Skill Book, Sneak. This passive skill allows the user to sneak up on opponents. The more it is used, the better it becomes. Skill Book, Invisibility. This passive skill allows the user to turn invisible for 5 seconds, with a 3-second cooldown before it can be used again. Skill Book, Enhanced Senses. This passive skill heightens the user's hearing and vision beyond normal human capabilities. A prompt appeared in front of me. Would you like to learn these skills? Yes/no without hesitation, I thought, yes. In my inventory, a mystery item caught my eye. Real fox ears and tail. These items, if equipped permanently, enhance your magical power significantly. They will become a part of your body, allowing for better hearing and sensory perception. The tail and ears can be retracted into your body at will. Note, they are highly sensitive. I hesitated for a moment before deciding that the boost in magic was worth it. Would you like to equip these permanently? Yes/no. After thinking it over, I chose yes. The moment I made my choice, I felt a strange sensation on top of my head and above my lower back. Walking to the mirror, I saw that I now had fox ears and a tail, both matching the color of my hair. I blinked in surprise as I experimented, wiggling the ears and swishing the tail. It was surreal, like they'd always been a part of me. For the next 5 minutes, I couldn't stop playing with them. Once I finally tore myself away from my reflection, I glanced at my stats. My magic had increased by 500 points. Awesome, I muttered, grinning as I retracted the ears and tail back into my body. Just then, Konako's voice rang out. Shiro, come eat. Coming. I called back, heading to the dining room. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://Marin_Kitawega chapter 2221, blowjob. R18 plus. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://Marin_Kitawega. We were sitting at the table eating dinner. Asia and Alucard were chatting happily, but I noticed Konako staring at me intently. What's wrong? I asked, raising an eyebrow. You smell different, she replied, her expression serious. Oh, I didn't know you were into smelling people, I teased, smirking. Her face flushed bright red, and before I could react, flick. Ow! I whined, rubbing my forehead. Later that evening, I was lying on my bed, relaxing after the day's events, when I heard the door creak open. I turned my head to see Konako standing there, her cheeks tinted with a blush. Without a word, she closed the door behind her and erected a soundproof barrier around the room. My eyes widened. This can't be good, I thought nervously. Konako? Did you, need something? I asked hesitantly. She avoided my gaze for a moment before finally speaking. You know we're all devils, right? Yep, I replied, confused about where this was going. Well, how would you feel if I was, and Nico, she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. I froze at her words. This was unexpected, to say the least. After a brief pause, I decided to be honest. I'd love you just the same as I do now, but I'd definitely play with your ears and tail, I admitted with a small laugh. Her blush deepened as she slowly revealed her Nico form, ears and tail appearing as she nervously looked at me. My eyes widened as I took in the sight. She was adorable. Oh my god, you're so cute! I blurted, unable to contain myself. I practically launched myself at her, wrapping her in a hug as I pet her ears and tail. Soft, involuntary moans escaped her lips, snapping me out of my excitement. Realizing what I was doing, I quickly pulled away, retreating to my bed with a light blush. Sorry about that, I stammered, avoiding her gaze. I got a little carried away. You were just so cute. I glanced back at her, only to find her staring at me with an expression I couldn't quite place until I noticed the unmistakable glint of lust in her eyes. What did I just do? Konako's voice was low and sultry as she spoke. Oh, so you just wanted to get me worked up and send me on my merry way? Well, I don't think so. You're going to pay the price. I backed up against the headboard, raising my hands defensively. And now, let's not get too excited, Konako. She smirked, stepping closer. Oh, I'm already excited. No. That's a bad kitty. I said, trying to defuse the tension. Konako licked her lips, her voice dropping an octave. Shiro. Bed. Now. I sat on the edge of the bed, my hands resting on the soft fabric, watching her as she climbed onto it with quiet determination. Her movements were deliberate, her breath steady yet laced with a hint of nervousness. Piece by piece, her clothes slipped away, revealing the delicate curves of her frame. Her blush deepened as her gaze traveled to me, lingering on my chest and arms. Her fingers hesitated before reaching out, trembling slightly as they traced along the contours of my muscles. The flush on her cheeks only grew as I stood, unbuttoning my pants and letting them fall to the floor. Now clad in only my boxers, I felt her eyes on me, wide with a mixture of awe and apprehension. Before we go any further, I said softly, breaking the silence. My voice was calm but carried a note of sincerity. Are you absolutely certain this is what you want? She met my gaze, her expression softening as her lips parted. I've never been more sure of anything, she replied, her voice steady despite her reddened cheeks. I've loved you since the day we met. Her words sent a warmth through my chest, and a smile tugged at my lips. All right, I said, my tone gentle yet firm. I hooked my fingers into the waistband of my boxers, sliding them down and stepping out of them. Her reaction was immediate, her eyes widened, and her lips parted slightly as a wave of color spread across her face. She was clearly trying to process what she was seeing. What's wrong? I asked, a hint of amusement in my voice as I noticed her stunned expression. It's so big, she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper. How am I supposed to fit this? I chuckled softly, hoping to ease her nerves. 11 inches, give or take, I teased lightly, my tone playful. Don't worry, kitten. I'll be gentle with you. Her blush deepened to a vivid scarlet, her lips pressing together as she tried to steady her breathing. Summoning her courage, she moved closer to me, her petite frame kneeling on the bed. Her hands reached out tentatively, her fingers brushing against me as she lowered herself until her face hovered just inches away. She hesitated for a moment before her tongue darted out, tracing a slow, deliberate line along the base of my dick. The sensation was electric, and a low groan escaped my lips as she worked her way upwards with measured precision. When she reached the tip, she paused, her tongue swirling lightly as if testing my reaction. The corners of her mouth curved into a faint smile, pleased with the effect she was having on me. Taking a deep breath, she opened her mouth and began to take me in. At first, her movements were cautious, her lips stretching to accommodate what she could manage. Gradually, her confidence grew, and she found a rhythm, her tongue pressing against me as her lips tightened. Each motion sent shivers coursing through my body, and I couldn't suppress the moans that escaped my throat. Konako, I managed to stammer, my voice strained with effort. I'm close. Konako's response was immediate, she quickened her pace, her hands steadying me as she worked. Moments later, the wave of pleasure surged through me, and I come into her mouth. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 2322, rough and harder. R18 plus. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega. Konako's response was immediate, she quickened her pace, her hands steadying me as she worked. Moments later, the wave of pleasure surged through me, and I come into her mouth. The warmth overflowed, some spilling onto the floor, but she didn't falter. She swallowed what she could, her eyes lifting to meet mine with a mix of affection and desire that took my breath away. Without a word, I reached down and gently lifted her, cradling her petite frame as I laid her down on the bed. Her legs rested on my shoulders, her small body trembling beneath me. The tip of my dick pressed lightly against her stomach, its heat making her shiver. My hands traced her thighs, moving with deliberate care as I positioned myself at her pussy. Are you sure? I asked again, my voice low and filled with concern. Her response was immediate and unwavering. Please, Shiro, she whispered, her voice trembling but resolute. I love you. This is what I want. I nodded, my expression softening as I adjusted myself. All right. But it's going to hurt at first. Just hold on, okay? She nodded, her fingers gripping the sheets tightly as I began to ease myself in. Her breath hitched, and I could see the tension in her body as she adjusted to the intrusion. Tears welled in her eyes, and my heart clenched at the sight. I paused, my voice tender as I spoke. I'm sorry, kitten. Tell me when you're ready. For a moment, she didn't respond, her chest rising and falling as she steadied herself. Then, she nodded, her body relaxing slightly as her eyes met mine. I'm ready, she whispered, and then she nodded, her cheeks flushed with a deep crimson, and I began to move slowly, careful not to hurt her. Her petite chest rose and fell, her small curves bouncing slightly with every motion. The sight before me was both tender and captivating, a moment that only deepened my love for her. Then I heard her mumble something, her voice barely audible. Huh? I can't hear you, I said, leaning closer. Her reply came in a soft, breathy moan. F faster. She whispered, her words punctuated by quiet gasps. A teasing smile played on my lips as I stopped my movements. What was that? Did you say you want me to stop? Her expression shifted instantly, her eyes narrowing in a way that sent a chill down my spine. I swear to Satan, she growled, her voice suddenly commanding despite her flushed face, if you stop, I'll cut it off and shove it up your ass. Now go faster. My eyes widened. Holy shit, I muttered, quickly complying. Her sudden assertiveness left no room for argument. Time seemed to blur as the rhythm intensified. Her moans grew louder, her voice calling my name as she writhed beneath me. Shiro. She gasped, her body trembling. Encouraged, I moved harder and deeper, eliciting cries of pleasure from her lips. Yes. Yes. Right there, master, she screamed, her voice filled with raw passion. The heat and tightness of her body around me were intoxicating, each movement driving us closer to the edge. I felt her tense beneath me, her walls tightening as her cries reached a crescendo. I'm coming, she cried, her voice filled with both relief and ecstasy. Me too, I managed, my voice strained as I come within her. The warmth of her body surrounded me, and I watched as my seed seeped from her, her body still trembling from the intensity of the moment. Her tongue peeked slightly from her lips as she panted, her expression a mix of exhaustion and satisfaction. Unable to resist, I gently flipped her over, her petite frame yielding to my touch. Her round, toned rear was raised before me, and I couldn't help but let a playful grin spread across my face. My, what a cute little ass you have here, I teased, giving it a light spank. Her blush deepened to a shade as vivid as Rias's hair, and she let out an involuntary sound. Naya, she squeaked, her voice a mix of embarrassment and surprise. I couldn't resist the urge to playfully stroke her cat ears, my fingers gently running along their soft fur. She twitched slightly at the touch, her ears flattening for a moment before perking back up. I then caught her little two cat ears and pulled them towards me as her face was now upwards, her tail swirling on my dick and stomach in rhythm. I thrust my dick into her pussy by pulling her little cat ears, her fur so soft that I felt like I was holding cotton in my hand. Naya, she squeaked, her moans filling the room. Oh my, I said, my grin widening. Such naughty sounds coming from my cute little kitten. Chiro, she stammered, her voice barely above a whisper, please. Please what? I asked, feigning innocence as my grin turned mischievous. Her face was a burning red as she finally managed to speak. Please, fuck me in the ass. Wish granted, I said with a chuckle, positioning myself behind her. Pressing my dick against her tight pussy, I couldn't help but think back to all the teasing flicks she had given me on the forehead. As I pushed in, her voice rose in a startled scream. AHH. It's too big. You already said that, I replied, pausing to give her time to adjust. While waiting, I trailed a hand to her tail, giving it a playful tug. Her body jolted, and she let out a startled Naya, that made me chuckle softly. Her breaths came in short gasps as she nodded after a moment, signaling for me to continue. Slowly, I began to move, her body relaxing into the rhythm. The tightness was overwhelming, and I could feel her trembling with every thrust. Yes. Yes. Pound my ass, master, she cried, her usual reserved demeanor completely gone. The sound of her voice, so unrestrained and filled with desire, only fueled me further. Her cries grew louder, her voice breaking as she pleaded breathlessly. Faster, daddy, she screamed, her words a mix of pleasure. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://Marin_Kitawega chapter 24-23, morning. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://Marin_Kitawega. I didn't go to sleep, I was so captivated by the look of Konako and her body, I just looked at her as she had her both legs spread and revealing her pussy and ass to me. And then from her ass and pussy comes my cum, her ass and pussy twitching as it unloads my cum from inside. She had her arms spread to her sides and her face was like that of Henge Dojinshi girls, her face was red with blush with her tongue coming out of her mouth, and her smile on top like a cherry as she smiled like a perv. Her eyes filled with happy tears and oft a second I imagined that her eyes were reflecting her like shape from the Middle India ting, her eyes filled with pleasure and lust. After waking up, I decided to take a shower. Konako was still lounging around, so I asked her if she wanted to go first. Hey, Konako, do you want to take a shower first? I asked casually. Her ears twitched, and she let out a soft, involuntary sound that made me freeze. Okay. I guess I'll go first, I muttered, backing away as quickly as I could. As I stepped into the bathroom, I sighed in relief. At least the master bedroom has its own shower, I thought, turning on the water. Standing under the stream, my mind wandered back to last night. 17 rounds. 17. Even now, it still felt surreal. After finishing my shower, I dried off and made my way to the closet, looking for something to wear. That's when I remembered I hadn't checked the second item I received for defeating Alucard. Opening my inventory, I saw it. Inventory, one outfit of your choice. This magical outfit can be repaired by channeling magic into the fabric. I grinned, thinking of the perfect outfit. Let's go with Goku Black's look, I decided. The outfit materialized in front of me. Slipping it on, I admired the fit. The dark tones and sleek design suited me perfectly. Man, I muttered to myself, no wonder Konako likes me so much. I'm hot as hell. I heard a faint twitch from the other room, followed by another soft, involuntary noise. Konako. Before I could dwell on it, a system notification appeared before me. Secret quest completed. Curious, I opened the details. Quest, Kitten Tamer Objective, Fall in Love with Konako. Rewards, $15,000/3 skill books/5000 EXP. Holy crap, I muttered, unable to believe the payout. I checked the skill books I'd received. Barricade, a defensive skill that allows the user to construct up to 4 spiked barricades. These don't use magic but require 10 stamina to create and another 10 to repair. Sentry, this skill summons an arrow sentry gun that targets enemies automatically. It costs 25 magic per sentry and lasts for 3 minutes. A maximum of 4 sentries can be summoned simultaneously. Rain of Arrows, a devastating offensive skill that summons hundreds of arrows to rain down on enemies. Friendly targets are unaffected. Costs 25 magic power per use. Would you like to learn these skills? Yes/no without hesitation, I thought, yes. I entered a zombie dungeon, eager to test out my new skills. The landscape was a vast, desolate field under a blood-red sky. A bad feeling crept over me as hundreds of zombies began spawning all around me. This is all kinds of messed up, I muttered, summoning 4 barricades around myself to form a protective circle. On each barricade, I placed a sentry, watching as the automatic arrow guns began tearing through the undead. When the crowd thickened, I raised my hand and activated Rain of Arrows. Hundreds of spectral arrows descended from the sky, piercing through wave after wave of zombies. Breathing heavily, I leaned against the last remaining barricade. Holy crap, that was insane. Pulling up my stats, I checked how far I'd come. Stats name, Shiro H, 15 gender, male race, human/dragon title, Lightning Dragon Emperor fame, none sacred gear, Volt Eris, the Lightning Dragon God of Chaos level, 40 HP, 698/1500, Regen, 10 per minute, MP, 1246/4000, Regen, 50 per minute, Stamina, 32/1350, Regen, 20 per minute, Strength, 72 Endurance, 72 Agility, 72 Intelligence, 72 Wisdom, 72 Luck, 30 points, 35 money, $45,000 damn, I muttered with a satisfied grin. I'm jacked. Using escape dungeon, I returned to the living room. Konako was still lying on the couch, her breathing soft and steady. Smiling to myself, I sank into my recliner, letting the day's events drift away as I slowly fell asleep. As I woke up, I noticed Konako wasn't in bed. The faint sound of running water drifted from the bathroom, and I smiled to myself. Glancing at the clock, I saw it was around noon. Hearing the shower stop, I decided to pull up my skills to check my progress. Skills, Passive Observe, level 59/100 allows the user to view the stats of anyone or anything. EXP farm gain 3 times the amount of experience from life. Invisibility, level 8/100 allows the user to turn invisible for a short period. Sneak, level 12/100 grants the ability to move unnoticed by others. I heard the bathroom door open, and as I looked up, Konako walked into the room. She had a slight limp, and I couldn't stop the grin that spread across my face. Well, hello there, kitty, I said, unable to hide my amusement. Konako shot me a pout as she walked over. You enjoyed yourself too much, she muttered. Really? That's not what you were saying last night when I heard you screaming, Daddy, Master, more. I teased, my grin widening. Her face turned bright red, and without another word, she climbed onto my lap, trying to silence me with her glare. Oh? Wanna go for round 20? I asked cheekily. Flick. Ow. I whined, rubbing my forehead. I love you, she said softly, her blush still lingering. I pulled her into a hug, my voice tender as I replied, I love you too, Konako. As I let her go, a thought popped into my head. Hey, can you show me your Nico parts? With a shy nod, she revealed her ears and tail. Oh my god, so cute! I exclaimed, immediately reaching out to pet her. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 2524 Purity Dungeon. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega. It was Wednesday, the day Konako was finally moving her things into my house. We had put it off for days. With the activities we'd been indulging in, she'd ended up with a limp, so she stayed home to recover. I stayed with her, using my grades as an excuse to skip school for the week. Currently, I was in my blacksmith shop, working on crafting a decent short sword. I'd decided to experiment with fusing vampire fangs into the blade to enhance its properties. Outside, Alucard and Asia were meditating. Alucard had been teaching her how to channel and grow her magical power, something I overheard her saying was really helping. After what felt like hours, I finally finished the sword. A notification popped up in front of me. Blacksmithing has leveled up, level 33/100. Satisfied with my work, I used Observe to check the stats on the blade. Observe, Vampiric Slayer class, legendary, a short sword infused with vampire fangs, enhancing the user's speed and increasing the power of all vampiric attacks. The blade radiated a blood-red aura, and I couldn't help but admire its craftsmanship. I'd also designed it to act as a container for magical energy, making it even more versatile. Walking outside, I found Alucard standing up from his meditation. Hey, Alucard, I called out, holding the blade toward him. I wanted to give you this. He took the sword cautiously, his eyes widening as he examined it. You crafted this? Alucard asked, his voice filled with surprise. Yup, I said casually, grinning at his reaction. This is incredible, he murmured, his crimson eyes fixed on the blade. Thank you, Shiro. No problem, I said, feeling a sense of pride as I saw the genuine appreciation in his expression. I found Konako in the kitchen scrubbing the counter, trying to clean up the aftermath of my earlier attempt to fix the blender. Let's just say, it didn't end well. Using my sneak skill, I silently crept up behind her. The moment I grabbed her sides, she gasped, startled. When I turned her around and deactivated sneak, she sighed, giving me a flat look. What do you want? She asked, clearly exasperated. I want some attention from my kitty, I said with a cheeky grin. Her cheeks turned a faint pink. Don't kitty me. You've been bad, so no, she retorted, crossing her arms. I pouted dramatically. But I want you to pay attention to me. No. Go somewhere else. I need to clean up your mess, she said firmly, pointing toward the door. I love you, but shoo. You're not supposed to be in the kitchen. Defeated, I dragged myself to the living room, still pouting. As I sat down, a notification appeared in my mind. Shop unlocked. You can now access a shop via your laptop to purchase spells, skill books, and magical items. Curious, I headed to my room, pulled out my laptop, and opened it. Sure enough, there was a new app labeled Shop. Clicking on it brought up a long list of items, ranging from skills to weapons. Wanting a second opinion, I focused and summoned Voltaris. He perched on my shoulder, his tiny form looking over the laptop screen with interest. To unlock your balance breaker, 17,789/500,000 EXP. Cool, I muttered before turning to Voltaris. What do you think of these? I want your opinion too. Voltaris tilted his head thoughtfully. That soul one caught my eye. I'd go for that first. I scrolled down to the skill he mentioned and read the description. Skill book, Soul Stealer. This skill allows you to harvest the souls of whatever you kill. Pure angels yield pure souls, while pure devils provide corrupted souls. These are essential for crafting holy and cursed weapons. Cost, $5,000. Would you like to purchase this skill? Without hesitation, I clicked yes, and a book materialized next to me. I picked it up and learned the skill. Skill learned, Soul Stealer. You can now steal the souls of your enemies. An evil grin spread across my face as possibilities began swirling in my mind. Voltaris gave me a wary look. Should I be worried about that smile? Yep, I replied without missing a beat. What are you planning? He asked cautiously. Say, do you know how to make holy and cursed weapons? Of course I do, Voltaris said confidently. Good, I said, my grin widening. Because we're about to make some. Voltaris nodded approvingly. I suggest starting with holy weapons. You know, considering. You read my mind, I said. But I'll need a pure angel soul first. How am I going to get that? As if on cue, another notification appeared. New dungeons unlocked. I checked the details. Purity Dungeon, a dungeon inhabited by pure angels. Defeat the boss to exit. Cursed Dungeon, a dungeon filled with pure devils. Defeat the boss to exit. I couldn't help but smile at the perfect timing. Voltaris, we're about to have some fun, I said, already itching to dive in. Can't wait, he replied, his voice filled with excitement. I clicked to enter the Purity Dungeon, and in an instant, a blinding light surrounded me. As it faded, I found myself standing on what appeared to be clouds. The entire space was bathed in a radiant glow, and angels flew gracefully through the air, their golden armor gleaming. Without wasting a moment, I activated Observe on one of them to gauge their strength. Observe, name? Race, angel title, none fame, none HP, 3000/3000 MP, 12,000/12,000 stamina, 2000/2000 strength, 30 endurance, 30 agility, 30 intelligence, 30 wisdom, 30 luck, 20. I smiled, noticing that all the angels had identical stats. They weren't weak, but they weren't particularly strong compared to me either. Summoning 4 sentry guns, I positioned them strategically. The sentries wouldn't fire until the angels came within range. Standing confidently, I called out, Sup! Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10+ chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 2625, Gabriel. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10+ chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega sup. Every angel in sight turned toward me, their eyes filled with holy fury. They began flying in my direction, their golden wings cutting through the air like blades. The sentries opened fire as soon as the angels got close, arrows whizzing through the air. I took advantage of the distraction and cast my own spell. Rain of arrows. I shouted, summoning a storm of spectral arrows. The angels scattered, their agility allowing most of them to dodge the barrage. But not all were lucky. Several fell to the ground, golden blood staining the clouds. As their bodies disintegrated, small white orbs floated out and were absorbed into me. Curious, I quickly opened my inventory. Inventory, Pure Soul Fragment 4/20. Pure Soul Fragment, a fragment of a pure soul. Collect 20 fragments to create a complete pure soul. I frowned slightly. So this is going to take a while, I muttered. Voltaris's voice echoed in my mind. Wanna try out my sacred gear? Grinning, I summoned Chaos Lightning, feeling its raw power course through my body. Sure, I replied, clenching my fists as purple lightning crackled around me. The angels charged again, their golden swords raised high. But with my sacred gear, I was far faster than them. In an instant, I zipped behind the first wave of attackers and unleashed Hell Flare, engulfing 10 of them in crimson flames. Jumping into the air, I raised my hand and shouted, Dragon Lightning! A massive bolt of purple lightning shot down, striking a cluster of angels and scattering them like leaves in a storm. The explosion lit up the sky, and more soul fragments floated toward me as the defeated angels vanished. Then, I noticed reinforcements flying in from the horizon. Dozens more angels were closing in, their weapons gleaming as they formed a massive formation. Cracking an evil smile, I said to myself, let's make this fun. The battlefield was drenched in golden blood. Feathers littered the ground, and the lingering energy of fallen angels crackled faintly in the air. Despite the carnage, there was still no sign of the dungeon boss. My pulse quickened at the thought. I was eager for the challenge. I opened my inventory to check my spoils so far. Inventory: pure soul fragments, 19/20 pure souls, 38 angel feathers, 436. Not bad, but I needed one more fragment to complete another soul. I flicked over to my stats to see where I stood. Stats: name, Shiro. Gender, male. Age, 15. Race, human/dragon. Title, Lightning Dragon. Emperor. Fame, none. Sacred gear, Volt Eris, the Lightning Dragon God of Chaos. Level, 45 HP, 1089/1850, Regen 10 per minute, MP, 1349/4500, Regen 50 per minute, Stamina, 872/1500, Regen 20 per minute, Strength, 77. Endurance, 77. Agility, 77. Intelligence, 77. Wisdom, 77. Luck, 45 points, 60 money, $52,000. Satisfied with my progress, I summoned Volt Eris for a quick chat. His crackling presence materialized beside me, perched casually on my shoulder in his miniaturized form. "Sup," he greeted, his voice tinged with amusement. "Hey," I replied, keeping my eyes on the surrounding area. "What can I do with the angel feathers I've been collecting?" Volt Eris hummed thoughtfully before answering. "You could grind them into powder and use them for potions." I raised an eyebrow. "Potions? What kind?" "Minor health, stamina, and mana potions," he explained. "If you dilute the powder properly, one feather could make around 25 potions. The same goes for stamina and mana potions." A business idea sparked in my mind. What if I start a business? Blacksmithing and potion making specifically for the supernatural. I could make weapons and supplies for devils, angels, and whoever else needs them. Volt Eris's eyes gleamed. "That's ambitious, but not a bad idea. You'll need allies, though. Rias and Sana might be willing to help, for the right compensation." I nodded, already picturing the possibilities. Exactly what I was thinking. But first, I need to finish this dungeon. Suddenly, a system notification flashed in my vision. "Boss incoming." I looked up just in time to see a massive golden magic circle materialize in the sky. From it descended a figure adorned with 12 brilliant golden wings. His divine aura radiated authority and power, and his piercing gaze locked onto me. I immediately used Observe to get a read on him. Observe: name, Gabriel. Race, Archangel. Title, Dungeon Boss. Fame, Dungeon Boss. HP, 12,500/12,500 MP, 30,000/30,000 Stamina, 5,000/5,000 Strength, 60 Endurance, 60 Agility, 60 Intelligence, 60 Wisdom, 60 Luck, 30. I grinned. Looks like I'll finally get a real fight. Quickly, I pulled out several potions: health, mana, and stamina, and downed them in quick succession. Energy surged through my veins as my reserves were restored. Summoning my Chaos Lightning, I conjured 4 sentry turrets and set them into position. Their barrels hummed as they locked onto Gabriel, who responded with a sudden charge. Not one to be outdone, I launched forward to meet him head-on. My gauntlets sparked as lightning danced across my arms, and I channeled that energy into a devastating uppercut. The blow sent Gabriel rocketing into the sky, but I wasn't about to give him time to recover. Raising my arms, I roared, "Dragon Lightning!" Bolts of crackling purple energy erupted from my hands, arcing toward him like angry serpents. Gabriel's wings flared as he tried to counter, but the lightning struck home, engulfing him in an explosion of raw energy. As the dragon lightning struck Gabriel, the crackling arcs of energy enveloped his body, forcing him to cry out in pain. His divine aura flickered, and I seized the opportunity. Summoning Hell Flare, I hurled it at him, engulfing his body in crimson flames. The impact sent him crashing to the ground, leaving a trail of scorch marks as his golden armor sizzled against the heat. Gabriel groaned, pushing himself up, but I didn't give him a chance to recover. Leaping into the air, I spun and came down with an axe kick aimed straight for his shoulder. The blow connected, creating a small shockwave, but in his desperation, Gabriel stabbed me in the shoulder with a light spear. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10+ chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 2726 Suspicion. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10+ chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega. Gabriel groaned, pushing himself up, but I didn't give him a chance to recover. Leaping into the air, I spun and came down with an axe kick aimed straight for his shoulder. The blow connected, creating a small shockwave, but in his desperation, Gabriel stabbed me in the shoulder with a light spear. Pain shot through me, but I gritted my teeth and snapped the spear, shattering it into glowing fragments. Blood trickled down my arm as I jumped back, immediately activating Observe to assess the situation. Observe: HP, 7890/12500. Not bad, I had him on the ropes. I gathered my energy and unleashed my next attack. Icicle Lance. I roared. 3 shimmering spears of ice materialized and shot toward him. The first pierced his left shoulder, the second lodged into his right leg, and the third impaled his chest. He staggered, struggling to stay upright. I wasn't done yet. Hell flare! The flames consumed him again, melting the icicles and leaving a pool of water beneath his feet. Smirking, I manipulated the water, causing it to snake up his legs before freezing it solid. Gabriel's movements stopped his legs now locked in ice. Summoning my katana, I infused it with flames, channeling magic until the blade ignited with a fierce glow. The fire intensified, burning brighter as it shifted to a blue hue. One last observe flashed before my eyes. Observe HP, 3459/12500. This ends now. I growled, raising the katana high above my head. Supernova slash. A wave of searing flames erupted from the blade as I brought it down, splitting the air with an ear-piercing roar. The attack struck Gabriel head-on, engulfing him in an explosion of fire and light. His form disintegrated into ash, leaving nothing behind but a glowing orb of energy that hovered momentarily before fading away. Secret quest completed. Secret quest, take out an archangel. Rewards, 10,000 EXP/$20,000/2 skill books/2 mystery items. I grinned, exhaustion hitting me as the notifications rolled in. Opening my inventory, I checked the new loot. Skill books acquired. Skill book, Jeweler, allows the user to craft and enchant jewelry. Skill book, Alchemist, grants the ability to create potions and alchemical items. Would you like to learn these skills? Yes/no. I mentally selected yes, and the knowledge flowed into me instantly. Ideas for new items and potions flooded my mind. My focus then shifted to the 2 mystery items. Inventory Alchemist set, complete tools and ingredients required for potion making. Jeweler set, equipment for crafting and enchanting magical jewelry. Perfect, I muttered, closing the inventory. With this, I was one step closer to building my shop. I activated Escape Dungeon and returned to my living room, breathing heavily as the transition completed. Elsewhere. Rias leaned back in her chair, her eyes closed as she spoke. Yes, he said he has no intention of becoming a devil, but he did promise to help us if we ever needed it. Sana adjusted her glasses, her expression thoughtful. I see. Well, I might try my luck with him, then. But why hasn't he or Konako been coming to school? Konako told me she had a fever and didn't want to make it worse, so she stayed home, Rias explained with a slight smirk. And her loverboy decided to stay home and take care of her. Sana chuckled softly. That's actually kind of sweet. I know, right? Rias replied, unable to hide her amusement. Progress toward balance breaker, 34,709/500,000 EXP. I glanced at the progress bar in my interface. Still a long way to go, but I was getting closer. Smiling to myself, I leaned back, already planning my next move. Rias sat across from Sana in the student council room, her fingers gently tapping on the table. The conversation had circled back to the same topic it always did lately. Shiro. I can't help but be intrigued by what's inside him, Rias said, her crimson locks falling over her shoulder. It feels like it's more than just a sacred gear. Sana adjusted her glasses, her expression thoughtful. I agree. Even though I've only spoken to him a few times, there's definitely something he's hiding. Whether it's another sacred gear or something else entirely, I can't say. But I do know one thing: he's strong. Akeno, who was leaning against the nearby desk, smirked as she chimed in. Not just strong, he also knows magic. Tsubaki's interest peaked at that. What kind of magic? Rias leaned back slightly as she thought it over. Fire magic, for starters. I gave him a few books on magic. One dealt with ice, another with lightning, and the last one had something to do with metal manipulation. So, he's a magician? Sana asked, her tone curious but skeptical. Rias shook her head. Not exactly. Konako told me he's very skilled with a sword. Plus, his hand-to-hand combat skills are even better. He's versatile like a warrior and a mage rolled into one. His grades are even higher than ours, Sana pointed out, flipping through a document. He's smart. Too smart for someone who just transferred here. Exactly, Rias said. Oh, by the way, I found out what Issei's sacred gear is. Sana looked up. And? The boosted gear. Sana's eyes widened for a moment before she smirked. Looks like you've landed yourself a very strong pawn. Rias allowed herself a proud smile. Yes, I have. Sana's expression shifted as she rested her chin on her hand. This might mean you finally have a way out of that arranged marriage with Riser. If it comes down to it, I know my brother will arrange a rating game, Rias said with confidence. Well, at least I don't have an arranged marriage hanging over my head, Sana said, standing up. Rias rolled her eyes but smiled as the conversation shifted topics. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10+ chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 2827, Freed. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10+ chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. P. A. T. R. E. O. N. http://marin_kitawega time had slipped by quickly after we finished moving all of Konako's things into the house. It felt like a normal day until something clicked in my mind. I turned toward her, curiosity sparking in my thoughts. Konako. She looked up from the couch, her ears twitching slightly. Yet. You're a Nico, right? Her expression flattened. Yet. And your name is Konako, right? Now she raised an eyebrow. Where are you going with this? I smirked, crossing my arms as I leaned slightly closer. You literally have Nico in your name. That's so cute. A faint blush crept onto her cheeks as her ears twitched again. She looked away, clearly flustered, which only made my grin widen. Before I could tease her any further, Asia entered the room, looking a little nervous but determined. Ah, Shiro, there you are. Her voice carried a hint of urgency, but it was soft as always. I turned toward her, giving her my full attention. Yeb. Did you need something? Asia clasped her hands in front of her, her expression hopeful yet hesitant. I was wondering if you could take me out to the store. I need to pick up a few things. Sure, I said without hesitation, offering a reassuring smile. To my surprise, Asia's cheeks turned pink as she lowered her gaze. I tilted my head slightly, wondering what had caused the sudden blush. Meanwhile, Konako stretched out on the couch, her golden eyes flicking toward us before casually throwing in a comment that caught both of us off guard. I don't mind sharing. My brain short-circuited for a moment as her words sank in. Asia froze beside me, her blush intensifying until her entire face looked like it might overheat. What? I stammered, my face quickly matching Asia's in color. Konako just flicked one of her cat ears, her face calm despite the faint pink lingering on her cheeks. The walk back from the store had been peaceful so far. Asia was chatting about how excited she was to make dinner, her voice cheerful as the shopping bags swayed lightly in her hands. I was carrying most of the heavier bags, of course, but I didn't mind. That's when it happened. A chilling voice echoed behind us, sending a shiver down my spine. Well. If it isn't the little holy girl who was supposed to join us. Both Asia and I froze. Slowly, we turned around to face the source of the voice. Standing there was a man who looked to be in his mid-20s. His silver hair was slicked back, and his eyes gleamed with a crazed, almost predatory glint. I recognized him immediately, but for good measure, I activated Observe. Observe name, Fried Selzen age, 24 gender, male race, human title, rogue priest fame, youngest priest sacred gear, none HP, 1350/1350 MP, 2000/2000 stamina, 800/800 strength, 32 endurance, 28 agility, 37 intelligence, 18 wisdom, 3 luck, 15 I narrowed my eyes. This guy was strong, but nowhere near what I couldn't handle. Still, I wasn't about to underestimate him, especially not with Asia here. Hello, Fried Selzen, I said calmly, stepping in front of Asia and shielding her with my body. His grin faltered for a split second before widening again. Oh? So you know my name already? Interesting. I wonder what else you know. Shiro stood firm, his gaze locked onto Fried as the tension thickened in the air. I know you work for the Fallen Angels, and I know you're after Asia, Shiro said, his voice calm but laced with barely restrained anger. But you're not getting her. He quickly scanned the area, checking for any additional enemies, but sensed no one nearby. Still, his guard remained up. Fried tilted his head back and let out a crazed laugh. Ha! So the kid's got brains. But listen, how about you just hand her over, and I won't have to kill you? I'm in a foul mood anyway since I couldn't finish off that brown-haired devil last night. Shiro's eyes darkened as his fists clenched. Issei might be a massive pervert, but he was still Shiro's friend, and hearing Fried talk about him like that sent rage bubbling up inside him. The pressure in the air shifted as Shiro's aura flared, causing Fried to falter for just a moment. Unbeknownst to him, the sudden surge of energy was felt elsewhere. Student council room Sana suddenly stiffened, her eyes snapping toward the window. What is that? Tsubaki stepped closer, feeling the faint pressure of the aura. I'm not sure, but we need to find out. Now. Back with Shiro. Shiro's voice was low but sharp. Tell me, did this devil have a red gauntlet on his left hand? Fried grinned, clearly enjoying the attention. Oh yeah, he did. The little punk thought he could fight me with it too. I nearly killed him before that dumb red-headed bitch showed up and ruined my fun. Shiro's temper snapped. That's it. Before Fried could react, Shiro surged forward, his foot connecting with Fried's chest and sending him skidding across the ground. The force of the blow knocked blood from Fried's mouth as he scrambled to his feet, drawing his light sword and pistol. Fried's grin stretched wider despite the pain. Oh, a tough one, huh? I'm going to enjoy taking you apart. He fired his pistol, the shots echoing through the alley. The first 2 bullets hit Shiro in the stomach, barely doing more than making him flinch. Fried's eyes widened. What the hell? He fired again, 4 more shots. 1 hit Shiro's leg, 2 struck his chest, and another grazed his arm. Still, Shiro didn't stop moving forward, his steps deliberate and unyielding. Fried's confidence crumbled. No. No human can take that. What the hell are you? Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 2928, deal. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega Freed's confidence crumbled. No. No human can take that. What the hell are you? Desperation took hold as Freed lunged with his light sword, but Shiro caught the blade with one hand. Sparks danced across the metal as Shiro's grip tightened. The sword began to crack under the pressure until, finally, it shattered into fragments. Freed stumbled back, eyes wide with disbelief. No. This can't be happening. Shiro's voice dropped, cold and deadly. I really hate it when people talk like that about my friends. I try to keep my temper in check, but when they hurt the people I care about. Freed raised his pistol, pressing it directly against Shiro's forehead. The gun fired, and the impact shaved off another chunk of Shiro's health. Shiro barely flinched. My turn. Freed's face drained of color. Shit. Before he could move, Shiro's fist collided with his jaw, launching him into the air. Without hesitation, Shiro summoned his sword, leaping after him and slashing through Freed's body in a single, fluid motion. Blood painted the ground as Freed's body fell in two pieces. Shiro landed lightly, his breath steady despite the fight's intensity. He turned to Asia, who had collapsed to her knees, tears streaming down her face. It's over, Shiro said softly, pulling her into a protective hug. You're safe now. Asia buried her face in his chest, sobbing uncontrollably. Not wanting to leave Freed's remains behind, Shiro ignited a hell flare, engulfing what was left of the rogue priest and reducing him to ash. Then, without another word, he lifted Asia into his arms and carried her home. Student Council Room Sana stared at the lingering pressure in the air, her expression unreadable. Is he really human? Tsubaki stood beside her, clearly shaken. I don't think so. Shiro pushed the door open, stepping inside with Asia still in his arms. Konako was lounging on the couch, flipping through channels when she turned toward them. Konako crossed her arms, fixing me with a sharp look as she took in my blood-soaked appearance and Asia's tear-streaked face. I leave you alone for what, 2 hours? And you come back covered in blood? What did you do, kill someone? I wiped at a smear of dried blood on my cheek and met her gaze without hesitation. Yep. Konako blinked. Okay, the hell. After explaining. Konako leaned back in her chair, pinching the bridge of her nose. So let me get this straight, you killed a rogue priest, burned his body to ash, and carried Asia home like a damn knight covered in blood. That about sums it up. Konako sighed but didn't argue. We're going to school tomorrow. Asia, we still have to get you registered, so you'll stay here with Alucard. He'll protect you. Asia nodded quickly. I know. He's really nice. Where is Alucard anyway? I asked, scanning the room. Konako shrugged. Still locked in his room, captivated by the TV. A smirk tugged at my lips. I'm tempted to get him some DVDs of that Twilight series. Konako shot me a flat look. He'd kill you. I leaned back in my chair. He can try. In the morning, the walk to school was interesting. Konako and I held hands, and the whispers started the moment we stepped through the gates. Some students were whispering about my outfit, while others gawked at Konako openly. I kept my stride casual until an announcement boomed over the speakers. Will Shiro Aizawa please come to the student council room? I repeat, will Shiro Aizawa please come to the student council room? Konako tugged my hand, pulling me to a stop. What did you do this time? I've been with you all morning. If you don't know, then I don't know. Her gaze flicked down to my outfit, Gaku Black's attire, complete with the black GI and crimson belt. Maybe it's because you're not wearing the uniform. I shrugged. I tried. My muscles got too big. Just behave yourself, Konako warned. You know me, if I can cause trouble, I will. We parted ways at the hall, and I noticed more stairs as I made my way toward the student council room. Most students seemed impressed, a few even complimenting my outfit. I told them the truth, it wasn't a fashion statement. The uniform simply didn't fit anymore. I knocked on the double doors before hearing Sana's calm voice. Come in. I stepped inside and saw Sana sitting on the couch with Tsubaki. A chessboard was set up between them, pieces arranged mid-game. Shiro, Sana greeted, gesturing toward the couch opposite her. Care to play around while we talk? I took the seat she offered, eyeing the board. I don't see why not. Sana smiled faintly as she made the first move. I have to ask, why aren't you in uniform? It's too small. She blinked at that. I see. I'll have a new one ordered for you. Thanks. It's no problem. I studied the board and moved my first piece. So, was this about my wardrobe, or is there another reason you called me here, Miss Citrai? Both Sana and Tsubaki froze for a fraction of a second before exchanging glances. You know my family name, Sana said, her voice carefully neutral. I smirked. I know a lot. But let's just say you have your secrets, and I have mine. She leaned back slightly, clearly re-evaluating me. Fair enough. Then I assume you're already familiar with the peerage system, since Rias approached you. Shiro leaned back slightly, his gaze steady as he responded. Yeah, I know the system pretty well. Sana adjusted her glasses, leaning forward slightly. Then I'll get straight to the point. I'd like you to join my peerage. Shiro tilted his head, considering her words carefully. I'm really not sure. Sana arched an eyebrow. What do you mean? It's not that I don't trust you. You seem like a good person, and I don't doubt your leadership, Shiro admitted, his expression serious. But the truth is, I'm just not comfortable with the idea of becoming a devil. At least, not yet. And honestly, I don't know much about your peerage compared to Rias's. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 3029, checkmate. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega short chapter. It's not that I don't trust you. You seem like a good person, and I don't doubt your leadership, Shiro admitted, his expression serious. But the truth is, I'm just not comfortable with the idea of becoming a devil. At least, not yet. And honestly, I don't know much about your peerage compared to Rias's. Sana studied him for a moment before nodding. I can understand that. But if I may ask, why didn't you join her peerage? You've had plenty of opportunities. Shiro scratched his chin, his lips tugging into a half smile. Well, for starters, I already said I'm not keen on becoming a devil. But I'm not completely closed off to the idea, either. The bigger problem is my girlfriend Konako. She's Rias's rook, and that'd mean I'd basically be answering to two masters. Not exactly ideal. Sana blinked, clearly surprised. And the other reason? Shiro shuddered. Akeno. Tsubaki, who had been silently observing, finally spoke. What about her? Shiro groaned, running a hand down his face. Every time she sees me, she licks her lips and gives me this look like she's planning something intense. It's terrifying. Sana stifled a laugh, though a small smile tugged at her lips. I see. Tsubaki tilted her head slightly. Have you considered joining any clubs, then? Shiro blinked at the sudden change in topic. Well, about that I'm apparently not allowed to. Sana's eyes narrowed. What? Why not? Some of the guys said clubs only accept people at the start of the year, Shiro explained. But people keep asking me to join anyway, like the Kendo Club. Sana let out a frustrated sigh, pinching the bridge of her nose. Shiro, don't ever listen to them again. They lied to you. Wait, really? Shiro leaned forward, surprised. Yes. Clubs are mandatory at this school. Every student has to be in one. Shiro stared for a moment before relaxing. Oh. Good to know. He paused. But most clubs don't interest me. I need something where I can punch people. There's no club like that, Sana said flatly. Figures. Shiro rubbed the back of his neck. What about something that actually helps people? I wouldn't mind something that lets me keep an eye out for trouble or keeps people safe. Sana's expression softened as she gestured to herself. You know, I have a position open on the student council. Shiro raised an eyebrow. What position? It's something the students call the Punisher. Basically, you'd be responsible for deciding punishments for students who break the rules. It's more responsibility than you think. Shiro's eyes lit up. I think I'd like that. Sana offered a rare smile. Even if you don't end up becoming a devil, I'm glad you'll consider joining the student council. That said, you'll need to go through a voting process. It'll be held today, so there's no guarantee you'll get it, but good luck. She gestured to a side room. Feel free to use that room if you need to rest before then. Shiro nodded in appreciation. Thanks. It's no trouble. Sana's tone shifted slightly. Also, about that rogue priest yesterday. Shiro froze for a moment before exhaling. You saw that, huh? We did, Sana confirmed, her expression sharp. Next time, make sure to inform either me or Rias about situations like that. Got it, Shiro replied. I'll make sure to give you a heads up next time. A sudden grin spread across his face. Oh, and by the way, checkmate. Sana's gaze snapped to the chessboard in front of her, her eyes widening in disbelief as she stared at the final move. Shiro stood, flashing a quick grin. Well, I need to get to class. Later. Sana blinked, still processing the loss as Shiro turned and walked out the door. Bye, Shiro. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 3130, chocolate. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. P. A. T. R. E. O. N. http://marin_kitawega. As I made my way toward class, I decided midway that I'd rather avoid it altogether and headed up to the roof instead. The breeze felt nice as I lay stretched out on the rooftop, staring at the sky. Just as I was starting to relax, I heard the door creak open. Peeking around the corner, I spotted Kiba stepping out onto the roof. I quickly ducked back, hoping he hadn't noticed me. The door clicked shut behind him, and I let out a quiet sigh of relief only to nearly jump out of my skin when I heard his voice. Kiba smirked. "Oh, what's this?" I turned my head away from him, trying to play it cool. Nothing." He stepped closer, his tone teasing. "My cute underclassman, skipping class? Tisk tisk." I blinked at him. "What do you mean cute?" Kiba chuckled softly. "Don't worry about it." And then he winked. "What the hell?" My voice cracked. "Why did you just wink at me?" Kiba grinned like this was all a joke. "Oh, you're so innocent." Before I could even begin to process what was happening, the rooftop door burst open. The loud slam made both of us turn, and there stood Konako on the other side of the roof, glaring daggers at Kiba. Kiba straightened up, all smiles. "Hello, Konako." Konako's eyes shifted to me. "Shiro, you're coming with me." I groaned. "But I don't want to go to class." Her expression darkened as she grabbed my hand. I said no. Without giving me a choice, she dragged me down from the roof and straight to the student council room. No one else was there as she pulled me into the side room Sana had mentioned earlier. She pushed me onto the bed, locked the door, and even set up some kind of barrier before sitting beside me. Her gaze was sharp as she scanned me from head to toe. "Did he do anything to you?" I blinked. "What do you mean?" Konako let out a heavy sigh, pinching the bridge of her nose. "Do you even know what being gay is?" I tilted my head. "Yeah, it's when two guys fall in love or something." "Exactly." She exhaled again. "Kiba spy. He was flirting with you." "Wait, what?" I practically jumped out of my skin, my face heating up. "Calm down." Konako shook her head. "Just ignore him, and he'll leave you alone." This was definitely not something that happened in the anime. My thoughts were spiraling so fast that I barely noticed myself bolting into the closet with a blanket and slamming the door shut. I locked it and sank to the floor, my back against the wall. Konako knocked. "Shiro, open up." "No. Why not?" I don't know what to think right now." "Ugh." She groaned. "Fine. Stay in there until you calm down, but don't make this a habit." Sana's POV. When I returned to my office, I noticed the side room's door was shut tight. Before I could question it, Konako stepped out, looking visibly irritated. I arched an eyebrow. "Konako, what's wrong?" Konako crossed her arms. "I found Shiro with Kiba on the roof." My eyes widened slightly. And Kiba was flirting with him, and Shiro didn't even understand what was going on. So I dragged him here since it's closer than the orc. But then he freaked out and locked himself in the closet. Now he's confused and panicking, and I'm about to go kick someone's ass. Before I could stop her, she stormed out, leaving me to deal with the aftermath. I walked over to the closet and knocked softly. "Shiro? Are you okay in there?" From the other side of the door, I heard a muffled voice. "I'm so confused." I sighed, rubbing my temples. "Well, holler if you need me." Pulling out my phone, I quickly sent a text to Rias. Text sent, "Shiro's having a minor meltdown. Bring chocolate." Rias entered the room, holding a bag filled with chocolate bars. Her expression was a mix of amusement and mild confusion. "So, what's the emergency? Why did you ask for chocolate?" "Don't tell me it's that time of the month." Sana's face flushed slightly as she cut Rias off. "Rias." Rias blinked at her reaction, then frowned. "What?" Sana let out an exasperated sigh, clearly having dealt with enough already. "Look, Kiba was flirting with Shiro, and now Shiro's locked himself in the closet. He's confused about life, and Konako is out there hunting Kiba down." Rias paled at the explanation before quickly making her way to the closet. She knocked on the door. "Shiro? Are you okay in there?" From inside came a faint sound. Shiro was snoring. Rias stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. "He fell asleep." Sana frowned. "But I was just talking to him. How did he stress nap?" Rias smirked. "You got a key for this door." Sana pulled out the key and unlocked it. Rias handed her 5 chocolate bars. "I'll leave these for him, but I need to go grab a keno and try to keep the peace before Konako actually kills Kiba." Rias left in a hurry, and Sana walked into the closet to find Shiro sleeping soundly. She gently picked him up and laid him on the bed, pausing for a moment as she looked at him. "He's kind of cute when he's not causing chaos," she muttered to herself before returning to her desk. Shiro's POV. I woke up feeling a little groggy, blinking as I sat up on the bed. The last thing I remembered was panicking and hiding in the closet. But now I was back in the student council room. I saw Sana working at her desk. She looked up when she noticed I was awake and smiled softly. "Good morning. Guess what? You won the election," she said. "Congratulations, you're officially the school's Punisher." I rubbed my eyes. "Really? Already?" She nodded and handed me 5 chocolate bars. "Here. Consider these a confidence boost." You might need it. I grabbed one and immediately started eating. Thanks, Sana. After finishing 2 more chocolate bars, I decided it was time to face the music. I needed to talk to Kiba and clear the air before this whole situation got any more awkward. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 3231 mhhmm. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega occult research club. When I arrived at the orc, the door was cracked open. Peeking inside, I saw Akeno standing between Kiba and Konako. Konako looked like she was one wrong word away from throwing hands, and Kiba was leaning against the wall, trying to look unbothered. I hesitated for a second, then stepped inside. All eyes turned to me immediately. Without wasting any time, I walked straight behind Konako, using her as a shield before speaking. Sorry, Kiba, I said, my voice steady. I can't return those feelings. I love Konako. Konako's expression softened, and she smiled, clearly pleased with my words. Kiba exhaled through his nose, standing upright again. That's fine. I get it. I hope we can still be friends. Before I could respond, Konako spoke up, her voice sharp. Don't do it again, or I'll punch you in the balls so hard you'll never be able to use them again. Eve Chiron paled. Kiba visibly gulped. Noted. Just then, the door burst open, and Issei walked in, completely oblivious to the tension in the room. What did I miss? Eve Chiron stared at him for a moment before Akeno started laughing softly. I shook my head. You missed enough. The room was filled with casual conversation until Rias's announcement drew my attention. We should go get the two of you a familiar, Rias said, looking at me and Issei with a cheerful smile. I glanced up from my seat beside Konako. Issei practically jumped out of his chair. Yes. I raised an eyebrow at him before turning to Rias. Wait, can I even make a contract with one? Rias nodded confidently. Yes, you can. Before I could ask more, the doors to the room opened, revealing Sana and the rest of the student council stepping inside. Ah, Sana. Good to see you again, Rias greeted her with a polite smile. Sana returned the greeting with a nod. Yes, it is. It seems you've added another servant to your peerage. Rias gestured to Issei. Yes, this is Issei. He's my pawn. Wait, how does she know we're devils? Issei asked, clearly confused. I smirked at him. Dude, she's a devil too. Sana adjusted her glasses. Yes, I am. Oh, and congratulations on becoming the school's punisher, Shiro. At that, Eve Chiron turned to look at me. Thanks, I said casually, though the sudden attention was making me a little uncomfortable. Sana gestured to the boy standing beside her. This is my pawn, Saji. I looked at him. The guy was practically oozing arrogance as he gave us all a smug look. Oh, sweet. You're a pawn too. Issei said, reaching out to shake his hand. Saji scoffed and crossed his arms. Please don't think we're in the same league. I took 4 pawn pieces. I rolled my eyes at his tone. Hey, dumbass. Saji's gaze snapped to me, clearly annoyed. He took 8, I said, pointing at Issei. Get your facts straight before you go making yourself look like an idiot. Then again, maybe that's just natural for you, considering you never bother to get all the facts before acting. Sana sighed, already expecting this from me. Are you still holding a grudge? I pouted, crossing my arms. He wouldn't even listen to my side of it. The girls in the room giggled at my reaction until Saji decided to push his luck. So, what piece did you take? He asked, directing his attention to me. None, I replied without hesitation. Saji blinked. I said none, dipshit. I'm human. Saji scoffed. Then what's a lowly-ass muncher like you doing here? I didn't give him time to regret those words. In an instant, I rushed him. No one even saw me move until my foot came down on his back, pinning him to the floor. Saji struggled to breathe under my weight. I'm sorry, what was that? I couldn't hear you over the sound of you eating dirt. I smirked and leaned in. Did you seriously call me an ass muncher? Where the hell did you even come up with that? One thing's clear, though I'm not the lowly one here. That title belongs to the guy under my foot. I stepped off him and casually returned to my seat beside Konako, who gave me an approving nod. Rias cleared her throat, bringing the attention back to the matter at hand. We were just about to go get familiars for Issei and Shiro. Sana frowned slightly. That complicates things. I was hoping to get Saji one as well. Rias smirked. How about we settle this with a game of tennis? Winner gets to go first. Sana adjusted her glasses, her competitive side showing. Agreed. When we returned home, I saw Asia sitting on the couch watching TV while Alucard was meditating in the corner. They both noticed us as we stepped inside. Asia turned her attention to us first. How was your day? Fine, I said with a shrug, setting my bag down. Good, Konako added before shooting me a questioning look. Also, Ryo, why'd you join the student council? I scratched the back of my head. Well, because a club is mandatory, and, honestly, I didn't really like any of the others. Konako folded her arms, narrowing her eyes at me. Don't get tricked. I rolled my eyes. Please, I'm too smart to be tricked. Konako raised an eyebrow. I have a list of times you've been tricked. You might be smart, but you're also easily manipulated. I sighed in defeat. Fine, you win. Before she could press further, I grinned. You girls want to see another magic trick? Konako groaned, clearly remembering my last magic trick. I swear, if it's like that blacksmith thing. Asia, on the other hand, clapped her hands excitedly. Yet. I smirked and waved them outside. Follow me, ladies. We stepped out into the backyard, and I pulled out the alchemist set from my inventory. Tossing it near the blacksmith garage, I pressed the activation button. Smoke exploded around the area, and when it cleared, a new garage had appeared, seamlessly connected to the blacksmith shop. A door had been added, linking the two spaces. I turned to see Asia staring with wide eyes, completely awestruck, while Konako barely looked impressed. I grinned at her reaction and pulled out the jeweler set, repeating the process on the other side of the blacksmith shop. Another garage appeared, connected by a door, creating a full workshop area. Everything I needed was now in one place, but I made a mental note that, if I wanted to open an actual business, I'd need a proper shop in town. Konako shook her head and turned toward the house. Okay, I need to get dinner ready. Asia lingered, looking between the new rooms and me. Mind if I watch you work? I mean, if you don't mind. I smiled. Okay. Sure. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 33 500 power stones equals bonus chapter. If we reach 500 power stones in the next 6 hours there will be a bonus chapter. And if you want to read 10 plus advanced chapters plus other fanfics you can check out my Patreon. Chapter 34-32, Church. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega I was in the alchemist workshop, bottles and ingredients scattered across the tables as I focused on brewing potions. By the time I looked up, I had crafted around 70 minor health potions and a few large ones. A notification popped up. Alchemy has leveled up 32/100. I grinned, satisfied with the progress. Asia had been watching quietly the whole time, fascinated by the process. After finishing up, I wiped my hands and turned to her. Well, that's done. Asia gave me a soft smile. You're really good at this. I chuckled. Thanks. It's fun when I get into it. She stood up. I'll be back in a few minutes. I just need to check something. I nodded. Alright, I'll see you then. As I finished working on a decent blade, I heard footsteps behind me and turned to see Konako entering the workshop. Have you seen Asia? She asked, her expression already tense. I wiped the sweat from my brow and shook my head. No, she went inside the house a while ago. Did you ask Alucard? Konako nodded. Yeah, but he's been watching TV in the living room the whole time. He hasn't seen her. That's when it hit me, the fallen angels. I clenched my fist, feeling a surge of anger boiling inside me. Konako noticed the shift in my demeanor immediately. Go get Rias and Sana, I said firmly, my voice leaving no room for argument. Tell them the fallen angels have Asia. They need to report this, and tell them to meet me at the abandoned church in 2 hours. Her eyes widened at my words. Are you sure? I nodded, already walking toward the door. Just go. Without hesitation, Konako ran out the door. I stormed into the living room, where Alucard was sitting, his eyes glued to the TV. He looked up as soon as he saw my expression. What's wrong? He asked, standing immediately. The fallen angels took Asia. My voice was low, but the fury behind it was unmistakable. We're going to get her back, and we're going to make them pay for it. Alucard's expression darkened. When do we leave? Now. Follow me. We stepped outside. Alucard spread his bat-like wings, while I activated my sacred gear. Where to? He asked. I pointed toward the outskirts of town. The abandoned church. That way. We reached the church in under 5 minutes, landing silently on the roof. From above, we could hear raised voices echoing through the decrepit building. Carefully peering through a hole in the roof, we spotted 3 fallen angels inside, deep in a heated argument. The first, a blonde girl dressed in gothic Lolita fashion, seemed agitated. I just think we shouldn't take her sacred gear, it'll kill her. The second, who I recognized as Rainare, crossed her arms. If we don't, and she refuses to help us, then what? Are you willing to take that risk, militant? The blonde militant looked ready to snap. But it's better than just killing her. If we go through with this, we're no better than monsters. Can't you see that? Rainare turned to a blue-haired fallen angel, Kala Warner, who stood silently in the corner. Kala Warner, back me up here. Kala Warner shrugged. Honestly? I don't care either way. I leaned closer to Alucard and whispered, the blonde militant. She gets to live. Alucard gave me a sharp nod. Understood. Only help if needed, I added. Of course, he replied before transforming into a swarm of bats and slipping through the shadows toward the basement. I scanned the area one more time, then jumped through the hole in the roof, landing with a thud that echoed through the church. Both Rainier and Kala Warner turned toward me, startled but quickly regaining their composure. Rainier's eyes narrowed. What are you doing here? The other fallen angel simply stared at me, her expression filled with unease. Shiro narrowed his eyes. You kidnapped a friend of mine. I'm here to take her back. Rainier's lips twisted into a sneer. Wait, you're that kid Donaseek was supposed to kill. A slow smirk tugged at Shiro's lips. Yeah, that's me. But he was so weak, he couldn't even land a punch. Rainier's eyes flared. You killed him. Shiro chuckled darkly. I did. And I'm about to do the same to the two of you. At that moment, he unleashed his aura, the oppressive weight of it filling the room. Both fallen angels flinched, clearly shaken by the sudden surge of power. Rainier quickly recovered and hurled several light spears at him, followed by Kala Warner. Shiro dodged every single one with ease, his movements fluid and sharp. He spoke to Voltaris in his mind. Know any sealing spells that would let me interrogate them? Voltaris's voice echoed in his thoughts. There's one. It's called Lightning Chains. It costs 100 MP, but it'll sap their stamina if they lie. Use it wisely. Perfect. Thanks. Shiro leaped into the air, raising his hand as he gathered energy. Lightning Chains. A massive purple magic circle formed beneath both fallen angels. Chains of crackling energy erupted from it, wrapping tightly around their bodies and immobilizing them completely. Rainier struggled, her voice tinged with panic. What the? Shiro landed in front of them, his expression calm but his eyes filled with menace. Now, he said, his lips curling into a wicked smile, we're going to get to know each other really well. Both fallen angels paled. Shiro leaned against the broken altar, arms crossed as he listened to their panicked explanations. So, let me get this straight. You two were planning to go rogue and join Cockabile. Rainier's voice trembled. Why yes. Kala Warner nodded reluctantly. He ordered us to take Asia's sacred gear, and kill her. Shiro's eyes darkened. And what about Militant? She seemed pretty pissed when she left. Rainier hesitated, but the chains sparked, draining more of her stamina. She winced. Militant, she's against it. She says she prefers the peace and doesn't want to be involved in this mess. Shiro narrowed his eyes. Anything else I should know? Both women quickly shook their heads. And no. Shiro was about to finish them off when something stopped him. He hadn't used Observe yet. Frowning, he activated the skill. Observe name, Rainier gender, female race, fallen angel title, rogue fame, rogue HP, 650/650 MP, 1000/1000 stamina, 100/400 strength, 24 endurance, 23 agility, 20 intelligence, 23 wisdom, 23 luck, 15 name, Kala Warner gender, female race, fallen angel title, rogue fame, rogue HP, 700/700 MP, 1200/1200 stamina, 50/600 strength, 25 endurance, 20 agility, 24 intelligence, 30 wisdom, 30 luck, 15. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://Marin_Kitawega chapter 35 Kaeder 33, Azazel. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://Marin_Kitawega. I saw Alucard carrying an unconscious Asia in his arms. Take her home and make sure she's okay. I'll deal with these two, I said, gesturing toward the fallen angels. Alucard nodded without a word and flew off, disappearing into the night with Asia safely in his arms. I turned back to the rogues, my eyes narrowing as an idea struck me. This was the perfect chance to test the tranquilizers I'd made earlier. Summoning 2 syringes, I plunged the needles into their necks, watching as the sedatives took effect almost instantly. Their bodies slumped, completely unconscious. Too easy, I muttered before hoisting them over my shoulders and heading to Azazel's place. Surprisingly, finding Azazel's location hadn't been difficult. He wasn't exactly hiding, and after wandering through a few streets, I stumbled upon a building practically radiating magic. Approaching the entrance, I knocked firmly a few times. The door creaked open, and there he was, calm and composed as ever. I wasted no time activating Observe. Observe name, Azazel race, fallen angel gender, male title, governor of fallen angels fame, discreet pervert level, 350 HP, 50,000/50,000 MP, 70,000/70,000 stamina, 10,000/10,000 strength, 347 endurance, 340 agility, 350 intelligence, 300 wisdom, 300 luck, 100. I swallowed nervously. Okay, note to self, don't piss him off. Azazel leaned casually against the door frame, but his eyes were sharp. Can I help you? I matched his gaze. Yes, actually. You can, Governor of the Fallen Angels. His relaxed demeanor vanished. He straightened, his expression turning serious in an instant. How do you know that? Instead of answering, I tilted my head toward the two rogues slumped at his doorstep. First, I believe these belong to you. Azazel's gaze flicked to them, and he sighed. Bring them inside. Small. I sat across from Azazel, who leaned back in his chair, studying me intently. So, he began, his voice calm but firm, how exactly do you know who I am? I shrugged. Let's just say I have my secrets, and you have yours. To my surprise, that answer seemed to amuse him. Fair enough, Azazel said, leaning forward. And who are you, exactly? My name's Shiro. I'm 15 years old, boyfriend of Konako, Rias Gremory's rook and, as you probably know, Rias is the younger sister of one of the great devil kings. Azazel's eyes widened slightly. Well, you certainly know your stuff. More than you'd think, I replied, keeping my tone casual. But right now, I'm here to make sure these two are dealt with appropriately. Don't worry, Azazel assured me. They'll face consequences. Though, I have to ask what happened to the third one. Dead. Azazel arched a brow. And I assume you killed him. I nodded. Self-defense. He would have hurt my girlfriend if I hadn't stopped him. Azazel seemed to consider that for a moment before speaking again. So, let me guess you didn't just bring them here out of the kindness of your heart. What do you want in return? I paused, pretending to think it over. Honestly, I hadn't really thought about it, but now that you mention it, a few books on magic wouldn't hurt. Azazel chuckled. Magic, huh? So you're a magician? I shook my head. Not quite. I use magic, but I also prefer close combat. Azazel's smirk grew. Interesting. And if you had to fight Rias and her peerage, what do you think would happen? They'd lose, I said without hesitation. Azazel let out a short laugh. I thought so. Then his tone shifted slightly. You're strong, no doubt about that. But I'm still trying to figure out whether you're a threat. I met his gaze, letting my aura rise just enough to make my presence felt. Are you planning to hurt my friends? Azazel leaned back and folded his arms. No. I relaxed and smirked. Then you're spared. Azazel chuckled, raising an eyebrow as he reached for a bottle of Irish whiskey. You're a funny kid. You drink. I smirked, leaning back in my seat. I'm 15. Of course, I drink. Azazel grinned and pulled out 2 glasses, pouring us both a generous amount. Now you're speaking my language, I said, watching the amber liquid swirl in the glass. Been meaning to find a drinking buddy, Azazel replied. I raised my glass. Bottoms up. Azazel mirrored my gesture. Salute. Skill acquired, alcohol resistance, level 1/100. I took the first sip, letting the burn wash down my throat before exhaling with a satisfied grin. Ah, that's the stuff, I said. Azazel nodded in agreement. You said it. 27 shots later, the room swayed slightly as Azazel leaned back in his chair, glass in hand. You're a great guy, Azazel slurred, his words slightly drawn out. Nah, use is, I shot back, matching his drunken tone. Alcohol resistance has leveled up, 28/100. Azazel's head slumped onto the table, completely passed out. I stumbled to my feet, barely managing to keep my balance. I'm going to school. Third-person POV. Shiro staggered into the school, his steps uneven as he made his way toward the student council room. Inside, Sana was finishing up a report based on the information Alucard had provided about the fallen angel incident. She looked up when the door creaked open and saw Shiro step inside. Ah, Shiro. Alucard already gave me the report about what happened, but her words trailed off as she noticed something off. She stood up and approached him. Shiro, are you okay? He swayed slightly, grinning lazily. Sana, where's the dragon at? Her eyes widened in shock. Wait, are you drunk? No, I'm not drunk, Shiro said, dragging out the words as he leaned against the door frame. Yes, you are, Sana thought, pinching the bridge of her nose. How about you go lie down for a bit? Before he could argue, she took his hand and led him into the side room. But just as she turned to leave, she felt him grab her wrist. What are you? Shiro pulled her down onto the bed and wrapped his arms around her before promptly passing out. Shiro. Sana stammered, her face burning red. All she got in response was a soft snore. I'll have to scold him when he wakes up, she thought, sighing as she resigned herself to the situation. Shiro's POV. As I started to wake up, I felt something warm and soft in my arms. My half-awake brain decided to pull it closer before I finally cracked my eyes open. My heart sank. I can't catch a break, can I? Sana. I yelped, scrambling to sit up. She gave me a sharp look, crossing her arms. Oh, did someone finally wake up after passing out drunk? Shit. I stammered, backing away. Before I could make a run for it, Sana pinched my ear and pulled me back. Oh no, you're not going anywhere until I give you a proper scolding. One scolding later I sat there rubbing my ear while Sana stood with her arms crossed, clearly satisfied with her lecture. Now, what did you learn? Not to drink, I mumbled. And are you going to do it again? No, ma'am, I replied, hanging my head. Good. She reached for her phone. By the way, I already called Konako and told her what happened. My blood ran cold. I don't want to die. Sana smirked. Stay here until she comes. I'm guessing you'll be getting another scolding from her. Probably, I muttered, leaning back in the chair and dreading the incoming storm. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 36-34, Scolding. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega. Konako crossed her arms, her stern gaze practically drilling a hole through me as she pointed to the corner. And stay there until you learn your lesson. Yes, ma'am, I muttered, trudging toward the designated spot with all the enthusiasm of someone walking to their own execution. Resigned, I slumped into the corner, staring at the wall and silently counting down the minutes until my freedom. Sana, who was seated nearby and engrossed in paperwork, raised an eyebrow as she glanced over. You know, I already scolded him for this. Konako didn't even bother looking at her. And the sheer finality in her voice left no room for argument. Sana let out a soft sigh and went back to her paperwork, while I slouched further against the wall, exhaling heavily. There was no escaping this. The Student Council vs Occult Research Club match was about to begin. I sat on the bleachers, resting my chin on my palm as I watched the preparations below. My gaze wandered, and out of habit, I opened my inventory. A sudden notification lit up my screen. Secret quest completed. Secret quest, spare the fallen angels. Details, spare the fallen angels and return them to Azazel. Rewards, 10,000 EXP/$10,000 a drinking buddy. A satisfied smirk tugged at my lips. Cool. Glancing at the field, I realized I had some time to kill before the match started. My fingers itched for action, so I activated Instant Dungeon and selected a random dungeon. In a blink, the world around me shifted, and I found myself standing in the middle of a vast, open field. A sudden, guttural roar reverberated through the air. My head snapped toward the sound as a massive red dragon emerged from the distance, its fiery scales shimmering under the blood-red sky. A grin spread across my face as I summoned my dual short swords, the familiar crackle of flames and sparks igniting along their edges. This should be fun, I muttered, more to myself than anyone else. Focusing my energy, I activated Observe to size up my opponent. Observe, name, race, Fire Dragon title, none fame, none HP, 10,000/10,000 MP, 20,000/20,000 stamina, 5,000/5,000. The dragon let out a deafening roar, opening its massive maw to release a stream of fire. The flames scorched the ground where I had stood mere seconds ago as I dodged to the side, the heat brushing uncomfortably close. My smirk widened. This wasn't even the dungeon boss. If this was just a minion, the boss would be something truly monstrous. I wasted no time. Water slicers! I shouted, thrusting my arm forward. A series of shimmering water blades materialized, slicing into the dragon's tough scales. The creature let out a howl of pain, staggering slightly, giving me the opening I needed. Holy break! I followed up, summoning a radiant beam of holy energy that collided with the dragon's chest, leaving a smoldering wound. Not giving it a chance to recover, I dashed forward and leapt onto its back. My swords crackled with electricity as I plunged them into its scales. Sparks exploded from the impact, coursing through the creature's body and causing it to thrash violently. The dragon roared in agony, flinging me off its back with a powerful twist. I landed on my feet, sliding back slightly from the force. A massive claw swiped at me, and I barely dodged, feeling the wind from the near-miss dragon lightning. I bellowed, summoning a surge of electrified energy that struck the dragon head-on. The attack reduced its HP to a sliver. My gaze sharpened as I went in for the finishing blow. Water slicers! The water blades severed its arm, tail, and finally its head in quick succession. The dragon let out a final, guttural cry before dissolving into light, leaving me panting and exhilarated. I had barely caught my breath when the ground beneath me trembled. Boss incoming! The field shook violently as a massive yellow magic circle formed before me. From it emerged an enormous dragon, its scales gleaming like molten gold. Lightning crackled along its body, its piercing eyes locking onto me with an intensity that sent a chill down my spine. My smirk faltered slightly. Holy crap, I muttered under my breath. Valterus's voice echoed in my mind, calm but firm. Shiro, summon my sacred gear now if you want to live. Not wasting a second, I summoned the gauntlets, feeling their familiar weight on my hands. What are the chances of us beating it? I asked, glancing up at the massive creature towering over me. Volterus sighed, his tone resigned. 10%. I couldn't help but grin, determination sparking in my eyes. Good enough. Valterus's voice turned sharper, filled with purpose. Partner, you've come far, but this isn't something you can handle recklessly. Follow my plan. It hasn't seen you yet, so start with a surprise attack. Use Holy Break, then keep moving. Spam Hell Flare to chip away at its health, and when you're running low, use Mist of Death to replenish yourself. I took a deep breath, my hands tightening into fists. Gotcha. 7 grueling hours later. My breath was ragged, my arms felt like lead, and every inch of my body screamed in exhaustion. I glanced at the massive dragon, its once glowing form now dulled and battered. Observe, HP, 7,500/40,000. I wiped the sweat dripping from my forehead. I don't know how much longer I can keep this up, I muttered, my voice heavy with fatigue. Valteris's voice rang in my mind, steady and encouraging. It's almost there. You can do this. Gritting my teeth, I tightened my fists. Then I'm going in close. Wait. Volteris warned, his tone filled with concern. You're not ready for that. I grinned through my exhaustion. And how will I ever know unless I try? There was a pause before Volteris sighed. Fine. Good luck, partner. I dashed forward, my feet pounding against the ground as I closed the distance. Summoning every ounce of strength I had left, I leaped high into the air, my aura flaring around me like a storm. Holy break! I shouted, a beam of radiant energy crashing down onto the dragon's back. Its roar of pain shook the battlefield as I landed on its enormous back, my flames igniting as I slashed at its scales with ferocity. Summoning my katana, I jumped high again, holding the blade above me, flames licking along its edge. As I fell back toward the dragon's massive head, I poured my remaining energy into my next move. Hell Flare! I roared, unleashing 5 fireballs. Each one targeted its legs and tail, immobilizing the beast. The final fireball exploded against its skull, sending it reeling. With a final push, I drove my katana straight into its head, flames bursting outward from the impact. The massive creature let out one last deafening roar before collapsing, its body shimmering and dissolving into light. I stumbled back, collapsing onto the ground beside where it had fallen. A wave of relief and pride washed over me as I saw the notification appear. Secret quest completed. Secret quest, take down a dungeon dragon king rewards, dragon wings /30,000 exp /$10,000 /2 random skill books. I couldn't help but smile as I sat there, basking in the aftermath of my victory. Pulling out a series of health, MP, and stamina potions, I quickly downed them, their cool, restorative energy rushing through me. Once I felt recovered, I used escape dungeon. The next moment, I opened my eyes and realized I was lying on Konako's lap. My face flushed as I quickly sat up, rubbing the back of my neck awkwardly. Hey, sleepyhead, Konako said, a soft smile playing on her lips. Hey, I mumbled, still blushing. She tilted her head slightly, a playful glint in her eyes. The game already started, by the way. Looking out at the field, I saw both teams enhancing their rackets with magic. The intensity of their match was clear, but I couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Of course they are. The match ended in a draw. Both Rias and Sana looked frustrated but determined as they turned to each other. Well, now what? Sana asked, her arms crossed. I'm not sure, Rias replied, frowning slightly. I leaned forward with a mischievous grin. How about a dodgeball match? Both of them turned to look at me, raising their eyebrows in unison. Rias was the first to speak. But they have 2 more players than us. Simple, I said with a shrug. One of them can be the referee. And the other? Sana asked, skeptical. I smirked. I'll join Rias's team. Rias blinked in surprise. Really? I nodded. Well, on the condition that when we win, I get to go with you to the familiar forest. I want to get one too. Sana tapped her chin thoughtfully. And if we win? It's just as I said, I replied. We'll play fair, and the winners take the prize. Sana narrowed her eyes slightly, then extended her hand to Rias. Fine. I agree. Rias shook her hand, a confident smile spreading across her face. That's a great idea. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10+ chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://Marin_Kitawega chapter 3735, familiar. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10+ chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://Marin_Kitawega. I was waiting near the Occult Research Club building for the Student Council. Though I was technically part of the council, my main goal today was to get myself a familiar. After a few minutes, the doors opened, and the student council walked in together, led by Sana. Shall we? Sana asked, her usual composed demeanor intact. The dodgeball match had just started. Konako, uninterested in participating, opted to sit on the sidelines. Meanwhile, I was in the thick of the action. I dodged a ball with a one-handed backflip and immediately grabbed another ball lying nearby. I hurled it at Tsubaki, yelling, "This bitch empty YEET." Tsubaki's shocked expression was priceless as she got hit and was taken out. Saji was on the verge of losing it, trying to stifle his laughter, while Issei was biting his lips to hold back a chuckle. Sana, however, glared daggers at me, her disapproval clear. Konako, sitting nearby, mirrored her expression, clearly displeased at my choice of words. I shrugged it off and caught another ball mid-air, eliminating one of Sana's pawns. Deciding to mess with Saji, I feigned a throw in his direction. He panicked and jumped, only to realize it was a fake-out. Smirking, I turned and threw the ball at Sana instead. Before it could hit her, one of her pawns jumped in and took the hit for her. I knew we could win, I said confidently, grinning as I leaned back. Sana, her arms crossed, nodded reluctantly. Yes, you all won. So, as promised, you may now go to the familiar forest. Thanks, I replied, satisfied with the outcome. The Occult Research Club gathered in their room, preparing to leave for the familiar forest. We used a magic circle to transport ourselves, arriving in what could only be described as a foreboding area. The eerie atmosphere didn't faze me, though. Standing nearby was a man who looked like a budget Ash Ketchum. I rolled my eyes and immediately started walking off. Before I could go far, I felt a gentle tug on my sleeve. I turned to see Konako standing beside me. I'm going with you, she said firmly. Okay, I replied, smiling slightly. As Konako and I walked through the forest, we passed various creatures, bats, birds, cats, and even a few snakes. Eventually, we came across a cave covered in snow, its icy entrance standing out against the dark surroundings. The familiar master mentioned that a really powerful familiar resides in this cave, Konako said, eyeing the entrance warily. Good, I said, already stepping toward it. I'll wait here, Konako decided, crossing her arms. Suit yourself, I replied before heading inside. The cave was cold and eerily silent, the walls shimmering with frost as I trudged through the icy terrain. After what felt like forever, I emerged into a clearing blanketed in snow. The air was crisp and still until a loud cry echoed through the area. Caw! I looked up to see a magnificent creature perched on a ledge. My eyes widened in awe. Whoa, I muttered. Who dares trespass in my domain? Boomed the voice of the creature, regal and commanding. Me, I replied awkwardly. The creature's piercing gaze studied me. A young boy. And what brings you here? I'm looking for a familiar, I said, standing my ground. The creature tilted its head. You are not a devil, are you? No, I'm not, I admitted. You're more dragon than human, the creature said, its tone growing more curious. How did you know? I asked, startled. I can sense it, the creature replied. Your sacred gear, it's Voltaris, isn't it? Voltaris's voice resonated in my mind. Ah, so you noticed. The gauntlets of my sacred gear appeared on my hands. The creature nodded in recognition. It's been a while, Voltaris said, his tone familiar. Yes, it has, the creature replied, its voice softer now. I blinked in confusion. Wait, you two know each other? Voltaris chuckled. Of course. She is a unique being, one of a kind. But, sadly, she has no name. The creature shifted, its tone more direct. I could become your familiar. Voltaris's tone turned serious. Shiro, she is on par with a Dragon King. If you form a contract with her, she'll be invaluable. I strongly recommend it. I looked at the creature. That's only if she wants to, I said, my tone sincere. The creature's gaze softened. I do. I can sense something deep within your soul. You're destined for great things. I nodded. All right, so how do we do this? Make a contract, Voltaris instructed. The creature descended gracefully, landing before me. As she transformed into a humanoid form, I couldn't help but stare. Whoa! I muttered, taken aback by her beauty. Oh, you think I'm pretty, she teased, a playful smile on her lips. I felt my face heat up. And never mind. Let's just do the stupid contract. With the contract complete, she smiled at me. I am now your familiar. But you need to give me a name. I thought for a moment before answering, how about Frost? Her eyes sparkled. Oh, I like that. All right, Frost, I said, grinning. Let's get out of here. With that, we began the journey back to the group. As we exited the cave, Konako stood waiting, arms crossed, and watching me closely. Her gaze shifted to Frost, who perched comfortably on my shoulders, her bird form exuding an air of elegance and power. Konako's eyes narrowed. Shiro, who's that? She asked, her tone calm but laced with suspicion. Am I familiar? I stammered, feeling the weight of her scrutiny. Konako's gaze turned sharp. Oh? And what exactly is she? Frost, noticing my hesitation, transformed smoothly into her majestic bird form, her icy feathers glinting like crystal under the dim light. I quickly activated Observe to gather more information. Observe, name, Frost race, Ice Phoenix title, Shiro's familiar fame, Ice Master level, 290 HP, 60,000/60,000 MP, 50,000/50,000 stamina, 40,000/40,000 strength, 240 endurance, 250 agility, 270 intelligence, 245 wisdom, 245 luck, 100. My eyes widened at the stats, barely able to comprehend them. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 3836, Frost. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://Marin_Kitawega Observe, Name, Frost Race, Ice Phoenix Title, Shiro's Familiar Fame, Ice Master Level, 290 HP, 60,000/60,000 MP, 50,000/50,000 Stamina, 40,000/40,000 Strength, 240 Endurance, 250 Agility, 270 Intelligence, 245 Wisdom, 245 Luck, 100. My eyes widened at the stats, barely able to comprehend them. Konako leaned closer to get a better look at Frost, who ruffled her feathers and landed lightly on my shoulders. Oh, shit, Konako muttered under her breath, clearly impressed but also mildly exasperated. Frost adjusted herself comfortably, her talons resting on both sides of my shoulders. I'm getting comfy, she said nonchalantly, her cool voice almost dismissive. Okay, I replied, unsure how to react to the casual intimacy. Let's head back to the others. When we returned, chaos greeted us. The girls screamed as a green slime dissolved their clothing, leaving them scrambling for cover. I spotted Issei drooling, his lecherous grin plastered across his face as he ogled the scene. Without hesitation, I turned to Frost. Frost, would you do the honors? With pleasure, she replied smoothly. She opened her beak and unleashed a breath of icy wind. The green slime froze solid before shattering into tiny pieces. The girls turned toward me, both grateful and embarrassed, while the familiar master's jaw practically hit the floor. And no way, the familiar master stammered, his face pale as he stared at Frost. Rias, her composure momentarily shaken, pointed at Frost. What is that? I grinned slightly. Oh, I'm Shiro, I said cheekily. Kiba cleared his throat. I believe she's referring to the familiar on your shoulders. Oh, right. I nodded toward Frost. This is Frost. She's an ice phoenix and now my familiar. The familiar master gawked, his disbelief evident. How did you tame her? I didn't, I replied with a shrug. She wanted to become my familiar, so I agreed. Frost, in her usual graceful tone, added, you all shall refer to me as Frost now. Rias blinked, still processing. Wait, is an ice phoenix rare? The familiar master managed to pull himself together enough to answer. An ice phoenix is not just rare, it's on par with a dragon king. But this one? Frost, she's even fought Tiamat before. From what I've heard, they respect each other as rivals. Frost nodded regally. Indeed. Tiamat is a master of ice, much like myself. I tilted my head. Wait, now? What do you mean by now? Frost sighed nostalgically. I have lived for over 3,000 years, and I've known Tiamat for 2,000 of those. When we first met, she struggled to control her ice abilities. I guided her, and for a time, it was like a teacher-student relationship. But as she grew stronger, she eventually declared herself my rival. We've fought several times since then, always with respect. I scratched the back of my head. Well, just don't destroy my house, okay? I'm already saving up for a bigger one. Rias looked curious. What do you need a bigger house for? You've met Alucard, right? I asked. Yes, Rias replied. He's quite cultured. It's nice to have conversations with him. I grinned. Well, he's a vampire king, technically. Since I beat him in a duel, he's more like a grumpy grandpa watching over Asia. Wait, what? Rias looked stunned. He's a vampire king. Yep, I confirmed. He's been watching over Asia since she came to live with us. Asia? Rias asked, her confusion deepening. Oh, right. I realized I hadn't mentioned her before. Asia is a former nun who got kicked out of the church because she healed a devil. Rias blinked, trying to take it all in. That's a lot. One more thing, I added. Would you mind enrolling Asia in school? She deserves an education, and I'd like to keep an eye on her during the day. Rias sighed, rubbing her temples. Fine. But do me a favor, let me know if anything supernatural comes up again. Will do, I said with a grin. Good. Now, let's go home, Rias said, shaking her head as she started leading the group back. As we walked through the door, Frost perched comfortably on my shoulders. Alucard and Asia were in the kitchen. Asia appeared to be teaching Alucard how to cook, though the sight of a vampire king delicately handling kitchen utensils was almost comical. They both turned toward us, their eyes widening as they noticed Frost. Hey, Frost, I said, mind staying here for a bit? I need to take care of something in my room. She stretched her wings, hopping off my shoulders and transforming into her human form with a flicker of icy magic. Sure, she said coolly, reclining effortlessly on the couch. I nodded and headed to my room, closing the door behind me. Almost immediately, I heard Valteris's voice in my mind. Shiro, do me a favor and check out your stats. How do you know about that? I asked, raising an eyebrow. I see everything you see, or at least what you want me to see, Valteris replied smoothly. Fair enough, I said, opening my stats window. Stats name, Shiro H, 15 race, Dragon/Human hybrid title, Lightning Dragon Emperor fame, none sacred gear, Volt Eris, the Lightning Dragon God of Chaos level, 53 HP, 2,250/2,250 MP, 5,000/5,000 stamina, 2,000/2,000 strength, 84 endurance, 84 agility, 84 intelligence, 84 wisdom, 84 luck, 50 points, 100 money, $70,000. I smiled as I reviewed the numbers. My growth was undeniable. Not bad, I muttered, feeling a sense of satisfaction. You're growing stronger, Volt Eris observed, his tone proud. I felt the familiar weight of him perching on my shoulders. Yeah, I know, I replied. Next week, I'll start crafting those swords, first the holy one, then the cursed one. I just need the right materials. Volt Eris chuckled. About those dragon wings you have, he said, shifting the topic. What about them? I can make them permanent, he explained. You'd have full control over them, able to summon and conceal them at will, like your fox ears and tail. But the process will be excruciating. It's like growing new limbs, but at an accelerated rate. I considered it for a moment before nodding. Let's do it, I said. But let's head into a dungeon first. I don't want to scream bloody murder at home. Small, zombie dungeon I prepared carefully, setting up sentries and barricades to hold off the undead while Volt Eris worked on my wings. All right, I'm ready, I said, bracing myself. Go ahead, Volt Eris. Remember, he said gravely, it's going to hurt like hell. But it'll be worth it. The moment he began, an excruciating pain tore through my back, dropping me to the ground. My fingers clawed into the grass as I gritted my teeth, trying to endure the sensation of something growing rapidly from my shoulder blades. Ah! I screamed, unable to contain the agony. Bear with it. Volt Eris encouraged, his voice firm but supportive. I clenched my fists, focusing on his words. The pain was relentless, but I could feel something taking shape. My shirt tore audibly, and then, just as suddenly as it began, the pain subsided. Panting heavily, I pushed myself to my knees. Is it over? I asked, my voice shaky. Volt Eris sounded pleased. Yes. You did well. I glanced over my shoulder and saw a pair of majestic, scaled dragon wings, the same color as my hair. They shimmered faintly in the light, flexing as if testing their new existence. I couldn't help but smile, despite the lingering soreness. Not bad, I said, admiring their grandeur. You'll find them useful, Volt Eris added. Practice flying soon. For now, recover. I nodded and sat back to catch my breath, proud of this new milestone. Till balance breaker unlocks, 48,089/500,000. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 3937, Wings. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega. As I began to take flight, the sensation was awkward at first. My wings felt foreign, yet exhilarating. The initial flaps were clumsy, but with time, I found a rhythm, soaring higher and faster. The wind against my face filled me with a sense of freedom I hadn't known before. I practiced until my movements became fluid, my confidence growing with each moment in the air. When I finally landed, my wings folded neatly against my back, as if they'd always been a part of me. A sudden thought crossed my mind, and I opened my inventory to check my rewards from earlier quests. What I saw left me stunned. Inventory, Skill Book, Fire Dragon Slayer Magic Details. This ancient magic, lost for millennia, grants mastery over Fire Dragon Slayer techniques, including Fire Dragon Iron Fist, Fire Dragon Wing Attack, Fire Dragon Flame Elbow, Fire Dragon Fists, Fire Dragon Roar, Fire Dragon Brilliant Flame, and the ultimate technique, Fire Dragon Sacred Art, Flame Lotus Exploding Flame Blades. This skill doubles your current magical power. Skill Book, Lightning Dragon Slayer Magic Details. This forgotten magic teaches mastery over Lightning Dragon Slayer techniques, including Lightning Dragon Hard Fist, Lightning Dragon Talon, Lightning Dragon Roar, Lightning Dragon Destruction Fist, Lightning Dragon Heavenly Havoc, and the ultimate technique, Lightning Dragon Sacred Art, Rolling Thunder. This skill doubles your current magical power. My eyes widened. No way, I muttered, grinning like a madman. Volteris's voice echoed in my mind. Well, looks like you're technically a dragon slayer now. Technically. I quipped. I've already taken down a few dragons. Feels fitting. Volt Eris chuckled. Fair point. So, are you going to test out those powers? Oh, absolutely. Then start by channeling your emotions into your flames, Volt Eris advised. I closed my eyes, focusing inward. It felt as though my emotions, my anger, determination, and resolve fueled a blazing fire within me. My hands ignited with intense flames, radiating a heat unlike anything I'd felt before. Good, Volt Eris said approvingly. Dragon Slayer magic draws its strength from your emotions. But remember, it also relies on the magic in the air around you. Learn to breathe it and it will replenish your magical power and make you stronger. I inhaled deeply, and it was as if the air itself carried energy. My flames grew darker, hotter, and more ferocious. A notification appeared, skill acquired, flames of emotion details. This passive skill allows your flames to be fueled and strengthened by raw emotions. I stared at my hands, captivated by the sheer intensity of my newfound power. This is insane, I muttered. But what about lightning dragon slayer magic? I asked, turning my attention inward. Valterus's tone grew serious. Lightning is a form of fire, but it's far more volatile and precise. You must first master your control over fire before you can wield lightning effectively. I frowned. So I can't use it yet. Not until your body is ready, Volterus said. You'll need to grow stronger physically, mentally, and emotionally. Lightning Dragon Slayer magic requires absolute mastery of fire. Until then, your body won't be able to handle its power. Great, I muttered sarcastically. No pressure. Volterus sighed. Listen, Shiro. You're incredibly strong for your age. You've already surpassed most devils, fallen angels, and angels your age. But you're still just 15. Your body can't handle the strain of everything you're throwing at it. I clenched my fists, frustration bubbling to the surface. I know I'm strong, I said through gritted teeth, but I'm not strong enough. Did you see Azazel's stats? He's leagues ahead of me. If he ever decided to turn against the devils, my friends and family would be at risk. I can't let that happen. Flames flickered around me, forming an intense fiery aura that encased my body. I clenched my fists, determination radiating through every fiber of my being. I will do anything to protect them, I declared, my voice unwavering. Do you understand, Volterus? If I have to face fallen angels, devils, or even the entire world, I'll take them all on to protect the people I care about. Volterus's voice echoed in my mind, calm but filled with concern. Shiro. Trust me, Volterus, I said firmly, cutting him off. I can handle this. There was a moment of silence before he finally spoke again. Fine. But listen carefully, under no circumstances are you to use Lightning Dragon Slayer magic. If you do, you risk entering a raging state you can't control. Do you understand? I nodded, though he couldn't see it. I promise. No Lightning Dragon Slayer magic. And I'll take a few days off training after this. That's all I ask, partner. 72 hours later the dungeon was eerily quiet, save for the crackling of my flames. I exhaled heavily, wiping the sweat off my brow. My Fire Dragon Slayer magic was now fully mastered, and the fatigue had finally caught up with me. Volterus's voice broke through my thoughts. Shiro, you need to rest. You've done enough. I panted, my body aching from the relentless training. All right, I muttered, nodding in agreement. I'll stop for now. Good, Volterus said with relief. Now go back to the real world and rest. I used escape dungeon, and the familiar warmth of my bed greeted me as I collapsed onto it, face first. My body melted into the mattress, and I drifted into the comforting embrace of sleep. Morning as Konako and Asia prepared for school, Frost made her way toward Shiro's room. She smiled at the sight of her young master, still peacefully sleeping. Walking to his bedside, she gave him a gentle shake. Shiro, wake up, she said softly. A muffled groan came from under the covers. No, 5 more minutes. Frost sighed, rolling her eyes. I have no choice. I was enjoying the warmth of my blanket cocoon when suddenly splat, a cold, wet sensation hit my face. I shot up, my eyes wide as I saw Frost holding a snowball in her hand, ready to throw another. Are you awake now? She asked, tilting her head innocently. Are you cold-hearted enough to wake someone up with a snowball? I snapped, wiping the melting snow off my face. Good, she said, ignoring my complaint. Now get ready for school. As she left the room, I muttered under my breath and pulled up my stats screen. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://Marin_Kitawega chapter 4038, Graphia. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://Marin_Kitawega. As she left the room, I muttered under my breath and pulled up my stats screen. Stats name, Shiro H, 15 race, Dragon/Human hybrid title, Lightning Dragon Emperor fame, none sacred gear, Volterus, the Lightning Dragon God of Chaos level, 60 HP, 2,650/2,650 MP, 17,000/17,000 stamina, 2,350/2,350 strength, 92 endurance, 92 agility, 92 intelligence, 92 wisdom, 92 points, 140 money, $82,000. Damn, I muttered, impressed. I'm seriously stacked. Volterus's voice chimed in. Yes, you are. But do me a favor, don't allocate those points until all your base stats hit 100. I frowned. Why? What's the point of holding back? Self-control training, Volterus replied simply. Hey, I've got plenty of self-control, I shot back defensively. Chocolate, he deadpanned. Where? I whipped my head around, scanning the room for the non-existent treat. Voltaire chuckled, his tone smug. I rest my case. You're such a dick, I muttered, shaking my head. Says the one who's an asshat, he countered. I snorted. All right, you got me there. I always do. Standing before the infamous perverted trio, I crossed my arms, exuding an air of authority. Their guilty faces and nervous fidgeting said it all. They'd been caught spying on the kendo club again. I glanced over at Tsubaki, who stood beside me, her expression calm but curious about what I had planned. So, what should we do with them? Tsubaki asked, arching an elegant eyebrow. I couldn't help the wicked grin that spread across my face as I turned back to the trio. Their pale faces told me they sensed they wouldn't like my answer. I've got just the thing to help cure their perverted ways, I said, my tone dripping with mock kindness. Tsubaki tilted her head slightly, intrigued. And what would that be? My grin widened. The training dummies in the kendo club's practice room are getting a bit old, aren't they? She nodded, catching on quickly. Why yes, they are. They've been needing replacements for a while. I clapped my hands together as though the perfect solution had just come to me. Well then, let's make them the substitutes. Matsuda's face drained of all color as he stumbled forward in protest. That's not fair. You can't just make students into training dummies. I shrugged nonchalantly. Oh, but I can. The kendo club uses wooden swords, which are perfectly safe. Besides, I added, pulling out the club manual, sparing is explicitly allowed, and it doesn't say anything about needing to provide the participants with swords. Nor does it specify that your hands need to be free. The trio's panic intensified, their eyes darting between me and Tsubaki, who was doing a poor job of hiding her amusement. Matsuda looked like he was about to faint. But what about Issei? Motohama stammered, clearly trying to save his own hide. I turned my gaze to Issei, who looked just as panicked as the others. Oh, since Issei is your leader, I said slowly, savoring the moment, I've got a special punishment planned just for him. The trio shared a collective shiver of dread, and Tsubaki's faint smile turned into a full-blown smirk. Good luck, she murmured as I walked past them to make the arrangements. Progress, till balance breaker is unlocked, 54,978/500,000. Shiro stood before the trembling Issei, a mischievous glint in his eyes as he crossed his arms. The remaining two members of the perverted trio had just been led off by Tsubaki to face their punishment, and now the rooftop belonged to Shiro and his new student. I even got Sana to approve this, Shiro said casually, leaning against the rooftop fence. Issei's face turned pale. What are you planning? He asked nervously, stepping back slightly. Shiro's smirk widened. Oh, I'll tell you. But only after the two witnesses are out of earshot. Also, don't expect to see them around tomorrow. Issei swallowed hard, his imagination running wild. Before he could ask anything else, Tsubaki's voice interrupted. Let's go, you two. Your punishment awaits, she said, leading the other two members away. Once they were gone, Shiro turned his attention back to Issei, his expression softening slightly. You know, I'd appreciate it if you toned down the perverted antics. It's starting to get on everyone's nerves. Issei blinked. But it's great. I mean, come on, it's the dream. Shiro let out a long sigh, pinching the bridge of his nose. Look, instead of giving you a punishment like theirs, I'm going to train you. Issei's face instantly fell. Can I just take the punishment instead? Shiro's grin turned predatory. Oh, but don't you want a six-pack that all the girls can't resist touching? Issei's eyes widened like saucers, the idea visibly taking hold in his mind. Shiro knew he had him now. Checkmate. Let's do this. Issei shouted with determination, his earlier fear forgotten. The two stood on the school's rooftop, the late afternoon breeze brushing past them. Sana had accompanied them, her arms crossed as she erected a soundproof magic barrier around the area. Issei gulped, looking between Shiro and Sana. Okay, what's first? Shiro cracked his knuckles, his smile turning sinister. Endurance training. The color drained from Issei's face. Sana, isn't he not allowed to hit another student? Sana gave a nonchalant shrug, her lips curving into a faint smile. Don't worry about it. This is special training. Shiro rolled his shoulders, loosening up. Come at me with everything you've got, Issei. No holding back. Issei hesitated, glancing at Sana for reassurance, but all he got was an expectant look. With a resigned sigh, he clenched his fists. Okay, but don't blame me if I knock you out. Shiro walked into the occult research club carrying an unconscious Issei over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. He was dressed in Gaku Black's outfit, the dramatic flare of the clothing contrasting sharply with the worn-out look on his face. Issei, on the other hand, was out cold, his limbs dangling limply as if he'd gone through a war. Rias immediately stood up, her face etched with worry. What happened to him? Sana, who had followed them, stepped forward. I gave Shiro permission to train him as part of his punishment. Shiro carefully laid Issei on the couch, brushing off some imaginary dust from his hands before flopping onto another couch. Before he could fully relax, Konako walked over and sat on his lap, curling up comfortably. Comfy? Shiro asked, smiling down at her. Konako nodded, resting her head on his chest. Yeb. Shiro leaned back, his hand absently stroking Konako's hair as he turned to Kiba. How's Asia? I heard she's in your class. Kiba looked up from the book he was reading, his expression calm. She's doing well. She's very popular with the other students, and everyone seems to like her. That's good to hear, Shiro said, visibly relieved. Rias, however, looked distracted, her brow furrowed in thought. Shiro noticed and tilted his head slightly. Wait, isn't this the day fried chicken comes around? Rias, is something wrong? He asked, his voice tinged with curiosity. Rias sighed, opening her mouth to speak, but before she could, a brilliant white magic circle appeared in the room. The light was blinding for a moment, and when it faded, a stunning silver-haired woman stood before them. She exuded an aura of power and grace, her cold yet piercing gaze sweeping across the room. Shiro's instincts kicked in, and he immediately used observe. Observe, name, Graphia gender, female race, pure-blooded devil title, the strongest queen fame, Xerxes maid level, 320 HP, 40,000/40,000 MP, 80,000/80,000 stamina, 20,000/20,000 strength, 310 endurance, 315 agility, 305 intelligence, 310 wisdom, 310 luck, 100. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 4139, familiar. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega. Shiro leaned back slightly, a smirk forming on his lips as he casually addressed the silver-haired maid standing before him. Well, hello there, Miss Graphia, wife of Xerxes and maid to the Gremory family, the strongest queen. The room fell silent. Everyone, including Rias, Akeno, and even Kiba, turned to stare at him in shock. Graphia's composed expression faltered for a brief moment before her eyes narrowed slightly, analyzing him with a sharp gaze. How do you know that, human? Graphia's voice was cool, but there was a hint of caution beneath her words. Shiro simply shrugged. You have your secrets, and I have mine. A soft giggle escaped Rias as she covered her mouth, clearly amused by his response. Graphia turned to her, her expression unreadable. Rias, who is this? Rias leaned forward slightly, resting her chin on her hand. Oh, that's just Konako's boyfriend, Shiro. He's really strong. Konako gave a small nod, as if confirming the statement. Shiro grinned, stretching his arms behind his head. Yeb. I could take on your entire peerage and win pretty easily. That statement sent another wave of shock through the room. Kiba's eyes widened slightly, Akeno raised an intrigued eyebrow, and even Graphia's normally unreadable face showed the faintest trace of surprise. Just as he was enjoying their reactions, Shiro suddenly felt a sharp pinch on both of his cheeks. Ow, he whined, his words distorted as he looked down at the culprit. Konako had a firm grip on his cheeks, her golden eyes staring at him with a small pout. Hush! Shiro's lips curled into a teasing smile despite his predicament. No, I want your attention. A faint blush dusted Konako's cheeks, but she didn't let go. Instead, she muttered just loud enough for everyone to hear, you'll get plenty of attention tonight. The room fell into stunned silence. Rias nearly dropped her tea. Akeno's eyes sparkled with amusement, while Graphia's lips parted ever so slightly before she quickly regained her composure. Era Akeno purred, resting her cheek against her hand. Is Konako being bad? Shiro grinned. Yeah, she can be a very naughty kitty. This time, all three ladies Rias, Akeno, and Graphia widened their eyes at his bold statement. Before he could enjoy their reactions, a familiar punishment came swiftly. Flick. Ow. Shiro whined, rubbing his forehead. Graphia, who had been watching the interaction with quiet amusement, allowed a small smile to grace her lips. Not fair, forehead flicks are cheating, Shiro pouted. Konako's ears twitched slightly as she smirked. Suck it. Shiro snickered before his mischievous side took over. I know I don't, but I know someone who did. That got a reaction. Everyone froze. Even Graphia, who had maintained a composed demeanor until now, visibly hesitated for a second. Ria's jaw dropped, Akeno's smile grew wider, and Konako's grip on Shiro's sleeve tightened. Shiro tapped his chin, pretending to think. Let's see, they had white hawk. Konako quickly cut him off. I'll get rid of your candy stash. Shiro's eyes snapped to her in horror. Oh, what were we talking about again? Oh right, Rias's marriage with the fried chicken known as Riser Phoenix. Everyone collectively face-palmed. Graphia recovered first, her analytical gaze locking onto him. How is it that you know all of this? Shiro leaned forward slightly, resting his elbows on his knees. Information is key in everything, whether it's battle, strategy, or even simple social interactions. If I wanted to invade the underworld but didn't know where the main forces were stationed, that would put me at a disadvantage. That's why I gather intel in various ways. Graphia studied him for a moment before nodding slightly. Is he the one you spoke to Xerxes about? She asked Rias. Rias smiled. Yes. He's incredible, in my opinion. Before anyone could continue, a bright orange magic circle suddenly appeared in the middle of the room, illuminating the space with an intense glow. The air itself seemed to grow heavier as the magic pulsed outward. And then, from the circle, a confident voice rang out. "And Riser has arrived in the human world. My, it's been such a long time since I've been here." Shiro turned his head slightly, a smirk forming on his lips as he watched the flamboyant blonde step forward with an air of arrogance. Time to have some fun. Without hesitation, Shiro activated Observe. Shiro smirked as he read the results of Observe, barely suppressing a chuckle. Observe, name, Riser Fenix, gender, male, title, pervert/prick, fame, prick of the underworld, sacred gear, none, level, 85 HP, 12,500/12,500, regen 100 every minute, MP, 20,000/20,000 stamina, 8,000/8,000 strength, 78 endurance, 78 agility, 78 intelligence, 20 wisdom, 20 luck, 30. Shiro's grin widened as his eyes flicked back up to the pompous blonde, who was glaring at him with barely concealed disgust. Riser scoffed, his voice dripping with arrogance. What is a filthy human doing in the presence of a noble phoenix? Without hesitation, Shiro carefully lifted Konako from his lap and placed her to the side, ignoring the confused look she gave him. He stood up casually, rolling his shoulders before meeting Riser's gaze with a smirk. "Hello, Riser Fenix, third son in line to the Fenix clan, also known as the biggest prick in the underworld." Riser's eyes widened, his expression twisting with irritation. "How do you know that?" Riser demands an explanation. Shiro yawned dramatically, waving a dismissive hand. "Oh no, I'm so scared." He placed a hand on his chest mockingly. Riser demands an explanation. "Whatever shall I do?" A soft chuckle escaped Graphia's lips, though she quickly masked it with a cough. Riser, however, turned red with fury. "How dare you, you pathetic worm!" Shiro raised an eyebrow, smirking. "You really shouldn't talk about your dick like that." The entire room fell silent. Rias choked on her tea. Akeno let out a surprised but delighted giggle, while Konako covered her mouth to hide a small, amused smirk. Even Graphia looked mildly entertained, though she remained composed. Riser's face darkened with rage. "That's it." With a flick of his wrist, he summoned a massive ball of hellfire and hurled it at Shiro without warning. The flames surged through the air, casting flickering shadows across the room. Shiro barely glanced at the attack before lazily lifting his hand, activating sparks. Lightning crackled along his palm as he effortlessly swatted the fireball aside like an annoying fly. Boom! The redirected fireball exploded against the wall, blasting a gaping hole through it and sending a gust of hot wind through the room. Everyone stared. Kiba had gone completely still. Issei, who had just walked into the room, turned right back around and left without a word. Shiro yawned. Is that really all the great Riser Fenix has to offer? The condescending tone made Riser tremble with rage. "You dare mock me?" Summoning 2 more fireballs, Riser launched them at Shiro in rapid succession. This time, Shiro caught one with his bare hands and batted the other away like a baseball. The second fireball crashed into the wall, causing yet another explosion. Everyone in the room watched in stunned silence. Shiro turned his attention to the fireball still burning in his palm, tilting his head slightly. Riser clenched his fists, his teeth grinding together. How is a mere worm like yourself holding my flames?" Graphia narrowed her eyes slightly, studying Shiro with renewed interest. "Yes. I'd also like to know that." Shiro simply smirked. Without another word, he brought the burning flame to his mouth and ate it. The flames disappeared as he swallowed, his body absorbing the energy. The moment the fireball was gone, Riser stumbled back in shock. What? Kiba, Akeno, and even Rias were staring at Shiro, their eyes wide. Riser's voice wavered with disbelief. How can someone eat Riser's flames?" Graphia adjusted her gloves, still keeping her cool but clearly intrigued. "That was unexpected." Shiro wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. "Magic." Riser's fists clenched even tighter. "Explain to Riser how you did that." "Riser demands it." Shiro sighed, rubbing his temples. "I'm getting real sick of that third-person bullshit." Riser pointed at him aggressively. "How dare you stand in the same room as Riser?" Graphia, who had been maintaining a neutral stance, gave Riser an unimpressed "Are you serious?" look. Shiro's smirk turned predatory. His pupils slit like a dragon's, his teeth sharpened into fangs, and his nails extended into claws. The temperature in the room dropped. Konako tensed beside him. Ria's eyes widened in shock. Akeno inhaled sharply, her usual teasing expression faltering for once. Riser froze. The air grew thick with pressure as Shiro took a slow step forward. His voice, though calm, carried an unmistakable edge. "You call me a lowly human, but you're the real weakling here, Fenix." His glowing golden eyes locked onto Riser's. "You're the one trespassing on another king's territory uninvited." Riser's brow furrowed. "What do you?" Shiro threw something onto the ground. A charred, lifeless bird lay motionless at Riser's feet. Everyone's breath hitched. Riser's eyes widened in horror. That's..." Shiro crossed his arms, tilting his head slightly. "You're familiar." Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 4240 Consequences. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega. Riser's face twisted in rage, but he held himself back, his flaming fist trembling at his side. Grafia, on the other hand, maintained her usual cold composure, though there was a sharpness in her eyes as she turned toward him. Is this true, Riser? If what Shiro claims is correct, then there will be consequences. Grafia's voice was laced with an undeniable authority. Riser scoffed, trying to regain his arrogant demeanor. How could you believe such lies from a lowly mortal? Shiro smirked, crossing his arms. Your family is the only one known to tame these phoenix familiars, Riser. The collar I found had an inscription that literally said, if found, return to the Phoenix family. He let the words hang in the air before continuing, now, I'm not saying you did it, but someone in your family definitely sent that thing to spy on Rias in her own territory. Lowly mortal or not, I'm keeping it, those feathers will be useful. With a casual flick of his hand, Shiro stored the charred remains into his inventory. Rias blinked. Where'd it go? Shiro grinned. Magic. Riser's patience finally snapped. That's it. I'm done with this nonsense, you die now. His entire arm erupted in flames, the searing heat distorting the air around it. He lunged forward, his flaming fist aimed straight at Shiro's head. But Shiro was faster. With a sharp pivot, he dodged the attack and leapt into the air. The moment Riser's punch missed, Shiro twisted his body midair, gathering momentum, and brought his heel crashing down onto Riser's skull. Boom! Riser's body cratered through the floor, leaving behind a Riser-sized hole that extended to the level below. Dust and debris filled the air as a muffled groan echoed from the lower floor. Grafia sighed, rubbing her temples. Surtsks predicted something like this would happen. Shiro dusted off his hands. A rating game is in order. Grafia gave him a blank stare. I was going to say that. He flashed her a grin. Beat you to it. Grafia exhaled, clearly already tired of his antics. Before we continue, I need to confirm something. Shiro tilted his head. If you're about to ask if I'm single, then flick. Ow. Shiro whined, rubbing his forehead. I was going to ask if you were serious about that claim, but now I have my answer. Grafia deadpanned. Shiro grumbled, but before he could say anything, he felt another sharp flick against his forehead. Ow. What the hell? Konako stood beside him, arms crossed. That's for getting drunk the other night. It was fun, though. Shiro muttered. Flick. Ow. Come on. Konako simply narrowed her eyes at him. You're a minor, and you should not be drinking. Shiro pouted. You sound like my mom, Flick. I take it back. I take it back. Before he could complain further, a loud groan echoed from the Riser-sized hole. Moments later, the blonde noble stumbled out, his suit slightly burned and his face twisted in anger. Grafia turned to him. Surtsks has suggested a rating game as the proper course of action. Riser straightened his posture, brushing off the dust from his clothes. Riser agrees. His gaze turned sharp as he glanced at Rias. But may I make a suggestion? Grafia nodded. Go ahead. Riser smirked. Riser shall grant Rias 2 weeks to train her peerage. Since this is all she has, it would be unfair to have a match in their current state. They should be given a handicap. Rias clenched her fists at his patronizing tone. Even though he was technically offering her an advantage, it was clear he didn't consider it a real threat. Riser continued, you see, Riser knows that if Rias and her peerage fought against Risers now, they would surely lose. Shiro narrowed his eyes. Oh, so he's only acting generous because Grafia is watching. Seeing Rias silently fuming, Shiro decided to step in. I actually agree with you, Riser. Riser turned to him, surprised. Shiro shrugged. Even though you're an arrogant prick, you're not wrong. As they are now, they wouldn't stand a chance. But given the opportunity to train. He grinned, they'll wipe the floor with you. A visible vein popped on Riser's forehead as his smirk twitched violently. He was barely restraining himself from attacking again. Grafia, sensing the rising tension, nodded. Grafia crossed her arms, her cold, calculating eyes scanning me. That request is reasonable. I'll make the necessary arrangements. I nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Riser with a smirk. Oh, and one more thing, fried chicken. Riser's face twisted in anger. What? I gestured lazily toward the unconscious Issei. That kid over there, the one currently drooling on the couch? He's the wielder of the boosted gear, the Red Dragon Emperor himself. And he used up all of Rias's pawn pieces. This 2-week training period? Yeah, thanks for that, it's going to help him a lot. I made sure to say it in the sweetest, most condescending tone possible, just to see his expression sour. Riser's eye twitched in barely contained rage. Humph. You have 2 weeks, Rias. Make the most of them because it won't matter. With that, he disappeared in a burst of flames, leaving behind the faint scent of burnt arrogance. Grafia sighed, rubbing her temples. I must inform Surtsks about the details of the match. Do not waste these 2 weeks, Rias. She turned to me briefly, her expression unreadable. And perhaps keep an eye on this one as well. With a flick of her wrist, a magic circle formed beneath her feet, and she vanished in a swirl of light. Silence settled over the room as Eve Chiron turned toward me. Rias stared at me, utterly baffled. Are you real? I shrugged. Not sure at this point. Akeno let out an amused chuckle, covering her mouth with her sleeve. Era Shiro-kun, just how are you so strong? I grinned darkly, my eyes flashing with excitement. Oh, don't worry. You'll all find out soon enough. The ominous tone in my voice sent a shiver down their spines, and I could practically see Kiba re-evaluating his entire life. Konako, on the other hand, seemed unfazed. She tugged at my sleeve, her golden eyes staring up at me expectantly. What's my training? I smiled mischievously, leaning down to whisper in her ear. How about we go for 25 rounds? Konako's face immediately turned as red as Rias's hair, her grip on my sleeve tightening. I could feel the heat radiating from her as she stiffened. Rias and Akeno exchanged curious looks, while Akeno barely stifled a giggle. Kiba, on the other hand, looked mildly jealous, while Issei continued his career as a professional floor mat. Here, let me wake him up. With a casual flick of my wrist, sparks crackled at my fingertips, shocking Issei just enough to jolt him awake. He shot up with a yelp, looking around dazed and confused. Before I could celebrate my success, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my cheeks. Konako had grabbed them hard. Ow, ow, ow. What the hell? I whined, squirming under her grip. Konako leaned in close, her voice dropping to a whisper, her breath hot against my ear. You were dominant last time. But this time, I'm on top. I paled. This tiny, deceptively adorable Nico could be absolutely terrifying when she wanted to be. Meanwhile, Rias just knew something was up, her curiosity evident in her stare, while Akeno was giggling uncontrollably. I sighed in defeat. This is going to be a long 2 weeks. Till balance breaker is unlocked, 69,990/500,000. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://Marin_Kitawega chapter 4341, 19 times. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://Marin_Kitawega. Rias clapped her hands together, addressing the room with authority. Alright, everyone, get ready, we're going to a training camp. I stretched my arms behind my head and casually added, and I'll be the one training you. A horrified silence fell over the room as everyone turned to me with various expressions of disbelief. Issei immediately threw his hands up. Oh hell no, we're screwed. I grinned evilly. Don't worry, only a few of you will die. Akeno let out her signature giggle, clearly entertained. Kiba looked thoughtful, probably considering what kind of training I had in mind. Rias seemed curious as well, though a small smirk hinted at amusement. Issei, meanwhile, looked like he was praying to Satan for divine intervention. And Konako? Flick. I winced, ow, rubbing the sore spot on my forehead as she simply crossed her arms. They were all coming over to my house before we left for the camp. Asia, Alucard, and Frost would be joining as well. I still needed a sparring partner, and Frost had eagerly volunteered, saying she'd whip me into shape like a proper pupil. I was currently packing while talking to Voltaris, who was perched on my shoulder like a judgmental thunder deity. Look, all I'm saying is that Burger King is better than McDonald's, he argued. I paused mid-pack and slowly turned my head toward him. I will bring up that rap video again. Voltaris groaned. I still can't believe Wendy came out of nowhere. I nodded sagely. Just remember, he might be a king, but a clown wears the crown. Damn, that line was dope, Voltaris admitted. I smirked, zipping up my bag. I know. Voltaris switched back to a more serious tone. So, when are you gonna tell them the full truth? They basically know you're not human at this point, at least not fully. I leaned against my desk, thinking. Probably at the celebration, whether it's for Rias's wedding or her victory in the rating game. Voltaris clicked his tongue. You think they even have a chance? I sighed. Right now? No. But that's what I'm here for. I'm going to whip them into shape. Voltaris narrowed his glowing eyes at me. Should I be concerned that you're actually bringing a whip for this training? I smirked. Maybe. It's mostly to scare the crap out of Issei. He needs it the most. Voltaris chuckled darkly. Yeah, I agree, but 10 days might not be enough. I grinned. That's why I'm throwing them into my dungeon. Voltaris blinked. Wait. You mean that zombie horde dungeon? The one where, the second you enter, you get swarmed by 500 undead? I stretched my arms. Yep. You're going to get them killed. I grinned wider. I did say only a few would die. Voltaris sighed. You're terrifying sometimes. I patted him on the head. Oh, but you love that about me. Voltaris snorted. And here I thought Akeno was the real sadistic one. I raised an eyebrow. I don't enjoy killing, dude, don't put me in that category. Voltaris just hummed in amusement. Keep telling yourself that. A knock at the door pulled me from my conversation. Opening it, I found Rias and the rest of the club standing outside. Everyone except my favorite Nico, who was still in her room. Rias tilted her head. Sorry, I couldn't get a hold of Konako. I'll head over to her place and get her. I stared at her blankly for a moment before sighing. You do know she lives here, right? Silence. The club's eyes widened in shock. Wait, what? Issei practically sprinted to my side, grabbing my shoulders. Damn, man. You already got a chick living with you. I shrugged. Technically, I have 3. Asia peeked out from behind the doorframe, looking concerned. Shiro, are these the people you mentioned? I nodded. Yeah, they're the ones. Asia smiled brightly. Then I'll go prepare breakfast for everyone. Rias blinked in confusion. Wait, did she just say she's making breakfast? I smirked. Yep. Asia's making breakfast. Alucard's probably yelling at the TV, just ignore him. Oh, and try not to stare too much at Frost. She might freeze you just for fun. I stepped aside, waving them in. The training camp was about to begin. And these poor souls had no idea what they were in for. I gestured for them all to come inside. Kiba looked around, nodding approvingly. Nice place. I smirked. Yeah, it's decent. Before I could say more, a flat voice interrupted from behind me. Yeah, after I cleaned it. I turned to see Konako standing with her arms crossed, looking unimpressed. I waved her off. Hey, it was fine. Konako raised an eyebrow. Fine? You had ramen wrappers and fast food bags everywhere when I moved in. Not to mention you can't cook. I scoffed, placing a hand over my chest. I can cook. It just comes out a little, blackened. Konako deadpanned. Crispy, my sweet ass. That shit tasted like charcoal. I grinned, not missing the opportunity. You do have a sweet ass. Silence. Then dude, you banged her. Issei's loud declaration made the entire room freeze. Konako turned beet red, looking like she wanted to burrow into the ground. I shrugged, completely forgetting we weren't alone. 19 times. Konako snapped her head toward me, her face an inferno of embarrassment. Shiro. I smiled at her reaction. See? She's adorable. Before I could say anything else, Konako tackled me onto the couch, pinning me down. Idiot. 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 She repeatedly smacked my chest, her fists barely doing 4 to 5 damage each. She looked like a child throwing a tantrum, which only made her cuter. I chuckled, resting my arms behind my head as I let her wail on me. I rest my case. Then, to my surprise, she leaned down and kissed me a quick but firm peck to shut me up. Everyone in the room stared. Rias blinked. I've never seen her show this much emotion before. Kiba chuckled. It suits you, Konako. You should express yourself more. Akeno giggled behind her hand. My, I hope you two used protection. I paused and tilted my head. Damn, I knew I forgot something. Rias gawked at me. Wait, you didn't? I rubbed the back of my head. No. We got a little caught up in the moment. Konako let out a frustrated groan, her face still flushed. Shiro. Before the conversation could escalate, Asia's voice saved me. Breakfast. I shot up from the couch. Oh, saved by the nun. See ya. I bolted toward the kitchen, Konako hot on my heels, pouting. Behind us, the others were smiling, clearly enjoying how happy she looked. We were hiking up a steep hill, heading toward our training ground. And, as expected, this is too hard. Issei was whining. I stopped walking, waiting for him to catch up. The moment he did, I pulled out a whip from my inventory and smiled darkly. His eyes widened in fear. One more complaint, and I'll start your training early. I cracked the whip, the sharp snap echoing through the air. Issei immediately went pale. Shit. His sadist side is showing. Run. He sprinted up the hill. I chased after him, cracking the whip just close enough to make him panic but never actually hitting him. I laughed evilly, thoroughly enjoying his terror. Come back, Issei. It'll just hurt a lot. You're a sadistic bastard. Issei yelled, barely dodging another crack of the whip. Watching from behind, Rias turned to Konako, looking concerned. Should we be worried? Konako didn't even flinch. Trust me. He's holding back a lot. Akeno smiled mischievously. Oh my! Konako shot her a warning glare. Back off. Kiba sighed, shaking his head. Well, this will definitely be interesting. I grinned wickedly. This isn't even training, this is practice. Konako, who had been watching silently, finally yelled at me. One Akeno is enough. I turned toward her with a smirk. Fine. I'll be worse than Akeno then. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 4442 Swords. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega Issei lay on the ground, panting like a dying animal, utterly exhausted from the brutal training I had just put him through. I, on the other hand, barely broke a sweat. As I pulled out a familiar capsule, Konako's sharp eyes immediately noticed it. She tilted her head slightly, her ears twitching. "Shiro, are those?" she asked, eyeing the capsules in my hand. I smirked. "Yep." Then, turning to the rest of the group, I clapped my hands together. "Alright, everyone, wanna see a magic trick?" Rias raised an eyebrow. "You do realize we all use magic, right?" I rolled my eyes. Yeah. Just humor me for a second, princess." Stepping a few feet away, I found an open space and held up the capsule. With a grin, I pressed the button and tossed it into the air. The moment it hit the ground, a massive explosion of smoke erupted, covering the entire area. The suddenness of it made even Kiba flinch, and Issei scrambled backward, coughing. As the smoke cleared, the entire group's eyes widened in shock. Standing before them were my 3 workshops, fully materialized the blacksmith's forge, the alchemist lab, and the jeweler's station, all connected like a mini-industrial complex. The air still crackled with residual magic as the structures settled into place. I turned back to look at everyone, my grin widening as I took in their stunned expressions. "What's wrong?" I asked, feigning innocence. Konako, arms crossed, glared at me with an exasperated expression. "You're an ass." I laughed. "Guilty as charged." The dim glow of the barrier-warded forge flickered against the polished steel of the twin swords that rested before me. Sweat beaded down my forehead as I finally completed them, the 2 ultimate weapons, forged from both holiness and corruption. I stepped back, taking in their forms, their overwhelming auras radiating power. Holy Avenger class, legendary effect, deals 1000% more damage to devils and absorbs their life force to heal the user. A magnificent blade of divine radiance. The golden aura surrounding it pulsed with a quiet hum, as if it recognized the righteousness imbued within it. Corrupted Rose class, legendary effect, deals 1000% more damage to angels and absorbs their life force to heal the user. A wickedly beautiful sword, its crimson glow swirling like a vengeful spirit around the blade. It held an eerie elegance, the power of darkness refined into its most lethal form. I ran a hand over Corrupted Rose, feeling the warmth of its sinister energy, its crimson light pulsing as if breathing in sync with me. Strangely, the sword's energy settled when I held it, as if it recognized its creator. I smirked. "That's right, you belong to me." Satisfied, I stored it away in my inventory before turning my attention to Holy Avenger. Its divine glow radiated a sense of purity, yet there was something even more remarkable about it. It was a blade not just of holiness, but of retribution. A chuckle rumbled from my shoulder. "They're incredible," Voltaire said, his voice filled with genuine admiration. I glanced at him, surprised. He was rarely this impressed. "I've seen countless weapons in my time," he continued, "but these surpass even the fabled Excalibur. No, not just surpass, they make it look like a child's toy." My eyes widened slightly at that. "You're saying these are 10 times stronger than Excalibur?" Voltaire nodded. "At least. I've never seen a blade carry such concentrated energy while maintaining stability. If you wield these correctly, you might just become one of the most powerful warriors this world has ever seen." I exhaled slowly, staring at the swords with newfound realization. This wasn't just blacksmithing. I had created legends. Voltaire smirked. "I'm proud to call you my partner." I paused. That, actually meant a lot, coming from him. "Thanks, Voltaire. That means more than you know." He nodded, then tilted his head. "I understand why you named the holy sword Holy Avenger, but what about the demonic one?" "Corrupted Rose, that's an interesting name." I ran my fingers along the black and crimson hilt, smiling slightly. "To be demonic is to be corrupted, right?" Voltaire hummed in agreement. "That's true." I held the sword up to the dim light. "But this blade isn't just about corruption, it's about beauty too. Corruption is alluring, tempting, even mesmerizing in its own way, just like a rose. Beautiful, yet filled with thorns." Voltaire chuckled. "Poetic." I sheathed the blade with a final glance at my work, feeling the weight of what I had just accomplished. 2 swords. One holy. One corrupt. Voltaire sat on my shoulder, listening intently as I went over my plans. His golden eyes gleamed with intrigue as I laid everything out. "So, you plan on showing off the swords at the party?" Voltaire asked, his voice tinged with amusement. I nodded. "Yeah. It'll make a statement." Voltaire huffed. "You realize that will put a target on your back, right?" I smirked. "Of course. But this is devil territory. Anyone foolish enough to attack me or my house would have to deal with Rias, her peerage, and most importantly, her brother. That alone should be enough to deter most threats. Surtsk's Lucifer wasn't someone even the strongest beings wanted to mess with." Voltaire hummed in approval but didn't seem entirely convinced. "And what about your house? If someone were to try something while you're gone?" I chuckled. "I've accounted for that." I turned toward the open workshop, gesturing vaguely at the layers upon layers of traps, seals, and explosive mines I had painstakingly set up. "Anyone with hostile intent toward the people living inside this house is not leaving in one piece." Voltaire let out a low whistle. "You really thought this through?" I exhaled, my gaze hardening. "I have to. The moment I reveal these swords, people will want them. I won't sell them to just anyone. Only those I trust will get their hands on a weapon of this caliber. Voltairus tilted his head. Like who? I smirked. For starters. Issei. Voltairus groaned. Ugh, the Red Dragon Emperor? But why him? I chuckled. Because he's changing. I've been chipping away at his perverted ways little by little. Just the other day, his perverted friends asked if he wanted to watch a porno, and you know what he said. Voltairus raised a brow. What? I grinned. He said no. Voltairus blinked in shock. I never thought I'd see the day. Exactly. He's growing. And let's be real, he's a prime target in raiding games. People are going to come after him because of what he is. If I can equip him with something that will keep him alive, then it's worth it. Voltairus nodded. I see your reasoning, but what about Kiba? That guy has a deep hatred for holy swords. I sighed. That's the thing. Kiba thinks holy swords are evil because of what happened to him. But they aren't. They're just tools. It's the wielder that determines whether it's a weapon of protection or destruction. Voltairus smirked. That's deep. I smirked back. I have my moments. Voltairus leaned back. So why did you let Rias take charge of the training today? I thought you were going to handle it. I exhaled through my nose. I wanted to see what she'd do. Voltairus frowned. And I sighed. I'm disappointed. Voltairus chuckled. You sound like a strict teacher. I crossed my arms. She didn't train herself at all. She focused only on improving her peerage, but she didn't take any time to strengthen herself. The only positive is that she's been reading strategy books, so I'll let it slide this time. Voltairus smirked. And the training gear you made? I grinned. Oh yes, my masterpiece. I pulled out a set of bracelets, each one weighing 500 pounds. Voltairus' eyes widened. You're really putting those on Konako? I nodded. 2 for her arms, 2 for her legs. She's already strong, but this will help her explode in power. I then pulled out a massive training sword, also 500 pounds, designed specifically for Kiba. Kiba gets this. Voltairus chuckled. That'll slow him down for sure. I grinned. Exactly. He needs to build endurance and control his movements better. I then pulled out a set of rings. Akeno, Rias, and Asia each get one of these. They'll conserve magical power, letting them last longer in fights. Voltairus whistled again. You're going all out. I nodded. Asia's training with Alucard. She needs to build durability so she doesn't pass out from one hit. Rias will go through endurance training, while Akeno needs to work on her speed. Voltairus grinned. And when does the real hell begin? I smirked. On the 3rd day. Voltairus laughed darkly. Oh, they're in for a world of pain. I grinned wider. Damn right. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 45-43 boost. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega morning. I was still holed up in my workshop, my hands busy as I put the finishing touches on my latest project. But at the same time, I was also half distracted, my other hand gripped a controller as I played Assassin's Creed Syndicate. That's when inspiration struck. Watching Jacob Fry effortlessly scale buildings using his grappling hook, an idea clicked in my head. I could make that. But not just any basic grapple hook, I could weaponize it. A wide grin spread across my face as I immediately paused the game and got to work. The next morning I had finally finished my prototype, a dual wrist-mounted grappling system with a built-in hidden blade attachment. I admired my handiwork, feeling a wave of satisfaction wash over me. This is going to be so much fun. Then a knock on the door. Come in, I called, still adjusting the straps. The door opened, revealing Kiba. Hello, Shiro, he greeted, stepping inside. I glanced up briefly. Sup? Kiba shifted awkwardly, scratching the back of his neck. I just wanted to apologize for the other day. I was out of line. I shrugged. No prob. Kiba blinked. Wait, you forgive me? Just like that? I nodded, still tightening the wrist mechanisms. I mean, I don't really care. Not worth holding a grudge. Just don't get carried away again. I was confused as hell with what even happened. Kiba sighed in relief, then his gaze shifted to my desk, where blueprints were scattered. What are you working on? I smirked. Oh, just indulging myself. Kiba leaned in, eyes narrowing at the intricate schematics. You indulge yourself too much. Yep. He gave me a flat look. You're not even going to deny it. Nope. His eyes drifted to the finished devices on my wrists. Is that done? I nodded, flexing my fingers, testing the movement. Just finished it, actually. Should probably get some sleep. Kiba frowned. Wait, you still haven't gone to bed? I scoffed. What? It's like 10. Kiba sighed, rubbing his temples. Shiro. It's 9 in the morning. Oh. For the first time, panic set in. Don't tell Konako, I pleaded. Kiba grinned mischievously. I don't know, it'd be so easy to just let it slip. I gave him a dead serious look. I will haunt you. Fine, fine, he chuckled. I got you. I won't say a word. I let out a relieved sigh before strapping on my new gear. It was a perfect fit. Then, out of nowhere, hey, I've been wondering, just how strong are you? Kiba asked, crossing his arms. I smirked. You really wanna know? He nodded. Yeah. Give it to me straight. I leaned back, folding my arms behind my head. To be perfectly honest, I could take on your entire group and win. Easily. Kiba's eye twitched as he sweat dropped. That bad, huh? Yeah. Why, though? I sighed, shaking my head. Look, Kiba, the thing about you guys is, you're all trained like your chess pieces. Huh? He frowned in confusion. I leaned forward, pointing at him. Take you, for example. Your speed? Decent. But everything else? Crap. Kiba grimaced. That's harsh. I shrugged. Just facts. See, if someone distracted you for even a second, you'd get taken out. Your defenses are weak, and a sneak attack would end you in a real fight. Kiba paused, deep in thought. Then, realization dawned on his face. Damn. You're right. I grinned wickedly. Don't worry, though. I'm gonna whip you into shape. A chill ran down his spine. He had seen what I did to Issei on the way here. Before he could respond, another knock at the door. Come in, I called. The door swung open, revealing Konako standing in the doorway, arms crossed. Breakfast. After breakfast, after we finished eating, I had Eve Chiron line up outside. However, Rias remained standing beside me, her arms crossed and an air of authority about her. Why aren't you in line? I asked, arching an eyebrow. She smirked. I'm the king. I narrowed my eyes. That means about as much to me as a rat's ass. Get in line, now. Her eyes widened in shock, and before she even processed it, she instinctively moved into formation alongside the others. Damn, that was easier than expected. Once Eve Chiron was in place, I began. Alright. I already talked to Kiba about his weak points, but now we move on to Issei. Issei visibly tensed, his face beaded with sweat. You're the weakest here, I stated bluntly. But you have the most untapped potential. He gulped. Wait, really? I nodded. You have the Red Dragon of Domination, the boosted gear. That thing lets you double your power every 10 seconds. But here's the problem, if your body isn't trained to handle that power, you'll crumble under your own strength. Riser has a full peerage, and while we have quality, they have quantity. If you want to even stand a chance, you need to harness your raw emotions, the thing that fuels the boosted gear. Issei's breath hitched at that. Once you learn to tap into that, even for just a minute, you'll become a force to be reckoned with. His eyes hardened with determination. Now, I cracked my knuckles, we're going to spar. Just me and you. His face paled. Wait, what? Relax. I'll be holding back. He sighed in relief. Oh, okay. Then I got a chance. I grinned wickedly. A chance, to land a single hit. Issei's expression dropped. Summon your sacred gear. Issei took a deep breath. Boosted gear. With a flash of red light, his gauntlet materialized over his arm, the emerald gem glowing faintly. Good. Now start boosting. 7 boosts later, I watched as Issei's aura swelled with each passing second. Alright, now come at me. He charged forward, throwing a punch aimed straight at my face. I tilted my head slightly, dodging with ease. He threw another. Miss boost. I yawned dramatically. Man, is this all the so-called harem king has? Issei gritted his teeth. Shut up. He aimed for my chest, but I leapt over him, landing behind him smoothly. Boost. I smirked. Girls love power. But that's the one thing you lack. At this rate, you'll never even get a girlfriend. Rias looked ready to protest, but Akeno held her back, watching with intrigued amusement. Boost. Issei let out a frustrated growl and leapt into the air. Don't fuck with me. I sidestepped. He slammed his fist into the ground, cracking the earth beneath him. Eve Chiron's eyes widened in shock. Boost. I chuckled. The boosts are getting quicker. That's good. I leaned forward slightly, speaking just loud enough for him to hear. Even now, your 2 perverted buddies are probably getting laid, and here you are can't even touch your own underclassmen. His entire body stiffened. His face darkened in rage. Shut up. Suddenly, the emerald jewel on his gauntlet flared to life and a deep, powerful voice echoed in the air. Boosted gear, second liberation. A shockwave erupted from Issei, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. His power spiked drastically, and I could feel the sheer intensity radiating from him. My eyes sparkled in excitement as I quickly used Observe. Observe, name, Issei Hyudu race, human/devil title, perverted trio leader fame, pervert sacred gear, boosted gear level, 16 strength, 56 endurance, 56 agility, 56 intelligence, 56 wisdom, 56 luck, 30. I couldn't help but smile. This was exactly what I wanted to see. Issei's entire body shook with rage, his aura flaring wildly around him. His boosted gear glowed brighter, crackling with power as his gauntlet's emerald jewel flashed repeatedly. Without hesitation, he thrust out his hand gathering energy into a large, pulsating sphere. Pissed off dragon shot! Issei shouted with rage. Rias's eyes widened in horror. Issei, no! Too late! The moment he launched it, a massive wave of destructive energy surged forward, aimed directly at me. Boom! The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the training grounds, kicking up a violent storm of dust and debris. A deep crater formed where I stood, the ground scorched and cracked from the sheer force of the blast. Eve Chiron stared in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in shock. Except for one person. Konako crossed her arms, completely unfazed. A small smirk played at her lips as she spoke with absolute certainty. You all are about to see something pretty good. As the dust began to settle, a shadowy figure emerged from the destruction. I walked out of the blast completely unharmed, my clothes barely even singed. My eyes gleamed with amusement as I turned to Issei, who looked like he had just seen a ghost. As I said, I stated calmly, dusting off my shoulders. The boosted gear runs on pure, raw emotions. Issei's jaw dropped open in disbelief. Wait, you said all that just to piss me off. I flashed him a wide grin. Yeb. Silence. And then you bastard. Issei yelled, charging at me again. I just laughed. This training was going to be fun. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 4644, next. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega. After I was done with Issei, I turned towards my next target, Kiba. I summoned 2 wooden swords, one for myself and one for Kiba. Tossing him the spare, I smirked. Here, take this. Kiba caught it effortlessly, twirling it once in his grip. His brows furrowed as he studied me. Are you sure you're good to fight after that blast? He asked, a hint of concern in his voice. I rolled my shoulders. Positive. Now don't hold back. Kiba nodded before launching himself forward at full speed. His movements were sharp, precise, just as I expected. But I didn't move. I simply waited until he was upon me, then in the blink of an eye, I used my own speed to vanish from his line of sight. Appearing behind him, I saw that he hadn't even noticed my movement. Without warning, I brought my sword down on his back using only half of my strength. Thwack! Kiba collapsed onto the ground, gasping from the impact. Kiba! Rias called out in alarm. He struggled to push himself up, but his arms trembled beneath him. I sighed. This is exactly what I told you earlier. You can't take a strong hit, and that was me holding back. The realization set in for Eve Chiron as their eyes widened. You're going to focus on endurance and strength training, I instructed. Issei raised his hand hesitantly. What about me? I turned to him, smirking. You need training in everything. He groaned. Oh, great. I looked over at Konako. You're up, kitten. Her eyes gleamed with determination. Good. I smirked playfully. Anytime, kitten. Eve Chiron reacted to my teasing, smirking at the nickname I gave her. Konako, however, blushed slightly before charging at me. She was slower than Kiba, but her punches packed significantly more force. I dodged her strikes with ease, weaving through each attack as she continued to press forward. After avoiding about 8 more of her punches, I used my speed again, slipping behind her before delivering a swift yet controlled spank. Naya. Konako let out an involuntary, high-pitched sound. I grinned. Ah, is my kitty happy? Her face burned red. Shiro. I chuckled. And that, Konako, is your weakness. Your speed. If you don't increase it, I might just take advantage of that again. Fueled by embarrassment, she lunged at me again with a punch. I leaped back, putting some distance between us. Icicle Lance. A sharp spear of ice materialized in the air and shot toward her. She dodged it just in time and retaliated with a spinning kick. I caught her leg mid-air, holding it firmly as she struggled to pull it free. Let go, she demanded, her voice still slightly flustered. I raised an eyebrow before giving her a teasing smirk. Oh? No cat print on your panties this time. The group collectively froze. Issei's jaw dropped in jealousy, while Konako's face turned as red as Rias's hair. I'm so proud of you. You've grown, I added with an exaggerated nod of approval. Konako yanked her leg too hard, throwing both of us off balance. Before I could react, we tumbled to the ground, and when the dust settled, I found myself on top of her, my right hand firmly pressed against her chest. For a split second, time stopped. Squeeze. Nyat. Konako moaned softly before realizing what just happened. Oh shit. I instantly jumped off her, my face heating up just slightly. She sat up, her expression blank before her hands shot forward and pinched my cheeks hard. Ow, ow, ow. Konako, mercy. I whined. Leaning closer, she whispered in my ear, her voice dangerously low. You're in for it later. Watch your back, I borrowed a few things from Akeno. I paled. She finally let go, crossing her arms with a pout. The others, meanwhile, were half shocked, half amused. I quickly composed myself, clearing my throat. Alright, Akeno, you're next. She tilted her head, smiling sweetly. Era? Me? I nodded. Even though you're Rias's queen, you're still weak in certain areas. Your strength, endurance, and agility are about the same, and if you want to be truly formidable, you need to improve them. Your speed is decent, but it still needs work. And most importantly, you need to increase your magic reserves. Finally, I turned to Rias, her crimson hair swaying as she looked at me curiously. Now for you, Rias. I crossed my arms, shaking my head as I looked at Rias. Rias, you think you only need to train your mind, but as a king, you should know better. A true king must have both a strong mind and a strong body. If you rely only on your intelligence, then all it takes is one good hit to bring you down. Let me show you what I mean. I turned to Akeno. Akeno, let's fight. She smirked, a knowing glint in her eyes. Oh my, so eager, I sighed in exasperation. Not in the way you're hoping, I mean an actual fight. Fufu, very well then. Do your worst, Shiro-kun, she teased. Fine. I'll make the first move. I raised my right hand, summoning 3 ice blue magic circles in the air. Icicle lance. 3 sharp lances of ice shot toward Akeno at blinding speed. She barely dodged, her eyes widening slightly in surprise. Without wasting a second, I fired several more. She quickly spread her black wings, taking to the sky to avoid my attacks. Smart move, I muttered before bending my knees and jumping straight up after her. Eve Chiron below gasped as I soared through the air, catching up to Akeno in an instant. Before she could react, I spun and kicked her down to the ground. Hell flare! A blazing ball of dark fire erupted from my hand, streaking toward her as she fell. She managed to twist midair, firing a bolt of lightning directly at me in retaliation. I took the full brunt of her lightning attack, letting it course through me without flinching. Meanwhile, my hell flare exploded just beside her as she dodged, creating a massive blast of heat. She landed gracefully, brushing a strand of hair behind her ear. Oh my, you can take quite a lot, can't you? I sighed, shaking my head. This is exactly what I was talking about. Akeno blinked in confusion. Oh. I grinned. While she had been distracted by dodging my attacks, I had secretly manipulated the water from the icicles I'd previously launched. When my hell flare melted them, I had discreetly guided the water toward her feet. Before she could realize what was happening, water tendrils wrapped tightly around her arms and legs. She let out a surprised oh my, as the water pulled her down, binding her to the ground. And now? I said, clenching my fist. The water instantly froze over, locking her in place with solid ice. Akeno glanced at the icy restraints holding her limbs, her expression shifting from amusement to genuine intrigue. Oh my! Shiro-kun, you really know how to handle a girl, I sighed. Consider this your punishment, in a way you'd probably enjoy. You're Rias's queen, you should have noticed what I was doing. But instead, you were too focused on direct combat and completely ignored the battlefield around you. Akeno smirked. Era, how scary. I think I'm starting to like you even more, Shiro-kun. I ignored her teasing and turned my gaze back to Rias. A slow, mischievous smile spread across my face as I cracked my knuckles. Your turn, Rias. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10+ chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 4745 Destruction Magic. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10+ chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega. Rias was sweating at this point, her breathing slightly uneven as she stared at me. Her frustration was evident, but she was doing her best to keep her composure. I smirked, watching her struggle. Come on, what's wrong? Can't you handle your underclassmen? I teased, my voice dripping with playful mockery. For a moment, I could have sworn I saw a tick mark appear on her forehead. She was definitely getting irritated. Why don't you use your destruction magic? I suggested casually, tilting my head as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. At that moment, the entire atmosphere shifted. The air grew tense, and I could feel everyone's gazes snap toward me. My words had sent a wave of unease through the group. Destruction magic wasn't something to be taken lightly. If you can actually hurt me with it, I continued, my smirk widening, then I'll tell you my secret, how I knew about Graphia. That got her attention. Rias's eyes narrowed as she processed my words, and I could see the gears turning in her mind. Then, without another moment of hesitation, she raised her hand. A sphere of deep crimson energy began to form in her palm, crackling with an ominous aura. Is he insane? That magic can destroy anything, Kiba muttered, his voice laced with concern. Just watch, Konako said, her tone completely unfazed. A second later, Rias launched the sphere straight at me. It carried significant force, but as I analyzed the magic itself, I could tell it was lacking in power. I raised my left hand and caught the attack head-on. The impact sent a gust of wind rippling outward, but the magic itself barely even fazed me. The destruction magic simply stopped in its tracks, hovering against my palm as if held in place by an invisible force. Not bad, I mused, inspecting the energy. The force behind it is decent, but your magic power is weak. Silence. Everyone except Konako was staring at me, their eyes wide with disbelief. They had just watched me stop destruction magic with my bare hand. As I held the orb of energy in my grasp, an idea crossed my mind. Voltaris, can we absorb this? I asked mentally, directing my thoughts toward the presence within me. Yes, we can. If you leave it to me, I'll handle the process, Voltaris responded. Without hesitation, I allowed Voltaris to do its work. A faint, almost inaudible absorption sound echoed in my ears, and in the next instant, the energy disappeared into my palm. A rush of power surged through me, and a notification appeared in my vision. New skill obtained, Destruction Magic. This magic can destroy anything if enough power is used. A grin spread across my face. This was a valuable gain. The others, however, were frozen in shock. Their expressions ranged from disbelief to outright astonishment. I ignored their reactions and casually lifted my right hand, pointing toward a distant mountain several miles away. This is how destruction magic is supposed to work, I said calmly. The moment I began channeling my newfound power, the air itself seemed to tremble. No, that's impossible. Rias gasped. Compared to hers, my destruction magic was far more concentrated, far more refined. The sheer density of the energy I gathered was on an entirely different level. The others could feel it. This was not something ordinary. I released the attack. A sphere of pure destruction shot through the air at unimaginable speed, cutting through the sky like a comet. The moment it made contact with the mountain, a massive explosion erupted, obliterating the entire peak in an instant. A cloud of dust and debris billowed outward, leaving behind nothing but an empty void where the mountain once stood. Silence fell over the group once more. I turned to Rias, who was still staring at the destruction in stunned silence. That's what real destruction magic looks like, I stated. Your magic takes too long to use in battle. But if someone else distracts Riser while you charge up all your power into a single shot, you'll win. If it lands, that is. However, after this training, you won't even need to rely on such a strategy. You'll be strong enough to take him down head-on. Before anyone could respond, another notification appeared before me. Secret quest completed. Details: learn how to use destruction magic. Rewards: 10,000 EXP $5,000 1 weapon of your choice. If it has special abilities, they will be usable. I smiled at the notification. This was an even better outcome than I had expected. Rias finally found her voice and turned to me, her expression a mix of frustration and curiosity. I want to know, in my brother's name, how you did that. I chuckled. If you win the game against Riser, I'll tell you. Damn, Konako muttered under her breath. Yep, I replied, crossing my arms. I know I'm amazing. I then reached into my inventory and pulled out a set of training gear. Speaking of which, I made some training equipment for all of you. Konako shifted uncomfortably, adjusting the weights on her wrists and ankles. It's heavy. Kiba flexed his arms, testing his movement. How am I even able to lift this? Issei, on the other hand, had collapsed onto the ground, his entire body trembling. Fuck. I can't move. I grinned at their reactions. Look, 200 pounds isn't that bad. Konako's got 2,000 pounds on her, yours is just the baby version of hers. As they continued adjusting to their new training gear, I casually leaned against a tree, watching them struggle. This training was just the beginning. By the time we were done, Riser wouldn't stand a chance. After considering their progress, I decided to simplify things. Instead of individual weights, I created specialized bracelets for everyone, similar to Konako's, but adjusted based on their strength levels. Alright, gather around me, I instructed, motioning for them to come closer. They did as I said, though some were still struggling under the weight of their gear. Once they were close enough, I selected the dungeon I wanted and activated the teleportation. In an instant, we were transported to a completely different space. As soon as the surroundings shifted, everyone except Konako looked around in shock. What the hell? Issei stammered, his head whipping around as he tried to take in the strange environment. Kiba furrowed his brows. This place, where are we? Rias, still catching her breath, surveyed the landscape with a mixture of awe and confusion. I smirked. I have a power that lets me create dungeons. 1 hour in here equals 1 minute in the outside world. It's the perfect training ground. Their reactions were priceless, but I wasn't done yet. Listen up, I continued, my voice turning serious. If you see anything in here, do not attack it. I'll handle any threats. Your only job is to run, train, and push your stamina to the limit. After 5 hours of intense training, I finally called for a break. Looks like you all did pretty well, I said, crossing my arms. Take a breather. The moment they took off their weighted gear, they all collapsed onto the ground, completely exhausted. I chuckled. What's wrong? Can't handle a little weight? Issei, drenched in sweat and panting heavily, glared up at me. Fuck you. I grinned. Oh? Looks like you've still got some energy left. At that, his face paled, and he desperately tried to get up only for his muscles to completely fail him. Seeing no point in letting him struggle, I swiftly knocked him out so he could rest. As I leaned against a rock, watching over the group, I noticed Rias finally sitting up. She stretched her arms, clearly still exhausted but too curious to stay quiet any longer. Shiro, how are you able to create a place like this? She asked, her voice laced with intrigue. I shrugged. One day, I wanted to train, and out of nowhere, I got teleported here. She frowned, processing my words. So, is this the only place you can access? Or can you go to different dungeons? I can access a lot of them, I replied casually. A thoughtful expression crossed her face. Do you think it could be a sacred gear? I considered the possibility. Not sure. If it was a sacred gear, then I'd probably be able to create something like a ring or a gauntlet, similar to Issei's. She hummed in thought but didn't push the topic further. I stood up and stretched. Alright, get some rest while you can. Once we're done eating, we'll start your real training. Rias visibly paled at my words. Wait, real training? I smirked. Oh yeah. What we did just now. That was just warm up. Her face went stiff. She knew she was in for a rough time. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://Marin_Kitawega chapter 4846, Hell Flare. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://Marin_Kitawega. As everyone stirred awake, we exited the dungeon and returned to the campsite. The sun was still high in the sky, but when they glanced at their phones, disbelief crossed their faces. How the hell is that possible? Issei blurted out, eyes wide as he stared at the screen. We were in there for hours. It's only been 20 minutes. I shrugged casually, a small smirk tugging at my lips. Magic. Konako, standing beside me, shot me a look that clearly said she wasn't impressed. Her golden eyes narrowed slightly as she crossed her arms over her chest. Hey, smart ass, she said with a hint of annoyance in her tone. I turned my head toward her. Yes. Without another word, she spun around and began walking toward the cabin. Her white tail swayed behind her as she moved. After a few steps, she glanced back over her shoulder. Follow me. There was a firmness in her voice that made me curious. I obeyed without question, trailing behind her. The wooden floor of the cabin creaked faintly beneath our footsteps as we made our way toward her room. The air inside was cool, carrying a faint scent of lavender from the small diffuser sitting by the window. When we entered her room, Konako closed the door behind us with a soft click, then raised her hand, murmuring a few words under her breath. A faint shimmer of magic flickered in the air, a soundproof barrier. The soft hum of conversation outside faded instantly, leaving only the quiet breaths of the two of us. She turned around, her expression unreadable, and pointed to the bed. Sit. Instead of sitting, I laid back on her bed, resting my hands behind my head as I gazed up at her. The ceiling fan spun lazily overhead, stirring the air with a soft breeze. Konako stood beside the bed, her eyes flickering with something I couldn't quite place. After a brief pause, she climbed onto the mattress, her movements slow and deliberate. To my surprise, she straddled me, placing her hands on either side of my chest to steady herself. Her silver hair fell over her shoulders, framing her face as she looked down at me with a curious expression. Do you have any kinks? I nearly choked on my own breath, eyes widening as her words registered. What? I stammered, looking away quickly, heat rising to my cheeks. You heard me. Konako leaned in slightly, her amber eyes locking onto mine. Do you have any kinks? You know, like BDSM. Kind of like a keno. Her bluntness made my heart skip a beat. I shifted beneath her, my hands fidgeting slightly against the blanket. I mean, I'm open to things, I muttered, avoiding her gaze. That's not an answer, she pressed, tilting her head with a faint smirk. Her playful teasing made my face heat up even more. I squirmed a little, unsure how to respond. Her eyes then dropped to the bracelets I wore on my wrists and ankles. She leaned back slightly, curiosity flashing in her gaze. Wait, are those like the ones we had to wear during training? She asked, reaching out to lightly tap the metal band encircling my wrist. Maybe, I replied vaguely, trying to dodge the question. In my mind, Valteris's voice echoed with a chuckle. I still can't believe they haven't noticed them yet. How much do they weigh? Konako asked, her fingers tracing the cool metal. I hesitated. Around 4,000, I admitted. Her eyes widened slightly. I guess that's not 2 BA each, I added before she could finish. Her mouth dropped open slightly. Each. I'm still surprised that wearing those actually helps you train, Volteris chimed in mentally. Konako sat back on my thighs, still straddling me as she processed that information. Shiro, how long have you been wearing those? Since we left the house. She blinked in surprise. But, how could you do all that damage with those on you? I shrugged, smirking slightly. Simple. I'm strong. That's how. Konako shook her head, clearly trying to wrap her mind around it. How strong are you, really? She asked, tilting her head to the side as she studied me. I chuckled softly, my eyes gleaming with mischief. I'll tell you one day. When I max out. She let out an exaggerated sigh. Seriously, you play way too many games. Yep. Without warning, she laid her head against my chest, her soft hair brushing against my chin as she snuggled closer. The warmth of her body seeped into mine, and I instinctively wrapped an arm around her, holding her gently. Her steady breathing slowed as she began to relax, her fingers lightly gripping the fabric of my shirt. As the room settled into a comfortable silence, I closed my eyes, feeling the soft rise and fall of her chest against mine. The faint hum of the soundproof barrier faded into the background, leaving only the warmth of Konako's presence against me. Slowly, her breathing evened out as she drifted off to sleep. A faint smile tugged at my lips as I rested my chin lightly atop her head. Good night, my kitty, I whispered softly, closing my eyes as well. After everyone had rested, I gathered the entire group outside. Today's training would be intense. Everyone who had come with us to camp was participating. While Alucard would be responsible for training the others, I had my own challenge ahead, sparring with Frost. Frost stood a few paces away from me, her piercing blue eyes gleaming with anticipation. Her silver hair, shimmering faintly with an icy sheen, flowed behind her as if responding to her energy. Despite her calm demeanor, I could sense the power radiating from her. She was more than ready. Are you ready, my student? She asked, her lips curling into a confident smile. I grinned back, rolling my shoulders to loosen up. Ha! Bring it on. Very well, she replied with a nod. In a flash, Frost closed the distance between us. Her speed was incredible. I barely had time to react as she threw a swift punch toward my chest. I leaped into the air just in time, her fist grazing the fabric of my shirt as I countered with an attack of my own. Hell Flare! I shouted, thrusting my hand forward. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 4947 survive. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega hell flare. I shouted, thrusting my hand forward. A sphere of fiery energy burst from my palm, streaking toward her with a roar of heat. The flames engulfed her, but when the smoke cleared, she stood unscathed. Only faint scorch marks marred her clothes. My attack had barely made a dent. I landed lightly on my feet, springing forward without hesitation. My fists clenched as I charged at her, aiming a punch at her midsection. She sidestepped gracefully, her movements fluid and precise. Spinning around to follow her, I quickly summoned another spell. Icicle Lance. 3 sharp spears of ice materialized in front of me, launching toward her in rapid succession. Frost ducked and weaved between them effortlessly, her agility almost supernatural. Frustration simmered beneath my skin, but I pushed it aside and pressed on. Closing the gap between us once more, I waited until I was within 20 feet before activating my next move. Mist of Death. Thick, grey mist poured from my hands, swirling across the battlefield and shrouding Frost from view. The air grew heavy with a faint metallic tang, the magic sapping energy from anything it touched. Within the mist, faint sparks crackled as I prepared my next strike. Dragon Lightning. A bolt of purple lightning shot through the haze, striking Frost with a sharp crack. She let out a low grunt of surprise, but when the mist dissipated, I saw that she'd only taken a sliver of damage. Her expression remained calm and composed, as if the attack had barely fazed her. Raising one hand, Frost shook her head, her gaze steady. You're holding back, she said simply. I exhaled, rubbing the back of my neck with a sheepish smile. Well, I do have these weighted bracelets on, so yet. Frost sighed, the faintest hint of amusement crossing her features. Do you want to keep training with me or focus on the others? I glanced over at the group waiting nearby. Their curious eyes watched our sparring session, no doubt wondering if they'd be next. After a moment of consideration, I gave Frost a nod. Yeah, I think I'll train them for now. That okay with you? Fine, she replied with a shrug. But you owe me next time. Deal. Turning away from Frost, I crossed the clearing to where Alucard stood overseeing the others. He glanced at me as I approached, his crimson eyes calm but curious. Take Asia and train her separately, I instructed, placing a hand on his shoulder. I'm going to have a little fun with the rest of them. Alucard nodded without question, gesturing for Asia to follow him as they walked off into the woods. I watched them go, then turned back to the others with a grin that made Issei visibly pale. Okay, I announced, clapping my hands together. Now for the real training. Issei took a step back, eyes wide with alarm. Shit, the sadist is back. Oh, don't worry. My grin widened as I gestured to the clearing around us. Only one of you will die. Rias frowned. So, what exactly is this training? Instead of answering, I raised my hands and activated the summoning spell. Hundreds of summoning circles appeared on the ground, their glowing blue runes spreading out in a wide arc across the field. Foul, rotting hands burst from the earth as zombies began to crawl out, their hollow eyes glowing faintly with a sinister light. Within moments, the field was filled with the undead groaning, shambling, and reaching out with skeletal fingers. The stench of decay hit the air like a punch to the face. Bones cracked and joints popped as the zombies staggered toward the group, their tattered clothes clinging to their withered frames. I crossed my arms and watched the chaos unfold. "Survive," I said simply. Before anyone could react, I leaped backward, landing beside Frost as the first wave of zombies swarmed toward the others. Issei cursed loudly, scrambling back with a panicked expression. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Rias and Kiba summoned their weapons, their faces set with determination. Akeno's hands crackled with lightning as she took a defensive stance. Konako cracked her knuckles and stepped forward without hesitation. Frost stood beside me, her arms crossed as she observed the scene with a faint smile. "You're enjoying this, aren't you?" she asked. "Oh, absolutely," I replied, my grin widening as the first clash of magic and steel echoed across the field. The group was holding their ground, but exhaustion was starting to show. Sweat dripped from their brows, their breaths came in ragged gasps, and the remaining 100 zombies pressed forward relentlessly. Despite their fatigue, they fought on, determination burning in their eyes. Standing off to the side, I observed them closely with my arms crossed. I had instructed everyone not to intervene. They needed to understand how their current strength compared to mine. Only Asia stood ready, prepared to heal them if I deemed it absolutely necessary. What do you think, Alucard?" I asked without taking my eyes off the scene. Alucard stood beside me, his crimson eyes reflecting the faint glow of magical attacks lighting up the battlefield. "They're holding up well. They might actually have a chance," he replied thoughtfully. Frost, watching from my other side, tilted her head slightly. "Yes, but more training is essential. If they're going to face Riser's peerage, they need to push past their limits." Alucard chuckled softly. "Speaking of training, Frost, how about a duel?" Frost glanced at him with a playful smile. "Oh? Feeling confident, are we? Very well, I accept." Their duel began, but my focus remained on the group. Their stamina was dwindling, but they fought on, striking down the remaining zombies one by one until the last undead creature crumbled to dust. I gave a small nod of approval. "All right, Asia," I called. "Heal them up." Asia hurried forward, her hands glowing with a soft golden light as she moved between her teammates, restoring their energy and healing their injuries. With everyone recovered, I stepped forward and faced the group. "You all did a decent job," I said, nodding slightly. "Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega chapter 5048, holy shit. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10 plus chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega. You all did a decent job, I said, nodding slightly. Issei, still catching his breath, shot me a tired glare. "Decent? Do you have any idea how tough that was? How long did it take you to clear them the first time?" I shrugged casually. "About 5 minutes. 5. Issei's jaw dropped. "Dude, respect." "Indeed," Kiba added, his tone more composed but no less impressed. A small grin tugged at my lips. "Now, let me show you something I've been wanting to for a while." Raising my hand, I snapped my fingers. A faint clink echoed as the weighted bracelets on my wrists and ankles unlocked and fell to the ground with a heavy thud, kicking up dust as they landed. Immediately, my aura surged outward, unfiltered, untamed, and unmistakably powerful. The air grew thick with energy as if the very atmosphere bent beneath the weight of my presence. Everyone's eyes widened in shock, their breaths catching as they felt the sheer force radiating from me. Konako's golden eyes widened, her usually calm expression replaced with surprise. Even Frost and Alucard, locked in combat, paused briefly to glance my way. Kiba stood still, his hand gripping his sword tightly as if instinctively bracing himself. Akeno's smile faltered, replaced with wide-eyed astonishment, while Rias looked at me as if she was seeing me for the first time. I chuckled softly, then quickly accessed my stats to see the difference. Stats: name, Shiro H, 15 race, Dragon/Human hybrid title, Lightning Dragon Emperor fame, Nun Sacred Gear, Volt Eris, the Lightning Dragon God of Chaos level, 70 HP, 3,350/3,350, Regen, 10 per minute, MP, 21,000/21,000, Regen, 50 per minute, Stamina, 3,000/3,000, Regen, 20 per minute, Strength, 102 Endurance, 102 Agility, 102 Intelligence, 102 Wisdom, 102 Luck, 60 points, 190 money, $90,000, holy, I thought, stunned by my own progress. Shit, Volt Eris echoed in my mind, sounding just as surprised. Satisfied, I retracted my aura, letting the energy settle as the air around us returned to normal. I saw the others exhale quietly, though the tension in their shoulders lingered. Without another word, I deactivated the dungeon and transported everyone back to the real world. Inside the workshop later that evening, I sat in my workshop, resting on a stool with Voltaris perched on my shoulders in his miniature form. The faint hum of magical energy from the surrounding equipment filled the air as I opened my status screen to distribute my accumulated stat points. Voltaris peered over my shoulder, watching curiously. Still can't believe I had that many points saved up, I muttered as I allocated them across my attributes. Like I said before, you're jacked, Voltaris replied, his voice carrying a hint of pride. Once I finished, I took a moment to admire the results. Stats: name, Shiro H, 15 gender, male race, dragon/human hybrid sacred gear, Voltaris, the lightning dragon god of chaos level, 70 HP, 5,500/5,500 MP, 23,500/23,500 stamina, 4,000/4,000 strength, 142 endurance, 142 agility, 142 intelligence, 142 wisdom, 142 luck, 65 points, 0 money, $90,000. I leaned back, satisfied with the numbers. Man, I'm awesome. Voltaris chuckled, his tail flicking lightly against my shoulder. Yes, you're awesome. But, quick question, why do you keep all your stats perfectly balanced? I leaned back in my chair, stretching my arms above my head as I admired my status screen. The numbers were solid, perfectly balanced, just the way I wanted. Well, I said, rolling my shoulders, I don't want to be some muscle-bound idiot who can't think straight. Or someone so fast that one hit knocks me out. And I definitely don't want to be able to tank a nuke only to hit someone and have them laugh it off. Balance is the key. I want every stat to be incredible and equal. Voltaris, perched on my shoulder in his miniature form, hummed thoughtfully. Ah, I see. So that's your strategy. I grinned as I reached over to the workbench, where a silver ring with a small green gemstone rested atop a velvet cloth. I picked it up, holding it between my fingers as the gem caught the light. And now, for the final touch, the concealment ring, I said with a hint of pride. Voltaris peered at the ring, tilting his head curiously. This is the one that'll suppress your aura, right? Make you seem like a regular human. Yeah, I figured constantly holding back my aura was too much of a hassle. With this ring, I won't have to worry about it. But... I paused, turning the ring between my fingers. It's fragile. If I lose control of my emotions or let too much energy leak out, it could overload and shatter. So, I'll have to be careful. Sounds risky, Voltaris said, tapping his chin with his tail. But it suits you. Simple and practical. And I see you like rings, huh? I chuckled as I slipped the ring onto the middle finger of my right hand. The cool metal rested snugly against my skin. Yeah, they're kinda my style. Plus, they're good for focus. How does it look? Voltaris smirked. On you? Looks good. But let's hope it holds up, because if that thing breaks during a fight, everyone's gonna know you're not just some average human. Yeah, I waved him off with a grin. I've got it under control. Meanwhile, somewhere far away, a pair of eyes watched from the shadows. Their gaze seemed to pierce through space itself, focused solely on me. Hey guys, if you like the fanfic and want to read ahead by 10+ chapters or just want to support, take a visit on my Patreon. p.a.t.r.e.o.n http://marin_kitawega